Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. How's it going? Happy Friday to everybody. So yeah, we are back in Worm Online, and today we're gonna do a bunch of stuff. Like, well, I kind of want to work on some skill grinding. Hey, Keeve, welcome on in. In addition, I have a big project. Well, we have a big project that is requiring a ton of braziers, and I've been working really hard at getting all the materials ready for those and making them all. And there's quite a few braziers already over here. There's actually a lot of them, and we're about halfway through the braziers, I'd say. And in addition, in order to build the structures for the project that we're building, we need, at the very least, somebody with really high carpentry, really high masonry, really high paving. Those are the three big ones. And so I figured I'll try for one of them. My carpentry's already almost 86, and so I thought I'd spend some time doing a little bit of that. Another thing I kind of want to do is clean up the deed. Oh, brother, there's so much stuff going on the deed. This room is like a massive mess, which is some random stuff. I don't know how far we're gonna get with the cleaning of the deed, but we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Right. So I think we're gonna start with the braziers. Not going to get that far in them, but we'll see what happens. I did prepare. Let me just see if they're in here. All the brazier bowls. Just these required me to go out and mine about 2,500 gold. I mined 2,500 because I didn't want to turn all of them into braziers. Obviously, the high quality material I wanted to keep for other things. So I mined 2,500 gold, and about 1,000 of it went into these braziers. Maybe a little bit more than 1,000. I think 1,000 makes 20. So I'm just gonna come over here and dump these in a pile. Actually, let's put them on this tile right here. See what that did. Yeah, good pile. And that crate rack. Hey, Bunloose, welcome on in. Good evening. We are about to put together some braziers. I want to get all of the braziers that I need remaining, like, started. Okay, so we'll start with that. And for that, let me just see. I need 25 marble. No. I need 20 marble. So I think I can carry, I can't carry that many bricks. So I'll just hold on to 10. And let's see, the mortar. Yeah. Let's start with 10. Okay. Brazier, pillar, marble. That's the one. Let's just dump these all in here. There we go. So I realized last week, oh, look at my food bar and my drink bar. Gotta get those going. I realized last week that I had meant to comment on the roadmap that was released. And Arizona Rose, welcome on in. How's it going? So I had meant to comment on the roadmap, but I completely forgot. So that's one thing that I'd like to start with while we're working on these braziers. Very good, thank you. Very good. It's a Friday night. Get to stream. It's a good night, that's for sure. And look what they're saying in GL Freedom. That's very nice. Yeah, I love watching Worm streams while playing. Thank you. And hopefully, Magpie, you made it. Draka, welcome on in. How's it going? Hope everything's well with you. Happy Friday. Yeah, I need to work on getting some food and water here before continuing along here. Where did these come from? Somewhere. These came from one of these bins. I'll just put them here. Okay. Let's get some food. And get some mind logic food. We'll get some body control food. We'll get some carpentry food. I'm just going to eat a bunch of that. Let's see, 6-7 hours. Yeah. Body control needs just a little bit more. I want to make sure that I have enough timers for the whole stream. Music sounds a little bit loud, so I'm just going to turn that down just a tad. All right. Good so far. Relaxing and working. Sounds good. Relaxing and working, I guess. For me, I mean, based considering what I do for work, sounds like an oxymoron. But yep. Do I make my own affinity food? I do. I do make my own affinity food. Yeah. Mostly I try to do everything that I need. Oh, your job isn't that hard? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I'm a teacher, so my job is extremely hard. At least it's hard to achieve the goal of actually doing a good job. It's a really hard job to do a good job at. So it could be stressful. So when I'm relaxing, I'm like, relaxing means work is off my mind. Oh, and I forgot to actually do the thing. I need to refresh. So I'll just hit the refresh. So yeah, Keeve, is it that you still you want to learn how to make affinity food? Or do you make your own affinity food? Affinity food is not hard to make. The hardest part is preparing it all. I used to buy it, but nobody seems to sell it anymore. Really? I can hook you up with a name. Let me just see. Not on at the moment. Probably asleep, actually, due to the fact that they're on the other side of the Atlantic, so it's probably well past midnight where they live. You tried one calculator, but it never seemed to work. Yeah, I'll show you what I use and how to use it. And Jackie is saying, you bet it is related to the teaching comment. I bet. I'm just hiring people and taking their questions at a good pace. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, it's 1:20, like 1:15 there, 1:17 there. Yeah, it's late. I do understand that it's not the most ideal time for me to be streaming at this, for those on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. It's unfortunately the only time I get to stream, so it's either now or never. Yeah, so to the what's it called? To the food calculator that I use. I had been wanting a calculator that did this for the longest time, and finally somebody made it. Yeah, you'll take it. Let me just make this a little bit bigger and move it to a spot that makes more sense. Okay, that's fine. The website I use is called wormcoders.com. Okay, I don't think it's that known, partially because it's still in a beta state, and it probably is going to stay in a beta state. It's by the same people who made the Ultimate Recipe Maker. If you click on that, you go to the Ultimate Recipe Maker, which is another one that a lot of people like using, especially those who like to figure out the system and how it works. However, the problem with the Ultimate Recipe Maker is that you have to make the recipe. Like, you have to say, I want to use parsley, and then I want to also use this and that, and I want it to be chopped, and like you have to enter in all the little ingredients, and what you're trying to do is get to the number that you want. I can't stand that recipe maker because it takes forever to find a recipe that actually gets you the number that you want. So instead I use worm coders, which is a new version of the same, by the same people. However, instead what you do is you tell it what affinity you want, and it tells you the recipe. Yeah, I've used the ultimate recipe maker, I don't know how many times, and I've never successfully made a affinity food with it. I also feel like I'm doing something wrong. It's probably because I don't quite understand the system. And so I then switched over to Azure food, or Azure, what is it called? Azure, goodness, worm food meal peanut. I used to use, gosh, I don't even know. Is it this one? Yeah, I used to use this one. Yeah, it was on top. Yeah, it was this one. It was just called Untitled, which was weird. But I used to use this one because what was nice about this one was it gave you the ingredient. It gave you the recipe. Okay, so that was what was really good about this one. You would say the way that this one works is you have to first tell it your like what your character's number is, and the way that you tell it is you have to give it a bear meat combined with you have to like make this meal, right? Make a meal using plain oven, bear meat whole, corn whole, and it's also in a frying pan. And then you have to taste it and tell it what affinity it gave you, okay? And then that's going to determine what number you are. And then you then just choose the affinity you want, and you tell it how many additional ingredients and so on and so forth, and you tell it to make a pizza. But the problem is that the options for what kind of ingredients are like you have very little options. It'll throw in nutmeg in there, it'll throw nettles and sassafras and all the ones that are really like all the ingredients that are really hard to get, and there's no way to remove them. So I had been really looking for a place that does something like this where it gives you the recipe, but you have the option of changing what ingredients will go in there. Yeah, you can't take out things like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was the problem with it. So Worm Coders comes out, it's a beta. It doesn't work fully because there's some situations where it crashes. So you have to just know that it's going to do that from time to time, and you can just try again and it will work eventually. One thing that I found crashes it is if you ask it to make a pizza that has too many ingredients. So if you go over a certain number of ingredients, it's going to crash on you. So you have to sort of like play around with it. Yeah, that looks good. You spent a day forging and buttoning, so you got loads of everything. Good. Okay, so in this one, you have to tell it a test meal. However, you get to make the test meal yourself. Okay, so over on the left-hand side, this is all the test meal stuff. Okay, so because I had already used Azure Food, I had already made all of the test, like all of my characters. I like figured out what their test meal would be using the bear meat, the corn, and the frying pan. All you need to do is tell it that you made it in an oven. You used a frying pan, and you don't. This one, what's nice about it is that you can actually make any test meal whatsoever. You just have to tell it how you made it. So I would say I made it with bear meat, whole, corn. I'll type in corn here. I like this little search bar as well. Corn, whole, and then you tell it what affinity it gave you. So my character got chain armor smithing for this stuff, right? Then I'd go over to here and say, let's say I want to make. Let's actually do one that I actually want to make. Mining. Actually, not mining. I have a mining pizza. Let me think. Gardening. Okay, so I want gardening as the affinity. Whoops. I actually have to select it. Say gardening. Okay. Before I hit the generate pizza, though, I'm going to include some options here. I want cheese on my pizza. The more options you put, the longer the affinity timer is going to be. And I also like adding like 4 or 5 sausages. Let's put 5. Okay. What's really nice is that you can tell it, don't include dragon meat. I don't have any dragon meat, right? I also don't have human meat. Getting human meat is, I don't know how you get human meat in this game, actually. The other thing is I'm really, really, really short on fallow meat. So I'm just going to tell it, don't include those meats. And Zul attacked. Oh, did it not read? It's not going to read that out. Well, I thought I had that set to read out, but I'll read it out for you. Hope you and your deed have been well. Looks like Worm is a promising future this year. It does look like that. And how's it going, Zulatek? Welcome on in. Glad you made it in here. It's been a while. Yeah. It's like Worm has. I caught the worm bug again. It's sort of it's tugging at my heart. And I jumped right in and yeah, been playing every day since. So yeah, let's keep going. I'm gonna tell it, like I usually tell it to add like 7 veggies. I find that if I go too far with this, it crashes. And then you can tell it what veggies you don't have. I have all of them. Let's say 5 herbs. There are the nettles and the sassafras that I'll remove from the herbs, and then 5 spices. I usually find that 755 usually works. And I want to get rid of nutmeg because I don't have that. I want to add fish, and I don't have minnows or wormfish, but I have the others. Okay. You can add fries or haggis if you want. I don't. Yeah, the good old itch. You sure mine's due soon? Yeah, well, I'm sure. This game just has that kind of way. Okay, so when I hit the generate pizza, it's gonna put the right down here. Okay. I also really love how they ordered the items in this list, right? You see the sausages come first, all in order. Then you have the meat that's diced, the fish, the cheese, the passata, then the dough. Okay. So that's like the stuff I usually try to have either pre-made or like it's all organized already. Then the next 7 items, these ones, are going to be the veggies chopped. Then you have the 5 herbs that are chopped, or 5 herbs that are chopped, and then the 5 spices that are chopped, followed by the bacon. Yeah, and it has all the information down here. So what I'm going to do, just because I actually want this one, I'm going to take the ingredients and copy them over to my spreadsheet. So let's just see here. This is going really slowly. Why? Okay, here we go. And my affinity food spreadsheet. And I'm just going to plop this in here. Griff. And this one was gardening. I need to make myself a new gardening affinity food. See, I went on that break. It's been quite a while since I've been playing Worm. So I came back to an empty larder. Hey, Liran. Welcome on in. Happy Friday. Okay, so that's that. I'll make that pizza later, but that's how I got. And this always works. I've never had this not work. This website is great. Okay, so that's, hopefully that helps somebody out there. You also think you might be close to becoming a volunteer. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Wait, what happened? Oh, goodness. That's not what I wanted. What? Okay, all 20. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. I got all 20 marble braziers. This isn't what happened the last time I made these braziers. They ended up in a pile. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll, I do need to make 8 more regular braziers as well. So let's do that as well. Somewhere in here I have regular stone bricks. Need to make 8 more of those, along with the mortar. Let's pillar stone. Okay, there we go. Yeah, hope that helps. It's not perfect in the sense that you know, some people really like having extremely long timers, like extreme. I settle for 6-7 hours. That's perfectly fine for me. But there are people who love to make the 2-day pizzas, the ones that you take one bite and it gives you 2 days of affinity. You can't do that with this because in order to do that, you need way more ingredients. So many more ingredients to get the high timers. And so it limits you in the sense that you can't like customize too much. Yeah, people who need more than 18 hours be crazy. I know. Just take another bite of your 7-hour pizza. Exactly. Like my hot food cooking isn't even that high. I think it's not even 60. Not even 60. Let's see. What is it under? Is it cooking? Hot food cooking is 59.66. And I kind of stopped grinding that because I switched over to grinding beverages, which I died and lost a bunch of beverages after I hit 90 and need to go and grind that a little bit more. Get that back. But yeah, I switched my pan filling system all over to beverages. Because I found I don't need any more hot food cooking really. I just needed it to make the pizzas and goal accomplished. Combining that with the refreshes and such, it's made it pretty you know, pretty much like I don't need any more than what I got. Okay, so let's grab some of these brazier bowls. I guess I can grab them all. And there's no good way to add. I found there's no good way. Like for example, if I try to put this into the crafting window, boy, I have a lot of windows open now. Let's say I take these 20 marble. What? Oh, boy, do I have to? Oh, right. No good way. Oh, you find a small old casket. Nice. Bit by the bug, eh? Yeah. And hey, Dezo, 100 beverages or nothing. Well, I think it's gonna be nothing then. So I think that the only good way really is why the heck? What? Oh, what? It won't let me drag it in there, but if I use my hotkey, of course. But even so, I suppose I could do this and then just add the next one to the. I guess I'll just do it that way. Yeah. God, you love your moonshine array. Never decays and so easy to use. So you have moonshine affinities, like, and I think that this website, Worm Coders. Yeah, you can actually do the moonshine to get affinities. I could do that actually, right? Like how long can you get the timers going for the moonshine? Okay, you have 138 barrels for all 138 skills. Nice. But how long are the timers? Like if it was a few hours, like 3 hours, that would be fine for me. Yeah, and then one large barrel for the mixer. And hey, Gaffer, over 10 hours? Oh, I think I'm gonna have to start making some moonshine. What's happening here? I got that in there. No, I want this one. Why aren't you going in there? This seems bugged. I see. I have to use the menu, which is weird. I have to use the menu. I'm confused. Hey, Taiki, welcome on in. And Gaffer as well. Hope everything's well with you guys. I mean, it depends on the quality. You think you're pretty sure it can go up to a day's worth of timers. Okay. Is there any benefit of using alcohol and caffeine together? So I believe caffeine has this thing about it that when you are caffeinated and have alcohol, I think it removes the drunken effect, but I don't know if it affects timers actually. So I don't think there's anything problem with that. You can just take a sip of the moonshine, let's say, get the affinity timers, and then take caffeine if you want to use caffeine to skill up. Yeah. And those who do the moonshine crazy can get sick timers like days. Okay. You expect unfermented moonshine to get fixed, so you don't bother with it. Oh. So what is the problem with it? Is it's not working as intended? Wondered if boosted skill gained. Well, the caffeine on its own boosts skill gain, and then the affinity timers also boost skill gain, but it's not going to be better than affinity pizzas or anything else. But Keeve, if you didn't know, caffeine also drains your sleep bonus bar a lot faster, doubly as fast, pretty well. And Taiki says, "Hey Adam, my neighbor just bought his first hell horses that I've never had them. They're on his cart and currently aggro, and he can't unaggro them. Any tips?" Right. So the only way is to temporarily remove the aggro, but it doesn't ever. It's not always. They're always going to aggro you. So what I do is usually I'll just hop onto the cart. Then you have to click the. You know how like there's like a cancel button up here where you can unselect the target. So you click that. Then you hop off the cart, and they won't be aggro for the next 5 minutes or something like that. And then they'll aggro you again. And sometimes one hell horse aggroes you. You do that to clear the aggro, and then all of a sudden the other one aggroes you. But that can sort of temporarily remove it. Boy, this actually is really annoying. So what I'm gonna do instead, let's cancel all these actions, and I'm gonna do it the old school way. I need to make a. Yeah. Okay. Let's just queue up all these. I realize I'm not putting them in the right one, but let's just give me one more second here. Okay. I'm probably missing a whole bunch of stuff here. Let me just see if I'm... Yeah. Hop on the cart, stop focusing the hell horses, hop off. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it resets the random aggression. They can re-aggro in 1 second or 1 day, who knows. Yeah, but my experience is usually it doesn't take them that long to re-aggro you. It rarely can stop aggroing you for good for a while. But yeah. F1, bind something, activate, bind something else, continue. Yeah, I got it. I already have the activate. I just, I haven't really set the continue one, partially because the crafting window does the continue. Unless you're foe, of course. Yes, foe. You have to be foe priest, I think. Yeah. It's just been a long time since I've had to use the continue keybind. It seems like in this situation, it's it's odd, this situation. For some, I can't even drag in these into here, nor can I fit them into my inventory because they're too heavy. I can't use my hotkey to move these into the crafting window. However, I can right click and add to the crafting window, and that seems to work for some reason. So there's something odd about that. Why didn't that? Is it? What? My newly created hotkey didn't work. Okay, hold on. Let's just see if I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay, that worked. Okay, I was just pressing the wrong button. I'll just randomly put them in here like this. Yeah, braziers are a pain in the butt. I'll tell you that. Is this better than Valheim? Well, it is a completely different game than Valheim. And welcome on in, I am 10F1. Yeah, one day all the key binding will have a default bind. Yeah, well, there are definitely problems with that, but hopefully they can figure out some kind of thing there. Is this better than Valheim? Let's put it this way. I've been playing this game for way longer than Valheim, and it has its hooks in me just as strongly as it ever has. And so if it's not... here's the thing, is that this game is a very special, unique kind of game where if you like this particular kind of style of game, then it really can pull you in. Boy, you're asking some really hard questions. What's the main objective? Okay, so here's the idea. First off, this game is an MMO, which means that there's servers that this game hosts, right? Like kind of like how World of Warcraft would be. Like, you know, you log into the game and you go into a server, right? Each server, when at the beginning of the game, when it first launched, each server is just a pristine land with nature. There's lakes, there's different biomes, there's creatures all over the place, forests, mountains, etc., but all nature. And you can terraform the land, so change its shape. You can mine tunnels under the ground, searching for ore. You can build roads, construct roads, and flatten the land, and build houses. All these houses I built or helped build. You are gathering resources to build things. Like for now, I've gathered all these resources and I've cut all the stone into stone bricks, and I'm now constructing these braziers, which they kind of look like, if you look over there on the left there, they look like these big pillars with a bowl at the top, and when you light them on, they light up. We're going to be putting those at the top of this castle that we're going to be building. Your character has a ton of skills, and a lot of the skills have sub-skills, and each of these skills has a number associated with it. And it's a complete learning by doing system where as you do these things, as I chop trees down, as I mine, as I craft using my blacksmithing, it'll increase the skills slowly but surely to a maximum of 100. So it's nothing like WoW. I know, totally nothing like WoW. It's only like, because I say the server thing because these days so many games are not like WoW. So many games are either they'll be like single player with multiplayer or you can host your own server. People will use that language. Like you can host a server, you can put a server somewhere and your friends can join your server. It's nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, it's like you log into the game and you go onto one of the servers where there's lots of other people playing. And by lots, I mean not that many, but Wurm's population fluctuates. But there's a lot in the sense compared to, let's say, if you hosted your own server and got your friends to play with you. Hey, Mr. Ghostfragger, what's going on? Welcome on in. You see, you're really into survival and building and just decorating my game how I want it to be. Ooh, that sounds like the type of player that would fall in love with this type of game. Every little thing that you see, I built and put there, including this big mess of stuff. I put a big mess of stuff over here. But you can arrange it to make it look really nice. And people spend a lot of time in this game decorating and, building their place to be just how you want it to be. You know, like like how the land is sloping up here. Like we designed it that way, right? We made the slope exactly how we wanted it to be. Every last little detail of this place was decided and made Personally, I'm more of a crafter, and so what ends up happening for me is I don't really care too much about how things look, so I get busy making stuff, and in the end, what that means is a whole bunch of stuff gets lying around all over the place. And I could probably spend a little bit of time cleaning it up, which maybe we'll spend some time on stream today doing a little bit of cleaning. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, very sandboxy. So Zulitech recommends trying to focus more on the sandbox than the skills. Skills are nice to fall back on when your creativity needs a break. Totally. Especially if you're that type of player who likes the sandbox. It's more like RuneScape than WoW. Yes, that's a better, that's probably a better way of doing it. The objective, you live. Yeah, and hey Nin, what's going on? You'll probably have more fun playing Valheim for like 100 hours, but if you like Wurm, you'll enjoy it for thousands of hours. That's 100% true, right? Like Valheim, you'll enjoy it. It's a fun game, but then at the end of enjoying it, there's an end, right? And then you're kind of left, wondering what what to do next. Yeah. In the butt. I hear cats when I said that. Oh, I don't remember what I said, but yeah, that sounds like it could have been. Yeah. Minecraft without squares, Dezo says. Yeah, kind of. In fact, it's very much related to Minecraft in the sense that Notch, the gentleman who created Minecraft, well, he actually was one of the founding developers of this game before Minecraft was even envisioned. So he left this development team to go make Minecraft afterwards. So Notch has his hands on this a little bit. Yeah, very few games offer renting and owning land. Yeah, and very few games offer world terraforming. 100%. That I wish more games made terraforming a central theme, a central like pillar of their game. But alas, they don't. Yeah, so much to do. Yeah, you're like 3,800 hours into Wurm and so much to do. I know. And restart with new mods. Yeah. But that can only take you so many more 100 of hours before you're done again. Valheim, I find, doesn't really have the replayability. I wish it had better replayability. Maybe by the time that it's completed in its development, it'll have more replayability. But as it stands right now, it doesn't. It feels like once you beat that final boss that's there, there's not much reason to continue playing. Right, and that's restarting, exactly. This is just going and going and going 100%. Like I took almost a year-long break, and I came back and just picked up where I left off. Everything was here for me waiting. Yeah. Like what's nice about this game is that you can found your own deed. So your own little plot of land. The whole game is tile based, so like the whole world is separated into these little tiles, these square tiles. And when you put a deed down, you pretty much own that land. You can set permissions so that people can't mess with your stuff. It also prevents decaying of the decorative items and everything, and all the buildings won't decay if you own the land. And owning the land does cost a little bit of in-game currency, which you can buy for real money. However, what's also really cool about this game is you can make in-game currency in the game by selling items to other people. There's a pretty decent player economy in this game. Obviously, no game has the perfect player economy, but Wurm has a pretty good one in the sense that things keep going. Like the economy never dies. It feels like it's never going to die. It feels as though if I obtain a really nice item, I'll be able to find a buyer for it, probably. Right? So like it might take a little bit of effort, but you can pretty much find buyers for most things that are desirable. And as a new player, it's going to take a little bit of time to figure that stuff out, but you know, it's part of the learning. This game has a huge learning curve. That's another thing. A lot of people come into the game and can't quite figure it out at first, and that's a big turnoff for some people. But for others, it's sort of like the reason why they love it, because it's so deep and there's so much to learn. Every time you learn something, it seems to raise more questions that you then have to learn about, and it keeps kind of going like that. I would say that even after playing for years, most players will still exclaim that they just learned something new about the game. So it's that type of game that's very deep, and there's a lot of little intricacies of the systems to learn. Yeah. It also has a lot of history. The game has a lot of history that is embedded in the game still, right? Because the game is a living, breathing world that doesn't reset or anything like that. And so stuff that happened a long time ago is still sort of, you can kind of see either remnants of it or it's somewhere. Like, for example, when we raised this land here, we raised this land here to put this house on because we wanted the house a little bit higher. Long after I'm gone from this game, and long after my deed falls, that little hill there is going to probably remain for a long time. Roads that people built on at the very beginning of the game are still there. Totally. And there's been so many new things over the time that we had a break and it's still developing. Exactly. That's another thing about this game, is the developers are still actively developing the game. They're adding new features. They're currently planning, and this is a good segue because I'd like to go through the new roadmap that was released about the upcoming focus that the devs are going to be putting their attention to. Like, what are they going to be developing? And that was released just a couple weeks ago. So we'll go through that. So many of my roads are still in the game. I know. How's it going, Absorbic? And Hulk, thanks for the follow. You took a few months break and now I'm like, oh my god, so much has changed. I know, it's like when you're playing the game, it feels like the development is going at a crawling pace. But if you take a break from the game and come back and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. They added this and this has changed and this quality of life improvement happened. And you can hang things on walls now. And that system of hanging things on walls is gonna expand over time, I'm sure. What? You didn't know that, Taiki? Yeah, you can't hang anything on walls just yet, but it does appear as though it's one of the things on the list, and they've sort of done a bunch of coding to implement hanging things on walls. Currently, the list is very limited, so you can hang maps on walls. So yeah, the cartography. So the cartography happened, and then they added maps being able to place on walls. But the first things that you were able to place on walls were some of the Christmas items. So I don't know, Taiki, if you happened to get your Christmas stocking at Christmas time. My lettuce map, exactly. My lettuce map can hang on walls, but the Christmas items can hang on walls. Some of them anyway. The little stocking that they gave everybody, along with any of the Christmas items that were obtained through archaeology, can be hung on walls. Oh, you missed Christmas, you're out of town? Yeah, I know. I was lucky that I'm like, oh, it's Christmas, should I log in? And I just literally logged in, grabbed the Christmas stuff, and logged back out. But it's nice, yeah. And hey, Validate, welcome on in. Yeah, Christmas stockings hanging on walls, exactly. Yeah, so let's bring up the roadmap. Let's go to forums. Let's make this a little bit wider until I see that right side. There we go. And boy, there already so much news already has pushed the roadmap off the. I guess it's in City Hall, isn't it? There it is. Roadmap. Okay. I'm gonna do this slightly differently. I'm gonna bring this over here and then do a window capture. Just give me 1 second to adjust this. Give me 1 more second. Oh, why is it all the way over there? I was doing something with this before, apparently. Let's fix this up. There we go. Let me just put that right here. Yeah. That way I can look over here at the same time. Just give me 1 more second to queue this up. And then we'll move over to that window. There we go. All right. So here's the road map. And they have a picture of a road with the 2023. That's awesome. I like that. And it starts by saying, hello, everyone. It is 2023. And as mentioned, we want to give everybody an update on some of the things we planned out for this year. This is not a comprehensive list, as we plan to pull many things from player suggestions as we move through the year. We'll be taking deep dives into the suggestion forums each month to find quality of life and changes that will matter to the most to everyone. So be sure to let us know by posting your suggestions. With that in mind, here are some of the things we hope to bring to you this year on top of the holy sites and goblin camps and suggested quality of life improvements. So it's worth noting that this holy site and goblin camps stuff is like already in the works. It's like holy sites is on the test server currently, so you can actually go test them out and see how they're going. And how they work, and it kind of doesn't feel like a small update. I'm telling you right now. Hold on, let me just. Oh gosh, I need to just adjust the windowing slightly. Just give me 1 more second here, because I don't want to miss what you guys are saying at the same time as I'm looking at the roadmap. Okay, that should be better. Oh, okay, I might actually have to make this window smaller. My side screen is not as good of a resolution as my main screen, so not as much fits on it. You like the jazzy music tonight? Ah, thanks. And you wish they were working rift points too? It's very possible that they are planning on it. It's hard to know though. Okay, I'm gonna work on the mortar now, because that way, here, let's just for a second here, I'm just gonna put the mortar in. Let's add that to crafting window, and mortar is really nice because I can just hit this button, it queues up 6, and then I don't have to look at it for a while. Okay, so it's not that they're reworking rift points. At least that's not been mentioned yet, but it very well could be something, you know, that if people speak up about it on the forums, in the suggestion forums, it might be something that, you know, they take into account while they're doing the rift rewards rework, because that kind of feels like it goes hand in hand. If they're going to adjust the rewards, they might adjust the way you get the points to collect the rewards. Quick, someone post bump my post. Yeah. Now, just a comment on the holy sites, because I've looked into a little bit of it, and I know Gaffer here has done a lot of testing. Part of my looking into it was looking into Gaffer's stream while he was testing the holy sites, and it looks like there's like a ton of more materials being added to the game, which opens up a whole bunch more crafting, which I don't know what they're planning in terms of what we can craft. I know there's going to be some foods and stuff on that side of things, but I don't know, maybe Gaffer, you can chime in and comment on anything that you've learned about what these new materials might translate to in terms of gameplay. I don't know, but it looks like it's a huge rework. It's going to encourage exploration. These holy sites are going to spawn randomly around the world, it looks like, around the maps. And as you travel to and engage with these holy sites, they do a wide variety of things. So the new food items are more powerful affinity enhancers. Really? So when you say more powerful affinity enhancers, do you mean that affinity food made from these are going to give you more skill gain than regular affinity food? Or is it increases timers longer? Because if it was the first one, which is it increases... Oh, I didn't even put this back on. If it increases... okay, longer timers only, you think? Okay, yeah. If it was increases the skill gain, that would be cool. Even if it was like 5% more or something like that. I don't know if it's worth it too much if it's just timers, because timers already are insanely long. Yeah. You couldn't even get them to remove a portal from Harmony to Cadence and get them to remove the Cadence new server thing. They still filter people over to that server, right? Yeah, you wish they added more portals so you could easily hop between servers. Yeah. And it doesn't go both ways, though. Yeah, I know. It's like they're still filtering people to Cadence, which is kind of weird. Seems like such a simple thing that they could do to remove that stuff, but I don't know. So you haven't done the experiment to verify that the percent gain is the same. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's possible. But that's interesting. So new food recipes that increase the effectiveness in one way or another of the affinity timers is really cool. Right. So goblin camps is another thing I'm really excited for. Goblin camps are going to also be randomly spawned around the world, around the, the servers, and they're going to be another combat encounter type thing where you're attacking these goblins. And they did mention something about goblin camps having items that you can loot that are unique, either cosmetic or they might be skinned items, similar to how like the treasure maps had sabers, that actually could be used as weapons and cutlasses and that sort of stuff. Or it could be that they're more cosmetic, decorative items that you can wear that make you look one way or another. I would hope, though, that instead of that, the goblin camps drop a material that can be used to make cosmetic looking items, like as opposed to the actual item drops. So if instead of it was a material, I think it would be better. But however they enter it, put it in, it'll be one way or another. Where there'll be more cosmetic items to wear and more items in general from these goblin camps. They haven't said too much more about the goblin camps aside from they mentioned a few different types of goblins that are going to be inhabiting these things. But it seemed rather vague. It wasn't too specific just yet. I'd have to go back and look at that post that they made about goblin camps to know for sure. All they need to do is change Cadence new server to Cadence newest server and they'd be good. Yeah. I know. They don't even have to. They shouldn't even. I think they shouldn't highlight Cadence as the newest server because I think Cadence opened about a month after the others, and that was over 2 years ago. We're coming up to 3 years ago, so it's not like it's that much newer than the others. Didn't Brian bring up Goblin Camp idea many years ago, like when you still lived on Delhi? Yep. Although our idea that we hashed out about Goblin Camps was very different. We had this idea that the goblins would be working together to create a little base. Like there'd be a goblin working on a wall, and then that could go on for a little while, and then the goblin's working on another wall, and so on. And they're building a little base that starts out little small, and the longer you leave them, they keep building more and spawning more goblins that are building more and more, and eventually this base becomes so big that it becomes really hard to take out. But if you catch them before that, you can kill them all, and it sort of like gets rid of them. But the longer you leave them around, the more infestation of goblins in the area happen, and then all of a sudden these just goblins are wandering in the area. And we had this whole idea that we hashed out long time ago So it doesn't sound like this is going to be anything like that. It's going to be closer to how the rifts are, where just it spawns and it's static. The goblins will be there and you have to go in and kill the goblins, and there's prizes and stuff, like items to loot. Yeah, that would be cooler. Yeah, I know. A world that gets more and more challenging when left untouched would be great. I know. We had all these crazy ideas when we were spitballing these ideas back and forth. No doubt cadence grew beyond the others. Yes. Yeah, and remove all the remove the portal or all portals. Exactly. One or the other. All portals will be super nice. True. Yeah, you're down for all or none. More so all. Yeah. And boats for moving stock and items. Yeah, I mean, portals are only that. I think that you can't even bring a horse through a portal, right? So it's just character. You need, yeah, boats to get all the other stuff. Yeah, it's not new, just the newest. Still dumb, though. Yeah. It's more like the rifts. What's more like the rifts? Oh, yeah, the mini rifts or whatever, like the goblin camps will be more like the mini rifts. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's, first item on the roadmap. Rift, reward, rework. Most of the rift rewards have less than interesting or useful effects. We want to change that this year. We've gone over the rift rewards and reworked many of them to have more interesting and useful uses, as well as ways to recharge them now. That's pretty cool. Like, I got these shoulder pads. These shoulder pads are rift rewards. Yeah, they don't do anything really. I mean, they do something, but what they do is so dumb. What is it? How do I find what they do? Doesn't even say what they do. Yeah, both of the ones I got were steel. But whatever they do, they don't do anything that I need. That's for sure. Wonder if I should stock up a metallic liquid. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if they'll... Considering metallic liquid is one of the only things that people actually use the rift rewards for, it might be that they leave that because it's the only actual really useful thing. There is the skull shoulders, which gives you a tiny little damage bonus. Yeah, they're all bad. All the other ones are really bad. Yeah. Yeah, you can't even bring tools or items. Oh, through the portals? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Browser's on top. What can't you see? I know Oh, I see. What you can't see is my shoulder pads, right? There we go. So there's my shoulder pads. I got them for the looks because they kind of look really cool. You know what? These buckles, the buckles need a normal map to make them look like they're sticking out. It's almost like they put a normal map on the little dragon emblem here to make it look shadowy and sticking out, but they didn't do it for the buckles. The buckles look very flat. Anyway, it would be nice to see what they do with that. I'm not sure. You love your 2% more damage shoulders. Yeah, exactly. Just a tiny little boost in damage, which is sure, like that's everybody's looking for those numbers to go up a little bit, even incremental increases. Okay, so that'd be nice, and I'm interested to see what kind of ideas they have there. Okay, so next, new karma uses. This is a really good one because karma's been in the game for a long time, but it's really not that useful. So currently, let's go back to the game. Let's just do that before we read what their plans are. If you go to karma, I'm gonna have to wait till I'm done. So I'm gonna just, at the end of this, cancel this. Okay. Here's the things I could do with my karma. I have 18,600 karma, which is a lot. I can light up 50 tile radius for 500 karma. And what that means is all the lamps that aren't currently lit, if I use that, it'll light them. Or I can do that 100 tiles radius or 200 tiles radius. You know, this was put in prior to when they made it so that lamps stay lit on Deed. So prior to that, there was this thing where you had to manually go and fill up your lamps that are on deed in order for them to be lit. So they changed that. So now all lamps on deed remain lit. So this was really nice for those situations where you would just, use the first one. If you had hundreds of lamps and you don't want to go around and refill all the lamps, you could just use the karma to do that. Then that system got iterated through a couple changes. So the first change was they made it so that if you had an oil barrel on your deed that was filled with some fuel and you had purchased a spirit guard, then the spirit guard would automatically go around and fill up your lamps for you on your deed. So that was nice, but what wasn't nice was that you had to buy a spirit guard, which was 1 silver a month. Then another change happened and they just got rid of all that and made it so that lamps on deed don't use up fuel and they just stay on, and they automatically turn on and off depending on the time of day. So you wish they had the oil barrel feature without the Templar? Yeah, I know. But nonetheless, we're at a place where it doesn't matter anymore because your lamps don't run out of fuel on deed. And I guess this might be useful if you have a boat mine that's off deed that has lamps, or I don't know, off deed lamps. But now you can actually get, is it a priest can bless lamps or something, or there's some spell that makes it so that they stay on? I don't know. They basically replaced this with other features that makes it so that this isn't useful anymore. Then there's the other two things you can do with karma is summon your corpse, which is arguably valuable in certain situations, like you died down at the bottom of a mine shaft that has collapsed and now there's no way to get out of that mine shaft. Like that kind of situation. Yeah, bless on lamps planted on paved tile, exactly. And then all of a sudden they don't run out of, blessed on highway only, exactly. So that's to make it so that you can have a stretch of road that has lamps that stays on all the time. So that's nice. Yeah, that is handy. I have used it. Never got rid of that. Never get rid of that, please. Yep, the summon corpse. Yes, it can be the only way sometimes to get out of a sticky situation. Yeah. And then there's Town Portal, which allows you to teleport home for 1,000 karma. Okay, those are the only things that karma does, except for if you have received one of the tomes that drop off the unique mobs and have used it on your character, then most of the tomes come with a little spell that you can cast, and those spells cost karma to cast. Okay, so there's the whole sorcery system that allows you to gain spells through these tomes that you get from the unique mobs. Most people don't have access to that, so it's not that commonly used. And also the spells that you get are mostly niche situations. So some of them are party tricks that people pull out their wargs or their skeleton army or whatever it is. I'm sure that in PvP situations these things are very useful. There's some damaging spells, there's some protective spells, there's some randomness. Summon Warg is good for a hunting pet to tank for you. Buddha, hey Buddha, how's it going? True, so if you need it, if you need that. But my guess is that if you are experienced enough to have gotten the tome that gives you the Summon Warg, chances are you probably also don't need a pet to tank for you. Isn't it only True Strike that's worth something? True Strike is valuable, but there's also is it the green cherry, or I can't remember which one it is, but one of them you pop it and it protects you from the next 3 attacks. So the next 3 attacks that come in are completely negated. So that's a really valuable one for PvP. Yeah, the next 3 instances of damage. Yeah. Green cherry for stone. Yeah, that okay, so Nin had said it already. Yeah, most of the spells aren't great. Exactly. Yeah. So there's the green cherry, which is great. Wargs are I'm classifying the wargs in the party tricks. I know that they're great for tanking, fighting. Yes. Yeah, true. We need to buff mobs. Right. That's the solution. Most people have no problems fighting stuff at the highest levels, that's for sure. So I think you're right there, Buddha. I think you do need to buff mobs. It would be nice if we got back to the place where even the most experienced players are scared. Or increase mob count. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. I mean, I was actually quite taken aback. I almost got killed by a troll the other day. I wasn't paying attention to it. Honestly, I just said, oh, there's a troll. I'm going to go attack it. And then I like AFK'd for a bit. And I look back, I'm like, that troll's beating me. I actually need to block and I need to focus up. Yeah. Warg equals food for unique, right? Yeah, so tanky a little bit. Just tank the damage. Return of the North High creature spawns. Return of the North High creature spawns. Like back in the day on Xanadu when only creatures only spawned in the north and not in the south. I know. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Oh boy. There's definitely some drama going on over there. They used to spawn everywhere but walk towards the north, right? Exactly. Yeah, I saw it. That was quite a while ago. I think that's all been fixed up. And tanking the champion red dragon and the avatar of Libel at the same time was fun. Okay, right. That sounds like fun. Kinda. Not really. Okay, so let's go back to this. I need to turn it on though. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you're glad you recorded that event? Nice. Hold on. Why isn't this adding to the crafting window? So annoying. Okay, I'm moving on to the next brazier. Okay. So let's see what it says about new karma uses. It says currently the uses for karma are rather lackluster, especially if you have no karma abilities unlocked, right? And they're referring to the sorcery abilities. We would like to introduce some new ones as well as updating some old ones to be more useful. One example is allowing karma home to take the creature you're riding on back with you on freedom servers, as for most. Okay, well, that would be really cool if they did that. They would rather walk back than leave behind their dear companion. Yeah, oh, I see. As for most, and I guess it's most players, the players would rather walk back than leave behind their dear companion. Yeah, we do intend to add new uses as well, but we're not quite ready to give it a list of them yet. I'm very interested to see what the list of them is, but that's really cool, allowing you to bring your mount that you're riding on back home. That's really cool. Bloody Drongo, what's going on? That sentence, I know. I figured it out though. I think they just need a qualifier on this word most. One example is allowing karma home to take the creature that you are riding on back with you on freedom servers. I'm guessing they're tacking that in there to make sure that the PvP players don't freak out about this one. And then this part could have been said differently. And I think they mean most people would rather walk back than leave behind their dear companion. Yeah. There we go. And Senor, how's it going? Welcome on in. And Buddha, you said you fixed that north thing recently. It ended up being some tiny percentage bias to them preferring north over other directions that was only obvious after a long time. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. And when you say recently, do you mean like since you've returned to the team? Or was it recently as in before you left the team? A few months ago. Oh boy, so it's been happening. Wow. Wow. I can't believe that it's been in there for so long. Yeah. And Drongo, how's it going? How's everything doing with you? I've been lurking in your streams from time to time. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I say hi and sometimes I just lurk. And you find deserts overpopulated and north ghost towns now. Well, deserts are supposed to be overpopulated. Like deserts are spawning grounds for lots of things. And you've been lurking here too? Yeah, and I'm very well today. It's always a good day when I get to stream Worm. You know, I have to carve out this time. Like really, I have to work hard at carving out this time, but I make sure that I do because it's something that I really enjoy doing. I don't get to do it enough, but when I do, it's always a good day. Ooh, I just got a rare roll. Good on me. Yeah, it's something I kind of insist on it just because it's something that brings me joy. And Draka, like you enjoy hearing all kinds of stuff. Yeah, you can see how happy you can see how happy I am. Yeah, I am happy. It is a nice day. Okay, so let's get back to this. New player retention changes. This is something that always seems to be on the roadmap in some format or another, and I think it's for good reason. There's a lot of data now that suggests that people who try Worm, like the percentage of people who try Worm that end up sticking with it is extremely low. Like, I mean, I think for most games on average, that number is low, like the percentage of people that stick with it long term, but not like Worm low. The number is obscenely low for Worm. Like, I think I saw on the Steam, the percentage of players that make it out of the tutorial is something like 0.01% or something like that. And the tutorial, there's nothing going on in the tutorial, which is probably why people don't make it through the tutorial. So this definitely needs some work. So it says here, it's no secret that Worm can be a very challenging game to get into, but once somebody learns it, they tend to stick around for a long time. Over the next year, we plan to address this in several phases and hope to guide players into having a smoother start when trying out Worm for the first time. This will include the addition of a new system on top of journals called guides. I really like this idea because I think the journals was a success. Like this thing, like there were so many iterations of other things that were kind of like the journal, but I think once the journal came in, this was a really successful system. The basic training additions was extremely a good addition, in my opinion. Anyway, for those people who are starting out the game, it gives you things to like specific things to try to do. So sure, it's really hard to learn Worm. There's so many different things to learn. The problem that news players face is they don't even know what it is that they don't know. That's like they've heard there's so many things you can do in this game. Okay, I'm gonna try something. And there's no, like, how are they gonna know what it is they want to try to do? So what this does is it literally gives them a list. And what is best, like the best part about it is that it actually doesn't tell you anything about how to do it. It'll say create a bed. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go create a bed now. How do I create a bed? And then that leads you down a path of checking the Wormpedia, or maybe asking CA help, or maybe checking once you figure out that you can actually look into the crafting recipes and you start figuring out how the system works just by digging around for bed, that goes a long way to teaching the player. It's not like a step-by-step tutorial that says first you do this, then do that, then do that. This doesn't seem to work for people. I think the psychology is that people don't want to read step-by-step instructions and follow them along. They want to like discover it for themselves. So the fact that you get a goal, create 100 arrows, and now you're like, okay, how do I create an arrow? And then they go start figuring it out themselves. It gives them motivation to figure it out. And then you have this massive list of things to do. And if you just use this sort of structure to create a tutorial where the tutorial is not fully going to hold you all the way, but it gives you guiding principles, and maybe it does give hints. Like, let's say, okay, there's an item on the list, I have to do this, I still don't know how to do it. Maybe there's like something in there that gives you more instructions that can help. So I think that's like this is a really good idea, I think. Whoa, lots of things has been said since last time. Let me just see. That tutorial achievement is up to 13% now. Oh, okay. What did you do? Go in and clear out a whole bunch of... Okay, yeah, anyway. It's a bit tough for priests. What's a bit tough for priests? The journal. It's really tough for priests. Actually, I would say that there's a lot of steps that are impossible for priests. Like, improve an armor piece or shield up to 80 quality. Yeah, okay. Priests cannot do that. So if you are a priest, then to get this one, you have to get meditation 9. Boy. Yeah, so yeah, priests, but then priests then get their own journal entry. Like they get another set of journals with another reward set. Yeah. Glad it's getting attention. We'll definitely need to see how it pans out, though. Not going to get excited about it yet. Yeah. I mean, as with all things. Whenever I read these sorts of, like, posts, I'm always thinking the ideal situation. Like, what could it possibly be? But yeah, often that might not be the best for setting it up in my mind for... Setting my expectations too high might be... But I am hopeful because I really do think that the journal system is actually quite good. And if they use that sort of system to sort of build this new guide system, I think that it will be successful. These guides will walk you through some of the things that we all take for granted, but can be extremely daunting for a new player. We plan for these to reward players with small amounts of sleep bonus, as well as some items to help get your journey started as you progress through the guides. On top of this, we want to rethink how hard iron can be to find without using the public mines by making it much easier to scavenge for some small bits of iron inside mines. Okay. That's not a bad idea. But I wonder, like, the small... Like, you know how when you scavenge for iron on rock? It's not impossible. Like, it's doable. It's a bit tedious. Yeah, it's not a this is not a bad idea. I'm not sure how much this is an issue, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. There might be people out there who start the game and just can't possibly find any iron whatsoever, and maybe it might make sense to scavenge inside of a mine to get little iron scraps or whatever. Along with guides, we also plan to redo journal UI to be much more user-friendly and allow pinning of them to your UI, similar to a quest tracker. So you can pin ones that you are working on to see the progress without needing to open menus. We also want to work to make the messages clearer on why things are not working or what's blocking you from doing what you're trying to do. That is amazing. That one there is a huge task, I have to say, because there's so many messages that you can get that don't actually tell you what it is that's the problem. So that would be interesting to see. I'm sure that's way huge. And Buddha says to Bloody Drongo, it's our primary focus for the year, so maybe a little excite. Yeah, so this I think this one here, I've heard Buddha, you mention something about a big project they have you going on for 6 months, like for the next 6 months you've mentioned. I'm gonna guess it's gotta be this. It's gotta be this one, if not the guides, or it could be, yeah, but this is probably where most of your attention is gonna be. We're not going to see much quality of life stuff until sites and goblin camps are done. I couldn't answer that question at all. I have no idea. It's possible that there's going to be some development in parallel. I'm not sure how far along goblin camps are, so it's hard to know the answer to that question. You've run into some steps as a priest where I can't complete steps. Yeah, like the regular steps. Yeah. I'd agree that there are some steps in here as priests that you cannot complete. But they did open up some things. Like I think you can, let me see here. You can now contribute to constructing items. Like you can continue building with a priest. So I think like even this last one here, all of these can be done with a priest. There are going to be some that you can't though, right? Like, let's just see here. If any of these you cannot do as a priest, no, you can do all those. So this one here that I mentioned before, improve an armor piece or shield to 80 quality, that cannot be done as a priest. But I think the other ones can. I guess there are priests that cannot mine as well. So let's say you're a priest that can't mine. I think foe can't mine, right? I could be wrong, but one of the priests can't mine, I think. So then a foe priest wouldn't be able to complete both of these. So they wouldn't be able to complete this to get the extra max sleep bonus. That might be something that needs to be looked at. I don't know. Because they did lower the requirement. You can now complete these by completing all but one. But if there's a step where 2 of them cannot be completed by a priest, then the priest will never be able to complete that step. So that's possible. But that could be fixed. Deliver first, excite later. I'm happy to hear that's such a high priority. Being singing that tune of importance for years. Yeah. Worm AI helper suggests trying a meta gameplay to get ahead of others. Let's try it. Okay. Because I can't cut a tree and I can't imp, so I'm done for that one. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's true. Now there is a way, Taiki, for you to do this on the Northern Freedom Isles. You can go through the PvP portal and do all of these on Deliverance, not Deliverance. Yeah, Deliverance. Why is my brain farting right now? Deliverance, right? Like that's the name of it. Although for some reason my brain's saying no, it's not. It's Defiance. God, Defiance. Yeah. So you take the portal over to Defiance, and over there your character is not a priest. Of course, you're in a PvP place, so there's that. But yeah, you can complete them that way. And hey, Legios. I recognize your name though, and welcome on in. Glad you could be here. And give an option if somebody took a priest option. Give an option. Yeah, I would. Oh, I see. I would like to see them do something like cut a tree or something else. Give an option if somebody took a priest. Yeah, got it. Yeah, I think that's. I think something should be looked at there. I agree with you, to allow priests to complete the journal. I think that makes sense. You hate that it's guides. Why can't it just be journal entries like everything else? I have a feeling it's gonna be just like everything else. They're just giving that set of things a different name to distinguish them, so it almost is like the how to do stuff section of the journal. They did mention they're making a new journal UI, so it could be like it's all part of one UI where the journals are in one spot and the guides are another spot, and the guides are more like how I'm completely guessing here, so it could be that they end up being one and the same thing. And you agree that the journal system is a step in the right direction. It's not perfect, but it's far better than what we had previously. Oh yes, it was like 100%. The old achievement system really was not great, and the other, what was the other thing? The thing that gave you a tome at the end of it. The goals, like they were, I can't remember what they called them. I think it was goals or something like that. Boy, those were those were terrible. And journal sets already have alternative goals added, so you can choose to ignore one. There may be some that still have 2 impossible tasks for priests, but meh, that's priest gameplay for you. Yeah, scavenging for iron on rock tiles is tedious as heck. Plus, you need many tiles of exposed rock, which is hard to find on a lot of servers for new players. I think it's great suggested change. Yeah, I agree. After thinking about it for a little bit, I do see it being helpful for new players, especially if they cannot quite find an iron vein and they're searching and searching, like at least temporarily to get them started with creating that first, you know, anvil and getting a couple nails for a house. Definitely could be useful. Yeah. Yeah, but that's something they could improve. Yes, it is. Yeah, definitely. Nah, it's not that. Wait, it's not what? Hold on. Boy, you could have been responding to so many different things there. It's, oh, wait, hold on. It's the one with the smallest amount of info. Hold on. Improve. Buddha, my old neighbor on Delhi. And hey, Zetrin, welcome on in. Boy, I must be really far behind on the chat. Let me just see if I can just catch up on this. Just look through the journal. Unless I'm mistaken, all sets can be completed by a priest by ignoring the impossible step. But what about this one, where one step is to improve an armor piece or shield to 80 quality, and you have to mine a ton of high quality ore for the priest that can't mine. And I should know which one can't mine. It's my priest Vin. Oh, okay. Is that right? Vin can't mine? I don't know. So I can never complete first steps on my priest. First steps. Yeah, so some priests can't chop trees. And priests can't improve. Yeah, so there's definitely a couple there that are... You can't. Defiance, yeah, okay. Wow, I caught up to that point when I was struggling with Defiance. You can break your bonds to foe there. I can chop down a tree or two. Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's good. Yeah, I mean... Allow priests to do unlawful activities using favor. Ooh. And Buddha says, I don't hate that idea. Interesting. That's a good lore tie-in, right? You give favor to your gods. Your god is happy with you, so they will let you do one of those things like chop a tree or whatever without giving you a penalty. I like that. You can just link a non-stop grind, then do it. Depends on how much favor it drains. Yeah. Personal goals. Yes, personal goals. That's what it was called. Where's the balance? And will we ever see a true UI overhaul like was suggested back in the day? By the way, sorry if that's been asked already. Drongo, you're pushing it, I think, a little bit. And Bodo replies with doubtful anytime soon. Hopefully one day? Question mark. Ooh, well, that's a nicer response than I thought was going to happen. Non-priests can't do any magic or spells at all. Yeah, I know. Priests do get like their own journal stuff. A whole journal entry opens up for them with many steps. Or is it 3 steps? I don't know. Create a fantastic item. Yeah, I'll get right on that. Exactly. That was one of the old personal goals, is to create a fantastic item. Exactly. UI is definitely something I want to work on if I get the chance. I mean, yeah. I really... When the UI was mentioned before that it was getting an overhaul, boy, Brian and I had a heyday with all these ideas. Didn't quite happen, though. I am so far behind. Gosh. I thought this was a podcast. Well, not anymore. It became streaming quite a while ago. Yeah, just a 10-minute stream delay. Chop down some trees and improve a metal tool, 15 quality. Yeah, I can't finish that. Yeah, totally. All that. Favor regenerates passively for free. That is true. But it might be that you have to sacrifice like 5,000 favor or something, like, or whatever. And getting back to that is crazy. Ugh, I got hit. You got to hit up Dark Lords when you get home. Yeah. You wish priests were allowed to work on the same skills the follower gain benefits. Like lib priests should be able to do leatherworking imps only. Faux cloth, vin pottery, mag should only be one of the smithing, like weaponsmithing only. That's an interesting idea. Open up the restrictions for a specific kind of imping. That's an interesting idea. Not sure how the devs would go for that, but yeah, it's an interesting idea. Whew, boy, caught up. They get an imp bonus but can't use it. I know. So it is. Yeah, I caught up. I know. Yeah, took me a while, but I got there. It's not going to be long before, because all it takes is for me to say one thing and then the chat explodes. Yeah, you do get it as a follower. Flood the chat again. Yeah, priesting prevents improvement. Yes, totally does. I did like it that they did open up the priest restrictions a little bit. I mean, the restrictions on priests were way worse before, but now at least they can help with continuing building houses and continuing building items. I think that's a big one. And PJ, thanks for the follow. Okay, so let's get back to this, because the next one is one I'm really excited to talk about. Spell gems. Yeah, this is a really cool idea. At first I was a little upset with it, and it took a little bit of thinking about it and mulling it over. I'd have to say, over the course of a week after I read this, my mind sort of flip-flopped all over the place until I finally settled in a position of I'm okay with it the way it is. So let me explain. It says that spell gems will be a new item that we are introducing later this year to make enchants more accessible to newer players and add some quality of life for players selling enchants to players. These gems will allow you to cast an item. These gems will allow you to cast an item enchant onto them, recording your channeling level and any faith bonuses that you had at the time and locking it into the gem. Another player can then use one of these casts on an item as if they were you. This will function like a normal enchant with the same chance to shatter an item as the casting priest, and will roll the spell power when using the gem, not when creating it. We also plan to have a version of these capped at 30 power enchants drop/come from sources in the game to give newer players a chance to get some basic enchants while still leaving the market open for good enchants needing to come from priests. This one may be a little controversial, and we would love to hear some feedback on it. Random number casts. Feels bad, man. Yeah. So, yeah. These gems. Okay. My initial thought when reading this was, that's not going to work. That was my initial thought. This isn't going to work. And you honestly think this is a great idea, Bloody Drongo? Yeah. So, my initial thought was really that I don't even know whether the gems that we're talking about are actually like the same as the gems that we get in the game already. Like the ones like these gems, like the emeralds and the opals, like, because if it's one of these gems and I have to cast a spell onto this for it to store the spell, this gem on its own holds value, right? Like a 90 quality gem, I could sell that to somebody who's interested in buying gems. By using it to cast a spell on it, it would only increase its value. Right? Okay, hold on. Chat's exploding, so I'm going to try to get ahead of the game here. Gems add to the cost of the whole deal. Exactly. So that's exactly what I'm saying, Deza. Wow, great minds think alike. Gems are practically dirt right now. Yeah, I know, but in large quantities, you can sell them still for pretty decent. It's not as good as it was before, but yeah. Finally, some people realize that you might need like 50 casts to get cast power that you want. Yeah, that's totally another thing that was going through my mind. Unless used in special situations, this makes it more expensive than calling the priest to come and waste a few hours. Yeah, definitely more expensive to do it this way. Absolutely flooded with them from treasure maps. That is also true. That is true. So that did definitely drop their value. Enchantment Suffering Simulator for non-priests. I know. It's only useful to mend / cast a mailbox, collapse a tile. Okay, so this is where my mind ended up going, right? Like, after going through that whole bit that we just talked about, and we went really quickly through them, but particularly the ones where enchanting an item such as WOA or Circle of Cunning or something like that, I can't see this system being used for that almost ever, because not only are you talking about the value of the gem if it is indeed these gems, but if a priest that has really high channeling randomly casts a WOA, let's say, on an item, the chances of that cast being good is still slim. Nothing. It's not, but it's like, in the best of the best of the best cases, it might be a 1 in 10 or something like that you get like a high cast. So let's say I go through the trouble of buying a bunch of gems, let's say, that have WOA casted by a 99 channeling priest, let's say. And then I go use all 10 items, all one at a time. I try to get a WOA on my whatever pickaxe or whatever. I could go through the whole 10 gems and not get the cast that I wanted. Now, how much would a player pay for those 10 gems if it's not guaranteed that they're going to get the cast they want? Now, on the other hand, you can ask currently a priest to cast on your pickaxe, and you can say, I want 90 plus cast. How much is that going to cost you, right? Like a 90 plus cast might be 1 silver. It might be 1.5 silver, somewhere in that range. So if I buy 10 gems and I go and cast and I don't get my 90 plus cast, how's that going to make me feel? And let's say let's say the price was the same. So each gem cost me 15 silver. So 10 gems cost me 15 copper, let's say. So the 10 gems cost me 1.5 silver. And now I'm paying that 1.5 silver for a chance to get a 90 plus cast, as opposed to sending off my item for 1.5 silver. Yeah, I'd rather pay someone 2. Exactly. Right. So that's the reason why I think it won't be used for WOA, Circle of Cunning, or any of the other casting, because it'll be way easier and much more reliable to send it off to the priest to cast. So nobody's going to be doing the gems for those spells. Now, there was a comment in this thread. I'm not going to go find it, but it was Dark Lords had mentioned the reason why they're unwilling to switch it so that the power of the cast is determined when the priest casts on the gem. Okay, so like, because if it was that way, I could just, as a priest, cast on the gem over and over, dispel when I need to, and keep casting until the gem hits the 90 or 100 or whatever I'm aiming for. And then let's say I do that to a bunch of gems. So now I'm stockpiling gems that have 90 or 100 plus casts on them. All of a sudden, it would make it 100 times easier to, when I get that supreme weapon, let's say, to just apply 100 nimble, 100 life transfer, 100 circle of cunning, and 100 mind stealer. Like, it would be like nothing, right? With no chance of shattering, with like, it would just make that whole thing super, super easy, right? So there's that argument. When I read that argument, I was like, oh yeah, that would devalue that process of getting those really high casts. So 90 plus casts on NFI is still rather expensive. On SFI, you can get that under 50 copper. Yeah. Gemmed Human Drizzle will probably be popular. Yes. So this is where my mind started going after that comment. I was like, oh yeah, I guess you can't really get around that problem of, if I decide the power when I cast the gem, then it would make those high casts just much too easy to sort of stack onto items. So then I started thinking of all the other cases, all the other use cases of spells that currently are really annoying, but would be great for these gems. So one of them, the obvious one, is Strongwall. Okay, Strongwall gems are definitely like, I can see a market for Strongwall gems, big time, right? The Mag Priest just sits there and just stacks Strongwall onto gems and then sells them. That way, like currently, if you want to buy Strongwall cast, you would need to have the Mag Priest travel to your deed and go to work on those casts and spend who knows how long. They're 3-minute casts, and if you're doing like 20 tiles, we're talking an hour to do the job or more. But if you just buy those gems, then you can send the gems and have the person spend the hour or whatever it is. Yeah. And then Nin brought up another one, and Gaffer with the Human Drizzle, or even Genesis. Genesis is another great spell for this idea, for this new idea. Heals, gemmed heals. That's great. That's such a great use of this system. Was it not stated that only spells that can be gemmed as enchants? It does state that. However, my hope is that with the feedback that we're giving here and that has been sort of discussed, that it gets switched, because if it's only enchants, I honestly feel like it's not going to get used that often. Okay, so Drongo, you're saying, I feel like a way around the problem of making this usable for the wider population outside of new players is to make spell gems a bracketed range. So 1 to 30 power, 31 to 50 power, 51 to 7. Okay, so bracketed like that. That way they're guaranteed value for do-it-yourself players and can be used as scalable rewards, but still maintains so amount of random number generation and means normal priest casting is useful at the top end. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea. So like a priest that's really powerful cast it, and it's like lands a 71 to 100, let's say. So that way when the person buys it, it's guaranteed to be above 70. That's interesting. That might be a way around it. It does say enchants, you're right, Nin. And Strongwall never fails, so it'll probably sell well. Yeah. Dominate. Strongwall gems will make mags never leave the deed. Yeah, but I mean, there's still other reasons to leave the deed. Trying to make mag priests useful. I know they do need some love, that's for sure. So I do feel like the idea needs a little bit of thinking, like whether it's something like your idea, Drongo, where you know there's some thought into the enchants and making it so that they would be valuable to players, because currently the way they're described for enchants doesn't feel like anybody would use that system. There needs to be some sort of thought put into like what would motivate a player to do the spell gems instead of sending their item off to the priest and getting it cast for a guaranteed cast, right? And so the value would have to be there, right? So the way it is currently, the gems are going to be less value than sending your item off and getting it casted for the guaranteed cast. And so, yeah, I feel like something has to sort of be adjusted there. Okay, Buddha, you're saying the primary use in its current form wouldn't be for people going for 90+ enchants. The existing send your item system would still be fit better there. But for dumping enchants in your hundreds of lower quality gems and selling them off for cheaper, right, it would have to be a lot cheaper for it to actually be useful, right? Like, I guess we're talking about, let's say, 10 quality gems. Like, boy, gems are still relatively valuable for channel grinding. Let's put it that way. Like, that's still there. It's like a priest who has a ton of low quality gems might think to themselves, you know, but then let's say they get their channeling to 99 and they now still have a ton of low quality gems. You know, Like how much could you sell one of these things for? I'm feeling like ballpark like 10 copper, 15 copper, like maybe. It would have to be low, right? Because people aren't gonna pay. When people realize the chances of getting a 90 cast or an 80 cast or a 70 cast, like, okay, let's say I wanted a, what are sub 40 gems? Well, usually they're sold for about half the quality's cost, right? So if it's a 40 quality gem, you, in a bulk sort of situation, you could probably buy it for 20 copper. Might be a little bit less than that. Okay, so yeah, you're right. Like if it's like a 20 quality gem and you're like looking at it going like maybe it's 10 copper, but now I cast a spell on it and now it's what, 15 copper? Maybe? Because how much would it cost to buy a 70 cast on a WA? Right? How much would it cost to buy 70 WA on the old servers? I'm almost gonna guess free. Like nobody's sending their items to get a 70 anymore, I don't think. Even on the new servers, it might be 40 copper for a 70. More or less free, right? Like a 70 power enchant, more or less free on SFI, and on NFI, really inexpensive, right? I think you can get 80 cast for 50 copper, something like that. So like I send my item off to somebody to get a 50 WOA, probably I can do that for 50 copper, get somebody to do it for 50. So if I bought a gem and I cast it and it lands like, you know, casting is such a roll of the dice. I always likened it to slot machines, and it's about that chance too. Like it feels like that. Like you put the coin in, you pull the thing, you lose. You put the coin in, you pull the thing, you lose. You put the coin in, you pull the thing, you lose. And then after a bunch of this, maybe you'll win some back and you're like, yeah, I won some back. That would be like, yeah, I got an 80 cast on this thing. Finally an 80 happened. Like it's really bad sometimes. Even in the best of situations. I saw a post recently, somebody posted they have 99 plus channeling and they have all the things, all the phase bonus and everything's up. And they showed their logs of trying to get 4 95 plus casts. And it's just insane how much time it took. And how much favor it took. I know that this is not intended to replace the 95 plus cast situation, but it's not common for people to be purchasing. I mean, if let's say all I wanted was 70 casts, let's say, it's not gonna be that. It's not that valuable. It's really not that valuable to get a 70 cast anymore, even on the new servers. Okay, I'm missing a whole bunch of things. 70 plus casts on, okay, I got that. So just go to an Impelong. What are the many Impelongs all the time? I don't see why it wouldn't. Wait, hold on. I missed what you said earlier. It'd probably be good if the gem was guaranteed transfer, but getting a cast on a gem would be harder than a standard item. Oh, I see. So you're suggesting that make it more difficult to get the cast onto the gem in the first place. That's an idea. Potentially. Maybe like 5 times harder. Oof. Well, okay. It would have to be some way of in some way like affect the difficulty of the cast or something like that. So make it like plus 10 to the difficulty or something like that. It would never be used then. So yeah, I know. Like that's another thing, is that any change you make like this would make it so people would just not avoid the gems in the first place. 70 plus power enchant. Right. One thing to consider here in this whole thing is that the priest is still spending their favor to cast, right? The favor is usually the bottleneck. and the cost, right? Like when I looked at the total favor needed for those 4 casts that person on the forums did, and then thinking about what would that favor cost the person, it's like a lot. And so already there's a cost to casting that is being mitigated by the cost that you're selling the items for. You want to cover your costs as the priest. Okay, and then adding the gem to the whole thing. The gem has some value. Maybe it's not a lot of value, like the gem itself. It might not be a lot of value, but it's like just you're adding another thing of value to the cost of making the cast. Yeah, it would be, if you make it harder to cast, then it now costs that much more favor to cast, and then the priest is going to be like, nah, it's not worth it to me. Yeah. Channeling is such a drag, no kidding. The log means nothing. You can't see domain and so on. The priest could have worn bad armor, been in a bad domain. No, they wrote out all their stats. They wrote out all the situations. They wrote out their enchant bonus for their deed. They wrote out the faith bonus. This seemed like a very, very well-informed priest who knew all the things that needed to be done to get the best chances. Yeah, not then valuable to old characters, but a new person with no enchants. Right, but where are they going to get it if no priest is willing to use the gem? So unless it's only those gems found in the environment. But a priest, let's say a new player, it's like, please help me with enchants. And then a veteran player now has the option of, okay, I can cast on gems and send them to that new player, or I can ask that person to send me their items and cast on the items, and I'll send them back. Okay? The priest will 100% prefer the latter. They would not want to spend the time, like, spend the gems rather on this. It would be more like the gem adds an extra resource that the priest needs to use up in order to deliver that cast for that person. That's the problem. So there would have to be something to incentivize using the gem over just casting on the item. But currently in this situation, it doesn't feel like there's something to incentivize using the gem. It just feels like much easier and less resources to cast on the item. Dezo. Okay, you got to remember the perception of the sub 90 cast not being useful or valuable is from the perspective of the top players, and those willing to spend big cash on the game, they still have use to new players. You're right, they do have use to new players. The gem itself, like if I have a gem and it's like I'll cast it and I get a 50 cast, I'm happy with that. Who's gonna make the gem though? From a priest perspective, I would rather not make the gem because that would use up one of my gems. I'd rather make a whole bunch of pickaxes and sell 50 quality, 50 WA pickaxes for 5 copper each or whatever, which is probably what I would do. Like, I would give them away. Like, I would give away the 50 casts, like from the priest perspective, because I know that we're talking like there's new players there, but the people who are making the gems are going to be the priests who have the channeling and the resources to make the gems that have the casts. So the people you have to incentivize are those people to create the items in the first place. And if that person looks at the two options, I could just cast on 50 items, just random, just cast, or I could cast on 50 gems and sell the items or sell the gems. I don't know, maybe there might be some people out there who try to do this, and maybe there are people who are willing to buy the gems with the gamble. I'm curious to know how the economics of that goes, though. Like the supply and demand. Where is the price point on the gem that has an uncertain outcome? What price point will that settle into the economy? And will that price point be worth it for the priest to actually engage in creating these gems in the first place? The cost will always be covered because the market will match the effort. Kind of, except for what happens if the cost to make the gem, let's say the priest's cost. Okay, by cost I don't mean how much money the priest has to shell out, but if I instead sold my gem collection, right? Like I have all my gems sitting here, I have the choice of casting on them and selling them, or just selling them. Okay, so the cost of casting on them and selling them would have to be substantially more than just selling them for it to be worthwhile. So I'm just curious to know if people would be willing to spend, because currently if you go and sell like 1,000 quality of gems, people are still kind of willing to pay. Let me think here. 1,000 quality of gems. What would maybe somebody better knowledgeable in the market, either on NFI or SFI, what would 1,000 quality of gems cost? I'm gonna guess 1,000 quality of gems might be like 5 silver or something. Somewhere in there, maybe 4, 5, or 6 silver. I'm not sure. Making, say, a set of 4 horseshoes for a friend, alliance member, customer can take you anywhere from 500 favor to 20,000 favor. Well, it depends on what they're looking for. Yeah, but if it's like 95 plus WOA, I can see that. Was it recorded? I'm not sure. Trust. If it's only those gems found in the environment that are used, that's fine. In that case, there's no downsides to having the system available for priests if they ever wanted to use it. That is true. Now, Buddha, maybe you can answer this question. Is it planned for spells like Strongwall and Genesis and those types of spells that wouldn't be classified as item enchants? Is it planned for spell gems to use those spells? The incentive would be less travel and being able to pre-prepare casts prior to the purchase. Priests already do that, though. Priests already pre-cast all their items already. And the travel bit is void by the mailing system for the most part. You can kind of exploit the gem idea. Said new player could ask for gems to help them out. Priests send them cheaply for free. Then they say to the new player that take these new gems and want to sell XYZ gems for 5 silver, etc. Why aren't there gem crafts like actual rune gems, whatever craftable items possible to improve and reuse, only possible to carry a few on you and store in a magic chest placed on the ground, not loaded and impossible to store in moving it. I mean, I like the idea of gem crafting of some kind, but that seems like something different. You like the idea for skill gain chances, though. It's the same with literally any item you give to a potential new player, though. That's the same with literally any item. Hold on. I'm losing track of the conversation, I'll be honest. So much stuff is being said, and so Validate said, I like the idea of skill gain chances, though. And then Drongo said, that's the same with literally any item you give to a potential new player, though. Maybe it was something Validate said before. You can kind of exploit... Oh, yeah, it was to this one. I can kind of exploit the gem idea, said new player. Yeah, that is true. Like, I don't see the issue with that exactly, because as Drongo says, you know, you give items to new players all the time. Okay, and it's solved by reputation, right? How about inscribing the enchant on a papyrus instead of in a gem? Yeah. I'm not sure. I mean, that sounds more like the lore bit, right? Like a player, a priest would, or a wizard or whatever would put their spell onto a scroll, usually. I think we'll still run into the same problems we were talking about here, though. You'll have the limitation to priest ability carry several items at a time, maybe bind them to a player, etc. If it's OP to have too much favor and an endless battery container, gem durability, it's bad design with constant need to replace them. Too much favor, endless battery container. You mean like carry several gems? I don't know. I think you can put them in your cart or whatever. I definitely pay for gems so that I don't risk shattering as much and can use it on my existing items instead of new ones. And hey, Regadation, welcome on in. Am I way behind on the chat again? Probably. Yeah, and it still has a shatter chance. It has the exact same shatter chance as if the priest were to have cast it. It's one roll as opposed to however many the priest takes to get the 90 plus cast. Okay, but it's going to be equally the number of casts required in order to get that 90 casts as if the priest cast it. I'm not sure on the other spells. You can't remember the reason our discussion landed on item enchants. There was a reason, though. See, I can see these things being extremely highly valuable for spells such as Strongwall, Genesis. Another one that I was thinking about this a little bit. Another one that I think would be really kind of cool that could be used for these spell gems is the spell Wisdom of Venora. I don't know if you guys remember what that one does. And by precasting gems, you don't need the items, and the buyer doesn't need to buy a whole new item. Right, so it does save the mailing cost of sending the item to the priest, maybe? But with the downside of you paying potentially a lot of money and not getting the cast you wanted at all. You could potentially buy 100 gems filled with WA from a 99 channeling priest and not get the cast you want. On the other hand, you can send your item to the priest and ask them to give you the cast you want. So that's the major difference. I just caught up to chat. Yeah, I know. And then I'm already behind again. That 10-minute stream delay is returned. I know. I'm getting there. You guys talk too fast. Gem crafting could be come with glass blowing. True. That's like, yeah, and spell scrolls would be kind of cool. 100%. I feel like it's just the idea. Spell gems, spell scrolls, like conceptually, game code doesn't tell the difference between that, but it's one of these things that's a lore kind of thing. Papyrus is free cast, doesn't matter if you shatter the paper. I don't think that the gem's going to be the thing that has a chance of shattering here. I think I cast on the gem, I send the gem to the person uses the gem to cast on the item, and it's in the moment that the person's using the gem to cast on the item that there's the chance to shatter the item that you're casting on, not the gem. You lose nothing but favor, and what happens with high cast on the papyrus? Now it's worth a lot. Again, I don't casting the spell on the papyrus and casting the spell on the gem. I think it's not like if we changed it to papyrus, all of a sudden we're now casting the power onto the papyrus. I think it would still work the same way that they're describing here. I think we've established that it is a no-go for casting on, let's say, gem and it saving the power of the cast in the gem for you to transfer over to the item. I don't think that's not in the cards anymore. I think whether it's papyrus or gems, the only difference being that gems kind of held some value, whereas papyrus doesn't, and papyrus feels more like you're making a scroll. The gem idea, I think, is just fine the way it is, as opposed to papyrus, but it would be kind of cool to make scrolls. The casting priest, channeling skill, and faith bonus have to be recorded on the gem, even if the cast is randomized. Yes. So it seems like the way that they described it here, it says those things in here, right? Like the gems will allow you to cast an item enchant onto them, recording your channeling level and any faith bonuses you had at the time, and locking it into the gem. Yeah, it says that. And then when the other player uses the gem, it casts as if the priest had cast it on the item in the moment that they cast it on the gem. Would the incentive for priests not be the fact... Oh, something's... Okay, not be the fact that they could then be essentially paid per cast rather than paid successful threshold cast. In what you're outlining, it's the user taking the risk. Whereas the item casting, the priest is taking the risk as to how long it takes a successful task for a set price for what could be 10 minutes of work or 3 hours of work. Definitely. I agree with this statement. I don't know, though, that it would incentivize the priests unless the value of the gems is high enough for it to financially make sense. Because currently, what those priests that don't want to take those custom casts, what they do instead is they'll spend their favor on casting on lots of items, right? So like they'll make 20 pickaxes, 20 hatchets, 20 chisels, 20 hammers, and then they'll just go to town on those. That's what that... So what you're asking is for that priest to, instead of doing that and making like a whole bunch of casted items, spend that favor instead on casting on gems to sell the gems. Now, the only reason why that person would choose to do the gems over the items would be because the gems overall would make them more money, or equal money, I would say, would be all that it would take. Equal money to the items that they would have otherwise casted. And the money should be above and beyond the value of the gem. Because currently, if I could cast on the items and take all my gems and sell them, and then sell my items so that I get a certain amount of money from that. Versus, I don't cast on these items, but I only cast on the gems and sell the gems. Now, in that situation, for it to be worth it, those gems would have to be equal in value to what the gems were before, plus the items I would have casted on the other things. Okay, but if it's less value, why would I choose to do it? Right, so it would be an economics thing where how much I could sell the gems for would be the thing that matters. Now then you now move over to the player and you think, okay, how much would a player pay for one of these gems if now the player has the option? I could go over to this person's stock that they've already created and just say, send me that 70 WA pickaxe and I'll pay your price on there. Versus, send me a few of your gems and I'll use the gems to cast the items. Okay, so from the player's perspective, which would the player pick? Would they pick, I need a 70 on a pickaxe, I can just point to that 70 pickaxe that the caster already casted and say, send me that one for 40 copper. Or I can go over here and say, oh, these gems are like 20 copper each, 30 copper each. Or maybe I can buy 2 of these gems and hope to get a 70 on my pickaxe. So that's sort of like, I'm worried that priest is still going to wanna. So maybe the other option is the priest still casts on their items and casts on the gems, and maybe there are some people out there who are like the type who want to gamble, and maybe that gem will land at 90 that I'll pay 20 copper and maybe just get that 90, right? I found 20 copper foraging, send me a gem so I can gamble on my 50 quality pickaxe since I have no other money. Yeah, or I'll send you the 20 copper for a 50 quality pickaxe with the random enchant on it. I don't know. Maybe. It could be. And then they get that gem and they cast it on their 50 quality pickaxe and it shatters it. Right? Because that could happen. Now, will that person spend their next 20 copper on another gem? Because I'll tell you this, it's probably equally likely that it shatters that it gives a 90. Equally likely. Boy, I still remember that rare pickaxe that I shattered. I've shattered way too many rare pickaxes, but there was this one that was 95 quality. It was probably 94 quality or so. It was imped really high. And it already had a 99 WA or something like that. And I was going for the COC and I was just casting. It probably would have been, I don't know, probably 250, 300 casts in to this like circle of cutting cast. I was just like casting away. It was like just driving me insane because that's not normal to go 200 some odd casts in and still not get a 90. I was only looking for a 90. It had a 99 WA on it. And it was imped to 94. And it shattered. I think you're still grounding the conversation too heavily on the top end player experience versus what it is targeted at, but I'm sure that there will be something good that comes from this idea. It's solid. Yeah, mate, I shattered my rare scale jacket. Oh, that's hard. Maybe I am. Maybe I am. But again, I'm thinking back to my new player now, and I'm thinking, okay, I have a little bit of copper, and I want to get an enchant on my pickaxe or whatever it is. And my options are, I can go buy this pickaxe over here that has 70 quality, 70 WOA, let's say. Or I can buy gems and put it on my own pickaxe. Personally, I would probably still go with the precasted 70 WOA. Now, the only reason why I wouldn't is if I was ignorant to how the gems are going to play out. Right? So if I didn't know how the gems would play out, I might think to myself, boy, I might gamble my money to get a high cast, right? But after spending my silver and finding out what that actually looks like what it actually looks like to cast, I would probably never do it again. Instead of a vessel grind, you grind by filling spell gems and getting slight return for them. Okay, so now you're talking. Now you're talking to the high level person. So will this come with a bonus to channeling gains for doing this instead of casting on the pickaxe? Right, like, let's say I cast WA on a pickaxe versus casting the WA on the gem. Is there going to be some difference in the amount of skill gain I get? Right, because the vessel grind is good because vessel is a 70 difficulty cast. That's what makes vessel good. But going to WA or Circle of Cunning, whether I cast that on a gem or cast it on a pickaxe and I get the same gains, now I can cast the WA on the pickaxe and vessel the gem. Right? At the end, it matters if it's useful and worth the cost it results. And you like that concept? Yeah, it could be. Lower channeling priests might use them to skill up and have something to sell for cheap. Yeah, but I mean, lower channeling priests do this with pickaxes and hatchets and tools and such. That's how I did it, actually. That's my middling priest that was in the 50, 60 channeling, and I was still working my way up. I would choose to just use my favor to cast Circle of Cunning or WA and grind my channeling that way. Because in the end, there's the potential for money to be made. So that's already there. I don't know if I would switch over to gems though, because the gems also give you the vessel in addition. But the spell gems can be applied to anything. That is true. There's always shatter liquid. Right. Yeah, I really do also. I'm really leaning towards the side like this will never be used for that situation where you would use Shatter Liquid. That'll be exclusive to the supreme weapon that the priest is trying to get 100 casts on all 4 casts. And I don't think gems are the way to go with that in the way that they're listed out here. Yeah, at the end it matters if it's useful and worth the cost results. Yeah. And if it makes old content useless like metallic liquid is already useful. It's not useless. Old content useless. Oh, I see. Who buys these gem spells if they're high gamble and useless? Who'd... Right, like... Maybe gambling addicts? Had to be said, I think. I was going to say it earlier, and then I thought, I don't know if I should say that. Said. Can't take it back. Right. Also saves everything from shattering that practically kills random number of spells. Yeah, that's okay. I think it would be... I would vessel grind the gems down to the last cast and then spell gem them if you can spell gem any gem and not impact anything. Yeah. That's big brain thinking right there, Nin. Big brain thinking. The liquid wouldn't be entirely useless, but it certainly would make it less useful. Yeah, I guess some could enjoy spending to roll random number, but that's where they could just make a priest and buy favor to roll all day. Yeah, but we're talking about the new player who hasn't quite gotten to that point yet. Right, like I know many of you who are in here who are participating in this chat know how priest channeling goes, like priest casting goes, right? So it is an extreme gamble, right? Like it could be that the very first cast that, like, I load out my priest, I get my items ready, I put the favor in, and the first cast could be a 90. It could be. But it never is. Like, it never is. Even though it could have, like, there's an equal chance that that first cast could be a 90 as the second, or the third, or the fourth. It just never is. Never is the first cast. And sometimes it's never the first 20 casts. Sometimes it's never the first 100 casts. So you're telling me there's a chance? Exactly. Like, it's one of these things. It's like so... It's so frustrating, but at the same time, it's like... It's just like a slot machine. It's as frustrating as a slot machine. Casting. It just feels like that next big cast is on your fingertips, but it just never gets there. Yeah, until you plan for it not to be. Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna put WA on this Legate for just a second, just because I want to make a couple pieces, and I have the extra favor sitting there. I'm just gonna cast out 105 WA on my Legate. Yeah, that's happened. You haven't even got to the best part of the roadmap. Yeah, I know. There are some more things to go, but yeah, I like this idea. It's definitely controversial. It is mentioned in here that it is controversial, and lots of people are giving feedback on it. My feedback is this would be valuable and used very much if you can put Strongwall, Genesis, Wisdom of Fenora, and there's a few other spells like this that would be very useful and valuable to people, and people would use them often. I think the only people who are going to use them for item enchants are the ones who like the gambling and don't want to make their own priest. But I'll put it this: my belief is that those people who gamble with these gems will feel like losers. Not like losers, like they will feel like they lose out on that. they will come out of that experience feeling like they would have been better off just buying the enchant. Almost every time. I that's my prediction. I don't know for sure. Like that new player who's coming in, who buys like these spell gems, maybe they'll be like, okay, I'll spend my money on these spell gems. Maybe something good will come of it. They'll go through that experience, and most of those people are going to come out of that experience feeling that wasn't worth it. Next time, I'm rather going to just buy my enchanted items with guaranteed enchants on them. As an old school EverQuest player, I'd like the Spirit of the Wolf spell, WA on our Boots of the Temporary. Yeah. Of course, freedom only, right? And good night, Bun. Have a good night. Yeah, Pinewood, the Pinewood like it, no yet less. Exactly. Yeah. How's it going, Parser? Welcome on in. Yeah. Or angry it didn't work. Like with why did I do that? Yeah, totally. It's gonna feel that way for a lot of people. Like you could yeah, you could have spent 100, like a silver of your money, and end up with a 30 cast for that 30. Yeah, it depends. It would have yeah, like I wonder if there's like a, like, do the devs have like a tool that can kind of simulate like 1,000 casts, let's say, given certain like is there a simulator like that's an actual simulator? I know Grindr does something like this, but Grindr is like unreliable. But is there like an actual simulator that you devs have? Buddha, I guess this is directed at you. Because if there is such a simulator, I would encourage that you guys, like, before implementing this, sort of like play out what a new player's experience of buying these gems would feel like, just to see, like, would this person feel the benefit of these, or would they buy them and regret? Because if most people who buy them would regret the purchase, I'm not sure if it would be good for the game. It'll feel like they were swindled, you know? Man, I just spent all my money on these gems and boy, they were not worth it. Yeah, so sending the risk to customer instead of taking it myself, I'm all for that, but will only work once. Yeah, it only works once, exactly. The customer's not coming back again if they failed that risk encounter. Yeah. They don't understand how much goes into casting. Yeah. All right, Bun Loose. Yeah, there's another website. Oh, never seen this. I seen images of this. Let's just target power 70. Okay, yeah. Dispel threshold. Why is that default 120? Spell favor, spell difficulty. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'm a 99 channeling priest with all the bonuses. There's still a 0.1 chance that it's shattered in these number of casts. Okay, what does these do? Cast average. Thanks, Ben, for that. Hold on. What's up with this? Yeah, this website is kind of reliable. Oh, I see what you're saying. Why did that happen with your gem? I just shudder at the randomness. Yeah. It's quite nicely coded. Okay. Yeah, or a 0, exactly. Okay, so let's see here. So it's saying that it took an average of 3.09 casts to get the 70 with 99 channeling. Okay, let's change this to 80. I'm guessing that if I dispel threshold is 120, then it's not going to dispel. I don't know actually exactly. All right, see you later, Button Loose. I'll play around with this for a little bit, see what it's like. Okay, so on average it's 5.2 casts for an 80. Interestingly, it's a higher chance that it's shattered. Let's also change some of these. I'm gonna put this to what my priest is at. I think it's, my priest might be 92 now. Let's see what the difference is. Whew. An average of 7.2 casts with a 0.7 chance to shatter. So my guess is what it's doing is it's running the situation where like 10,000 times where I cast and cast and cast and cast and cast, and it'll stop when I hit the 80 cast, and that'll count as a success. And it'll count as a failure, it seems. What counts as a failure? I shatter it? Yeah, and that's at 92. That's really good priest. I know. It is a really good priest if you're at 92 channeling. There are a lot of 99 channeling priests out there now, though. So Parser, you feel called out? In what way? Yes, fails are clearly shatters. Okay, yeah. I'm nowhere near that either. Yeah, right. I mean, if you weren't near that, let's say you're somewhere like in the 70s, let's say, channeling. Let's see what that looks like. So 17% of the time you're shattering it. It'll take you 1,000 favor on average to hit the 80. With a standard deviation of 1,000, which obviously means that a good percentage of the time you're casting really early on and you get that 80. But then there's also a good percentage of the time that you end up spending 2,000 favor and you still haven't gotten the cast. And by good percentage, we're talking like 15% or something like that at the time. That's what the ends of the standard deviation tails are. It's about 15% on either end. There's a lot of not good priests that go. I didn't mean it that way, Parser. I mean to say, if you line up every priest that there is, what percentage of them have what people might call good channeling? And you're nowhere near that either, right? Like, yeah. I mean, boy. Let's go back to my priest, 92. I'm kind of curious to know what the bonus does to things. So let's say my bonus wasn't 70, but let's say it was 20. Worse. It doubled the shatter chance, and it increased the number of casts I needed by an extra 1 and a bit. Right. You know, it's hard to tell how these numbers relate to the actual experience of casting, right? Because I cast and it doesn't go well, and I cast again and it doesn't go well again, and I cast again and it doesn't go well again. It seems like what this is saying is that will repeat about, on average, 8 times before it goes well, in terms of going well meaning above an 80 cast. You know, the people who buy the spells also don't have the chance to dispel either, which is another strategy that priests use to get those high casts. Yeah, the 10,000, and then there's the 9923 casts that are successful, and then the 77 casts that were shatters. Not 77 casts, but 77 of these runs of cast until you get the 80. 77 of them ended in shatter. Yeah. Right. And this is if you have benediction as well, right? Like, if you didn't have benediction, this would be way worse. Wow. That's a big difference. Now we're talking a 3% shatter rate with like 12 and a half casts before I get an 80. Maybe one of the good ones. I'll tell you this, even at this channeling, it feels not good. It doesn't feel good when you're actually casting. Yeah, exactly. Just get benediction and 99 channeling. Actually, benediction is not that hard anymore. It was hard, and now it's not. Now it's just doable, right? Yeah, pro strat. Exactly. No problem. The 99 channeling, though, takes a lot longer than benediction. I have to get back on my priest and work on that channeling, but boy, I've gotten so discouraged with the priest lately. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's say 90. What does that look like for my priest here? And I'll keep the bonus at 20 because I'm not sure what my bonus is. Right. Let's actually go back. And let's change this to 80, let's say. So that'll reduce the shatters. Not by all that much, though. Still 1% to shatter. Okay. So on average, my priest, if again, the bonus could be better than 20. I'm just randomly picking a bonus. It'll take me on average 1,000 favor and 21 and a half casts to get a 90 plus cast. With a standard deviation of 21.6, I don't understand that. I really don't understand that standard deviation. One standard deviation below means the total number of casts are negative point something casts. So I'll get the 90 in 15% of the time. I'll get the 90 before I even cast the first time. That's what that means. I don't understand that. Maybe it's... Look at the standard deviation pot. Maybe it's like a different... Maybe it's not a normal distribution. I'll have to think about that. Like maybe the tail on the top end of the number of casts it would take is really long and wide, but the tail on the bottom is not. It's not symmetric. Like of the normal distribution I'm talking about. I don't know. This is an interesting... I'll play around with this a little bit more another time. Oh, what did I just do? Hold on. Let me just open that again. And let me bookmark that before... Yeah. I'll just put that into here. Okay. Play around with that another time. Okay. Let's go back to what we were doing over here. Right. we're almost through the roadmap. There are a few really, 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 really interesting things coming up ahead. Let me just load up my mortar and we'll get back to... Oh no, what did I just do? Goodness. Like a noob with this thing. Okay, got it. And we still got this here? Okay, yeah. Okay. So the next one is really interesting, and I'm really I'm wondering why there's not that much said about it. I guess I know why, but I really want more to be said about this. It says action rework. We're still in the earlier planning stages of this, but the idea is to make interacting with the world more enjoyable and less click intensive. That's really good. That's really nice. I'm really interested to know how that's going to happen. We will get more out on this when we have more info, as this is going to be a longer project this year due to its size. I can imagine. I'm really, really curious how this is going to work. And you as well, but yeah, you're wondering as well how this is going to go. I just want to hear maybe in a nutshell or in a higher level kind of way, how could this be done? When the UI update was sort of announced way before it actually came, we're talking, I think we were constructing the labyrinth when it was mentioned that UI is going to potentially get something. Yeah, over about 6 months. Okay, yeah. And we were constructing the labyrinth in 2015. So in 16, maybe it was 17 or 18. I don't know. It was before the labyrinth was released, and we were constructing the labyrinth. We're still working on the back end. And we had a whole conversation about this new UI. And it was pipe dream stuff, ways that we thought you could improve the way we interact with the world. And even the topic of default keybinds was in that conversation. I remember Buddha, was that the stream that you and Retro joined us, maybe? It was either that or you might have been in the chat or something, but I have a vague memory of you joining us in our Discord while we were chatting with you about this UI business. I don't remember that last week, let alone that long ago. I know it's fuzzy in my memory too, but anyway, I just remember going through and trying to think through how could you make Worm less clicky, and boy, it was not an easy problem to solve. And hey, Densha, I still want to see those old versions of the UI rework that were mentioned. I want to see that radial menu that was mentioned. Yeah, the radial menu Buddha has mentioned. Yeah, interesting. I'm interested in knowing more about this, although it's hard to say what it's going to be based on the information here. The information is it's going to be more enjoyable and less click intensive, whatever that means. We'll see. Placing older items on walls. Okay, so Taiki, remember we were talking about placing items on walls? So this is the thing that's mentioned here. It's with the introduction of placing items on walls, it's only natural for people to ask when we will be expanding this to allow older items to be placed in such ways. And I have good news for you. We intend to do just that this year. Unfortunately, this process is a bit time consuming, and each item we want to support will likely need its model reworked slightly to support such things. So this is likely to be a slower process of us releasing a handful of items at a time. That's totally understandable, and I totally can't wait for that first handful of items to be released. I've heard people mentioning or suggesting maybe going along with this could be taxidermy, which is a really long requested feature of being able to stuff our animals and hang them on the walls. That would be really cool. But yeah, any expansion of that idea will make the decorators of this game so happy about it, I think. Finally, attaching a troll body to a wall, practice archery. I wonder if they still fall to the floor every time the server restarts. Is that happening? I haven't had that happen to my stuff hanging on the wall, so I think that might be fixed. And Tux, hey, I started playing Worm after my stream last. Seems like there is a lot there, just probably not for me at this time. That's okay. And you got upset you couldn't make a mallet. Okay. Tox, I'm gonna help you. I know that like Worm's not for everybody, and many people have this experience of coming into the game, getting frustrated with how the game sort of system is, and then just leaving without ever getting to that point where you become comfortable with how the system is. Would you be willing to like stick around while I show you how a mallet is made? And maybe that might encourage you to just try to give it one more shot. It's okay if the answer is no, but I'm totally willing to go through the process to sort of just get you started, because I really do feel like once you get over those like first initial humps and you start realizing like, oh, that's how I make a shaft, and oh, that's how and then now that shaft can make all sorts of other things, and it sort of expands out. Okay, you're not giving up on the game? Awesome. Okay. Yeah, okay, so let me just put this on pause. This is really important to me. The new player experience and helping new players get into this game. So let me just put this on pause for a second. We'll come back to that. Where did this go? Right here. Oh, I'm just gonna stop this. Go like this. Okay. So how far did you get? Were you able to get to the point where you had a log? Were you able to get yourself a log? Because if not, I can show you that process too. Okay, but yeah, you managed to cut down several trees per the tutorial told me to do so, and I was able to make logs. Okay, good. Okay, so here's the problem. Okay, that you're running. I know exactly where you're running into the problem, and you probably don't even know what's going on, but I can tell you right away. I know exactly what's happening because Worm is weird, and so there's a lot of weird little things that go on. Let me just get my tool here. So I have a carving knife. Okay. And I'm going to be using the crafting window. I think this is the easiest way for you to sort of understand how things are going if you use the crafting window. If you don't know, the crafting window is this button down here that says crafting. It's on the action bar, this crafting window, and that opens and closes this window, okay? And you're going to take your carving knife, which is not that, but down here, you take your carving knife and you put it into the slot. And then you take the log and you put that into the slot. By the way, every action I'm doing has a hotkey. I'm going to try to avoid using my hotkeys that do those things, but I'll show you. I press this hotkey and it puts the log into the crafting window for me. And I put the carving knife into the crafting window with my hotkey as well. So it makes things go faster, but you can click and drag, put it in there, and you have the items. Now, a mallet needs shafts. Okay, the shaft is created for like literally the handle of the mallet, but there's also the head of the mallet is also created from a shaft. So in order to successfully make a shaft, you actually need, in order to successfully make a mallet, you need 2 shafts. Okay, now you can tell that this is happening if you look into the mallet. Now in your crafting window, that bottom left thing, the bottom left icon opens up crafting recipes window. Okay, in that crafting recipe, you can type in any item and it will tell you how to make that item. So I open up mallet and it says the starting items are a shaft and a mallet head. And you're like, okay, I can make a shaft, but how do I make a mallet head? You double click the mallet head. So I double click the mallet head and it gives me 2 options for making a mallet head. I could either use a crude knife or a carving knife on a shaft. Okay, and it gives you over on the right side the quantity that shaft needs to be in order to get the mallet head. Now, weight in this game is in kilograms. So if you're American, okay, you had the crafting window open, you had the knife in the slot, didn't get to this point. Okay, so the weight is in kilograms. So each log, a full log is 24 kilograms. Okay, 200 grams is 0.2 kilograms, so it's a really small amount. Okay, so watch. So I'll hit the create button. So if I have the carving knife and the log, and I remember on the last stream I told you Wurmin's all about one item acting on another item. It's like the combo of the items that give you the options. So if I put in carving knife with log, it gives me all these options for the things I can make with those two combinations. Yeah, it helps to have friends, yeah. So I click shaft, the shaft goes into the middle slot, and I hit create. I'm only gonna create 2 for the purpose of this, okay? And you might fail at this action. My skill is pretty high, so I have 100% chance. Actually, shafts might be one of those things that are 100% no matter what. So I created 2 shafts. I should have done this out of oak in case this goes rare, but who cares? Okay, so cedar wood. I take one of the shafts I made, and I'm going to put it into the slot, and now I get all the options that a carving knife can do on a shaft, and one of them should be a mallet head. According to this, if I have carving knife with shaft, it should make the mallet head. Okay, now I'm going to go back in here. I hit the back button to back to the mallet, right? So I'm going to pick mallet head. I'm just going to create one of those, and you'll notice that the shaft has a weight of 1. That's 1 kilogram. And the crafting window told me it's going to use up 200 grams. So it should use only 0.2 of the 1 kilogram. So you see 2.2 is the mallet head. Yeah, now it'll be rare. Hey, Airlord. Yeah, okay, so shafts are 100% creation now. Good. Okay. Now that I have the mallet head, what this is telling me is that to make the mallet, I need to use the shaft on the mallet head. Okay, so I'll put the shaft. Well, okay, hold on. Let's be. This is potentially also an area where you can get really frustrated. You see them. I have 2 shafts. One of them I cut the mallet head from, so it's only 0.8. The other one's a full shaft. If I try to take the 0.8 shaft and fit it with the mallet head, I'm going to hit create, and it's going to say no. And if you look down here, it tells you in the event window, 800 grams of shaft isn't enough weight to create a mallet. Please select a larger part, at least 1 kilogram. So what that's telling me is I actually need a full shaft that hasn't had anything cut from it to put in there, and then I can make a mallet. And that's the whole process. Now, I was going to cancel it just before. Let's make another shaft. I'm going to show you another way of doing this. Hold on. Let's go back to here. This is a older way. There's this crafting window is actually, let's just close the crafting window. The crafting window is relatively old, a newer system. So like there was a time before we had the crafting window, and this is how we would have had to make the mallet then. I would have had to activate my carving knife in my inventory, and I would have to gone down to the log, right click the log, go through this menu until I find shaft, which is under construction materials, and I'd make a shaft like that. Okay, and that's doing the exact same thing that the crafting window is doing. So sometimes this method is a little bit better. Now I still have my carving knife activated, so I'm going to right click the shaft that I already cut the mallet head from, and I'm going to create mallet head. Then I'm going to activate the mallet head and right click the cedar shaft that has a full weight. Right click that one, create, and the only option is mallet. And there, made a mallet. Or I think, as long as I get a successful roll here. Yeah. Now my skill is relatively high, so my success chance on a mallet, it was 98%. So as a new player, you might fail a bunch, but eventually it'll go in. Okay, so hopefully that brief little tutorial helps you there. The process for making any other tool is exactly the same. You open up the crafting, you open up this little thing. Let's say I want to make a pickaxe now. I go pickaxe. For example, there's lots of different options that have pickaxe. Of course, I don't want the pickaxe head just yet. I want to know how to make a pickaxe that's iron. So I open up the, whoops, not the crude one. I want the iron one. So I open up the iron one, and what it tells me is I need a shaft and a pickaxe head. Okay, so if I want to make a pickaxe head, I can double click that. It'll search for pickaxe head. Looks like I have a lot of different options for the type of metal that the pickaxe head can be. But let's say I only have iron available. So I look at iron, and it says use an iron lump, at least 1 kilogram on a small anvil. And you're like, oh man, I don't even have a small anvil. So I go see what does it take to make a small anvil, and there's lots of options. Again, I have a couple iron ones that might be easier, and it says mallet on a lump of iron. Now, most times with iron, the iron needs to be hot in order for you to do this. So you got to get it in a campfire or something, or forge. At the beginning, I would say campfire at the very beginning. So it's how I would go about it. If I were to start a new character, I would make campfires to heat up my iron. But eventually you want to make a forge. That'll help. Okay, that clears up the mallet issue. Nice. And pizza arrived. Cool. And I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Shafts are 100. Yeah. Okay. How much do friends cost? Okay. Okay. Another thing. Traders. How do they work? Do they only take items specific, or can you sell anything to them? How to make coin? Oh. Okay. That's a more complicated question. So there is no NPC that you can sell items to make coin. Okay, so that's not how you make coin in this game. There are a lot of ways to make coin in this game, so I'm trying to think of the order in which I want to list these things. And hey, soon Dubby, welcome on in. Make 2 mallets as you need a mallet to improve a mallet. All right, validate. Yes, that is definitely the next thing you're going to encounter, is needing a second mallet to improve the first mallet that you had. Let's not worry about improvement yet. There's a whole other layer to this whole thing. Okay, so let's start with the first one that Validate mentioned here. Foraging can find coins. Okay, so making money in this game is not easy. It takes long, and it probably shouldn't be your primary goal, especially at the very beginning. It's always good to have it as a goal in the back of your mind, but you should focus first on getting your tools, getting them higher quality, playing the game, like going through the motions of doing all the things, building a little house for yourself and all that. Money will come slowly, and you'll start figuring out ways that you can make money. But I'll start with Validate's suggestion here, and that is foraging or botanizing. Okay, so right-clicking the ground, nature, forage, or botanize. Okay, so foraging. Okay, that area looks pick clean. It's probably going to look pick clean because spring just arrived. Okay, so you forage, and what this is going to do is it's going to potentially pick up a random item from the ground. It could be food item, it could be cotton, any of the plantable items. It could be a branch, it could be a bunch of different things. I'll just throw that branch on the ground. And you do this to collect items that you need. Like as a new player, foraging is the primary way of collecting all these little food items. Cotton is a big one you want to be looking out for. So foraging gives you most of the things that you need. Botanizing gives you the herbs, spices. I can't remember if botanizing gives you cotton or foraging gives you cotton. Which one is it? Let's go. We'll come back here in a second to the world map. But I'm kind of. How do I get to the Wormpedia from here? Let's just open a new tab. Wormpedia. Whoops. Okay, so this is another thing that I should mention to you. Oh, so it's forage for cotton. Thanks, Gaffer. Okay, so forage. I would say just stick with forage then. Now, it's really hard to explain this stuff because there's so much depth to it. It's like I have to explain this before I explain that. I'll try to make it like as simple as possible. Okay, in the game, there's a chance of getting a rare roll. It's relatively rare that this happens, but if you're doing a lot of foraging, let's say you forage for like a half an hour, let's say, there's a pretty good chance you'll get a rare roll in a half hour. You might not get it in the first half hour, but you might get 2 rare rolls in the first half hour. It's totally like random. And if you're foraging while you get a rare roll, then you will also collect a rare coin that acts just like a regular coin. Okay, so it's an in-game currency. You can use that coin to put in your bank and spend it on items by buying it from other players, or you can use it for upkeep. Okay, so foraging is something that you're going to be doing anyway as a new player, because you're going to want to be collecting all these items like cotton and all the food items that you can plant on your farm. You also could be collecting what's that other wemp? Wemp is another crafting item that makes ropes, and that's something that potentially is something that you might need. So as you're foraging for all these items, particularly cotton is one of the big ones, but potatoes and corn and things that you want to plant to make food, you will also be collecting coins rarely, but sometimes you could be lucky, right? Foraging for coins is definitely very good, so this info is very good. Yeah, so foraging is definitely like one of the best ways for new players. You also do get that same coin chance if you're killing a mob or burying. I think, is it burying? Burying? If you bury a mob, a dead one, I think there's a chance at a coin there. So if you're wandering around and you see a corpse, burying that corpse with your shovel, I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, also has that same chance. Yes, burying. Okay. Yeah, and killing, but as a new player, you're probably not quite at that place where you're killing lots of mobs. But if you see a bunch of mobs that have been killed by somebody else, spending the time to bury it has the same exact chance as foraging to give you a coin. So Alorn is also mentioning that you can take a corpse, or any item for that matter, any item, and sell it to any token. And these tokens are found on people's deeds. I'll show you where mine is and what it looks like. Yeah, and Taiki is saying, worth it, bury everything. Yeah, it just gives you another chance at getting a rare coin. Yeah, my token is actually in a really awkward spot. Let me just drop this. This is how my D gets so cluttered. I'm just like, I'm carrying too much. I'm going to drop it. And I never come back to fix it. Okay, so tokens are signifying that there's a deed here. This is what a settlement token looks like. You can find it in any settlement. Every settlement has a token. If I take this shaft here and I activate it, I wonder if it'll actually take it because it's only a partial shaft. But if I activate the shaft and right-click the settlement token and sell, okay, I'm selling it, and it gives me a tiny amount of money. It's 3 irons. And you're going to get 1 iron for every 10 quality of the item. So this wood scrap here that's only 2 quality will only give me 1. You can't even sell it, okay? So because it's not even 10 quality. It needs to be 10 quality at least. And you can sell it to the token. It gives you a really small amount, but you can sell lots of items. So small amount incrementally goes up. There is a limit to this though. I think each hour you can only get 5 copper or something like that. It's not very much, but it might be worth it if you're slowly but surely trying to collect money. And hey, Not So Dirt, what's going on? There is a daily cap in addition to the hourly cap, or is it, am I remembering the hourly thing wrong? The time the moon rises and we will get a new player on Celebration, I always try and offer them a job for coin, but they rarely bother. Yeah. So Densha's talking about another possible way of making money as a new player is to find a veteran player who needs help with a job. Because, and hey Griffler, welcome on in. In this game, things take a long time, even for veteran players. And so often a veteran player who has a good amount of coin might be willing to pay another player to do some of the work for them. Do I need any help with the job? Yeah. Currently, I do not. But there are people out there who may be willing to hire others for coin. That's another way of getting money. Now, another thing to look out for is potentially if you get a rare item, that might be valuable or worth something to somebody else. You see in the trade chat, let's say if I go to the trade chat, you'll see lots of people selling. A lot of the time it's rare items, right? Treasure maps are rarely obtained by doing things such as mining, digging. How else can you get a treasure map? Praying, fishing, a couple other ways. And treasure maps are relatively valuable. They'll sell anywhere from 1 silver to 3 silver or so. What is my mic set up? It's a Blue Yeti on a arm that is adjustable in its position. Farming, yeah, farming will give you a chance at a rare map. Okay, so rare maps will sell for good money, at least good for a new player, like 1 silver to 3 silver depending on the quality. But also that rare item that you obtain randomly, like it'll be a rare dirt or a rare anything for that matter. It could be even the most useless looking rare item will probably sell to somebody for like 5 or 10 copper, and some of them could be worth more than that. So rare nails or planks or bricks or clay, these items, any rare item that could be used to make other items, are definitely worth looking into, seeing if somebody might be willing to buy it from you. I know that on the new servers, people might pay upwards of 1 silver for a rare plank or something like that. Bricks not so much, but mostly everything that's combinable has values. Yeah, but bricks too, right? Because bricks can be used to make forges or ovens, and people are willing to. And there's actually not a 0 chance. There's a pretty decent chance on forges. But you're right, like it really depends also if you're on the old servers versus the new servers. Oh, Colossus brick. Yeah, oh yeah, no. Colossus brick, no. New players aren't making Colossus bricks though. Looks like it's 5 copper every hour that you can sell to the token. Yeah, that's what I kind of remember what it was. And Daiki, behave. To Griffler, of course. About to hit 99.96 blacksmithing. Not so dirt. That's amazing. That's huge. Yeah, you well surpassed my old character, who was at 99.90, I think. Yeah. Okay, how else to make money as a new player? I don't want to throw out this option, but I think I'm obligated to, because there are things that new players can make that are in high demand as people are willing to buy them. However, I wouldn't advise this as a way of primarily trying to get money, and that is making bulk supplies, bulk materials. Particularly bricks and mortar are like the bread and butter of what it takes to make houses and buildings. Bricks and mortar are often what people are looking to buy lots of in order to make their houses. However, as a new player, making bricks and mortar for money is soul-sucking, because as a new player, your timers are long, the quality's low, failures are high, there's lots of like effort can go into that, and it could be not fun. So I don't think that it's the best option. There's one task worse than bulk making, is pan filling, but gosh darn, there's a lot of money in that task. Yeah, right, but it is skill building. That is true, but I think it's more enjoyable to make those bricks and mortar for a build that you're going to make as a new player. Like, it's more enjoyable to do it if you know that you're going to use those bricks and mortar. It's soul sucking to make, let's say, 1,000 bricks and then sell it for 2 silver and all that time and effort into those bricks, and now you don't have bricks, you have 2 silver. It might be worth it. It's definitely not as fun exactly as working on your own project. Totally much more fun. And you know, we're playing this game for fun, right? So it's better to do the things that you normally would do, and because you're doing those things that you like doing, you stumble upon some coin. As your skills go up though, you could have a goal, right? Like your goal could be, let's say, I want to be a armor smith, let's say, or I want to be a weaponsmith, although weaponsmithing is a brutal skill. I'm warning you. But you could be picking a particular skill and then work on that skill until you get really good at it, to the point where people would be willing to pay you for the products that you are able to make, right? Like people would be willing to pay you to improve their item up to a 90 quality, let's say. That's something that people regularly pay for. It could be, you know, improving, let's say, a set of armor to 90 quality, or improving tools to 90. 90 is that number that it's considered the top end, but it's like, it won't take you that long to get to that point where you're starting to feel like 90 is sort of like that thing you want to aim for now. It might be like a few months into playing, several months in, depends on how much you play, but once you get to a certain point in this game, you're looking for those high quality tools because they fail less often, they improve faster, and not faster but better. They just do a better job at everything. Intention here is saying he gets a lot of 95 quality weaponsmithing orders, another skill with good money, but only worth trying when deeper into the game. Yeah. So this is something like a long-term goal. A long-term goal. Not something you're going to be able to do in the first few months of playing, but something to think about working towards. At some point, you're going to have to decide, I kind of like this type of gameplay. I like building ships, let's say, or I like chopping trees and making carpentry items, or it could, you find the thing that you like doing, and then the goal will be to work up that skill so that you can make those high-end items. One thing about this game is that every individual player has only a limited amount of time, right? So they're going to focus on what they enjoy doing, and therefore they're going to build up their skills in that. But that means that you're going to be lacking in other skills. So if you decide to be an armor smith, let's say, then you're not going to have the time needed to make the weapons. So you're going to have to buy your weapons from somebody else and sell your armor sets, sort of thing, right? So this is what creates the economy. Okay, you won't be able to do every last thing for yourself. You will find yourself wanting to buy stuff from other people, and other people will want to buy stuff from you if you're offering. And so you kind of want to work towards that. Be a cartographer, first person to pump out 100 quality maps of people's deeds for them. I'm curious to know if people would be willing to pay for these high quality maps. It might be something. Although I tried to do a map of my deed. I'll show you what it came out looking like. I put it on the wall over here. There it is. That's the map of my deed. Blind finger painting. I know. This is my map. It's terrible. I can't even tell what's on it. It's so pretty. Yeah. Unless you're Griff, who could just do about everything. Yeah, except for make maps. It takes so long to work. I know. Well, it does take a long. I mean, it takes long to do everything in this game. That's part of the reason why people love it, is because there's always something more to do. Oh, by the way, did we ever find out what this did? This Valentine's Day buff? Forgot to look at that. Oh, that's lovely, dear. We'll put it on the fridge. Yeah. It's karma. Okay, that... Yeah, and it didn't take hours, but it took a while to make that. Just the event countdown timer. Okay. Double click on it. Double click on what? Double click on the map? Oh, you wanted to see the quality of it? The icon at the top. Nope. I didn't do anything. No buff for Valentine's. It's just an event countdown timer, I think. Okay. Yeah, all events will have a timer like that from what we know. Oh, yeah, but that's like if I press F. Wait, what did I press to get the spell effects? I think there's like, I go here and I go to spell effects. Yeah, that's that. That's double clicking there just shows your spell effects. So these are the things I have. The archery fail reduction is the shoulder armor that I'm wearing. Give me that. I think. Archery fail reduction when wearing heavy or medium armor. Never mind. That's just something you get when you're wearing heavy or medium armor, I guess. Then I have my faith bonus because I'm a Vin follower, and then the karma, which always seems to be a spell effect that's there. Not sure why. Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully that helps you get started and gives you an idea of the economy in Wurm. It's actually not so easy to get into the economy and to get that money coming in, which also makes it that much more rewarding when it does start coming in, right? Because it is challenging, and you will start learning other ways of making money. But from the new player's perspective, the easiest way of making money is just play the game as you normally would, and you will stumble upon things that are valuable. And sometimes you might not even know that it's valuable until, you know, these items are relatively rare. Like, for example, there's a particular kind of flower that you can stumble upon. See, flowers in this game kind of look like this, where it's a grass tile that has these little flowers in them. And this one here is an orange-red flower. But there's a specific rare kind of flower that's called the white dotted flower. Is it white dotted? Am I remembering correctly? White dotted? I think the white dotted flower. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. If you see white dotted flower, those ones are rare and people are willing to buy them. You just wanted to learn the basic stuff on that. I will attempt to play again for sure, knowing this mallet and forge knowledge. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This game is a long grind, so don't expect it to go quickly. And give it its time. Take breaks from it, and there is this is a gem of a game for sure. If you like the deck, you mentioned yesterday you like the building your place and decorating it and stuff. Like you can see like the mess of my place is just like, look how messy this place is. You could probably think of ways of organizing this in a way that is probably less messy if you have that kind of mind. But yeah, that's that. That's the basics. Of course, what I'm doing here is technically like kind of more advanced-ish stuff. The depth of this game is insane. Yeah, ignore my mess. Not a fan of the movement being kind of slow, but the building is what drew me. Yeah, so I mean, everything's kind of slow, but at the same time, things get faster. Okay, so I'll show you this. Like, once you're able to ride horses and stuff, like check out this cart. This is my Hell Horse cart, and at the moment, it's going 38 kilometers an hour. This thing can get me from one side of the server to the other side in like 15-20 minutes, which normally would take hours to walk across. Yeah. So things scale in the game. At the beginning, everything's gonna feel like it's taking forever, but as you continue working on your skills and getting better at things, there are ways that things start speeding up. Like a mining action at your level will probably be somewhere in the vicinity of 20 seconds. But when you get to my level, then the mining actions are more like 3 seconds. Same with the building actions. Like the building actions are like 3 seconds or something like that when you get up to the top. So you can build massive things. Still takes time, but 3-second timers instead of 20-second timers, you know? Yeah, it's a game that gets faster the better you get. 100%. Yeah. And the movement being slow, there's ways to increase your movement speed, but only to a maximum amount. I think on a pavement, if I took off all my armor, because armor does affect, so if I, let's say, unequip all my armor, and I get onto the pavement, okay, you can run 17 kilometers an hour, which is not that slow. It might look slow, but in the long run, if you run that fast, you can get places at that speed. But once you start loading up and you get too much weight in your inventory, and if you hover over this top left of your character, you can actually see the weight breakdown of what you're carrying and what your speed limit weight carry is. So it's telling me that I can carry 84 kilograms and still run at 100% of my speed. But once I go over that, I'm going to drop down to 75 speed. Yeah, 9.2 is your walk speed. What are you carrying? Are you wearing plate armor or something and you're walking on grass? Yeah, everybody should be able to go 17 if you unload yourself. And okay, I'm gonna switch to something else. Actually, you know what? No. I still want to finish the. I'm gonna go back to this. I want to finish the talking about the roadmap, and then we'll switch to this. Let's grab more mortar. And I have to go get more mortar in a second from my storage. Okay. Everyone always needs mortar, you know. I did make a good amount of mortar, and I'm talking. I made special mortar for these braziers. I made 60 plus quality mortar. Anything that wasn't 60 plus mortar, I put into another bin. So I was only making high-ish quality mortar so that the process of entering them into the braziers is better. Yeah, you made mortar for your mine cladding, and you still need more. Yeah, totally. You walk around with a full tool set and armor. Yeah, but me too. Here's my tools. All of them are here. 4 pelts, two chisels. I have 2 pickaxes, mallet. I even have a Magrenon puppet in here for some reason. And I'm carrying a log that's 5 weight and 20 range poles. I wonder what those are for. And a whole bunch of stuff I still need to drop off. And I still... And you... Yeah, same, you have studded armor and tools. Yeah, I don't leave my tools anywhere other than in my inventory. Every single one of my tools is in my inventory. Otherwise, I would lose them. I even have 3 kilograms of Kavesi on me. So I feel like you can keep all your tools on you, full armor. Although, if you're wearing plate, that's going to make a big difference in your movement speed. Okay, let's go back to the roadmap. Let me get that back up on the screen. Okay, where were we? Action rework. Placing older items on walls. That's good. Okay, so skill quality of life pass. Okay, this one's interesting because it's also hard to know what exactly it means in terms of what's going to change. It says Worm has many skills, but some of them can feel a bit more like filler or are just way more difficult than they need to be to train for not much reason. This year we would like to find skills like this and work on rebalancing them, for example, allowing using items from containers. What does that mean? Using items from containers. For taming. Like oh, okay. I see. For taming. Got it. Okay. So like there was a recent change where you now can plant items from containers. So like I have a container filled with like let's say corns or like cotton seed, and I can just activate the container and right click the ground and it will plant, instead of before you had to activate each individual seed and it was a lot of clicking. So they're suggesting doing the same thing for taming, which is, although let's be honest, I don't think anybody's going to use that because doesn't everybody do stew in a reed pen? Isn't that how we tame in Worm? Stew in a reed pen? I don't know. maybe I don't know. But stew in a reed pen for taming is like, just, that's the way to do it. We would love to see suggestions from people on which skill they think they could use that could use some attention in this area. Nice. Use garlic from a pet bowl. Okay, but then don't you, like, how much garlic do you need? 1 garlic per action, right? Have you ever considered... Okay, you have a bin with over 10,000 garlic. Okay, so yeah. But if you ever try, just test this out and see how it works out for you. Make like a bunch of stew, which is really easy to make, right? You can just put into the oven the ingredients for stew, and you can easily make a lot of it really quickly, right? It doesn't have to be good quality stew. You put that in a barrel. You don't even need that much of this, right? And then either measuring cup, because you now have measuring cups, but back in the day it was a reed pen. And reed pens take like such a time. Where's my reed pen? It's in my bag somewhere. Reed pen, yeah. Reed pens take such a tiny amount of liquid, 0.01 liquid. And so what I would do is I would fill the reed pen, like I would have maybe 5 or 6 reed pens or something like this. And I'd take the stew and fill them into the reed pen. And then you activate this in the stew and you tame a pig. And that small amount of stew that you made goes so far. You can thousands and thousands of actions with just a little bit of stew. Reed pens is too tedious. Okay. Yeah, it's true. It is tedious, except for you get a lot of bang for buck. One day your 80 tracking will not be useless. One day. I remember you were tracking in hopes that something would come of it for the exploration update. I remember you mentioning that. Really want to see purpose to all the parent skills. 100%. Or maybe some rejigging of that orientation of the skills. Definitely. That's pretty cool. Okay, so that's also pretty vague because we're not sure what skills are going to get what treatment, but it's nice to know that there's going to be some looking at that. Okay, old monthly skin sales. I know a lot of people are going to be excited for this one. Not me, however. I've made my opinion on monthly skins quite clear, and I'm still in that mode of boycotting them. But for those people who really like the monthly skins, this might offer the ability to obtain skins that are no longer obtainable currently. So that's nice. New decorations. Everyone likes decorations, and while Worm is full of them, it's never a bad time for more. We plan to have several batches of new placeable decoration items for you to decorate your houses and deeds. This will likely follow some themes, with a batch of placeable decorations being released as they are ready. That's cool. I'm looking forward to those decorational items. I have a question about decoration though, for all you decorators out there. Did they make a change where food items can be turned into decorational items yet? Have they done that? So that you can, like, let's say, decorate your dining room table with food and they won't decay? I know this was a long suggested feature, but I don't know if kind of have a memory of it getting added in somehow, some way, but I don't know how, and I'm not much of a decorator myself, so. You think they still decay? Okay. So I would suggest that might be something they should start looking at, because there's so many items that could be used as decorational items that people don't use because they decay too quickly away. And one of those types of items is food items. That would add to so much more decorational options without having to add new items. Just make it so that you can convert, let's say, a food item into a decorational item. Maybe even if it just like completely makes it so it's no longer edible or no longer able to be put back into the food storage bin or something like that. It just becomes like a same texture, same model, but now it's a non-edible item version of it. More of a decorational item of it. Okay, but that's cool. More decorations. And finally, character customization improvements. Worm character customization. Okay, this is... I'm curious to know what they're talking about here, but let's read it and we'll discuss. As has been pointed out, clearly is lacking in the diversity of options for players to choose from. While we won't likely have the resources to fully overhaul character customization this year, we are committed to adding new options to the existing system to allow players to better express themselves and how they want to look in the world of Wurm. Okay, so that's also been a long requested feature. And one of the things that a lot of people are requesting is skin color, which I think is a really, really lacking thing in this game. There's really not that many options for skin color. It just feels like shades of white, really. So I think hopefully they address that. In addition, I think that we could use more options for hair and beards and facial hair, and I wonder if they can even go so far as body type, changing body type, height of characters. Yeah, lots of things like that would be really good if they could pull it off. I don't know how everybody's feeling about that particular one, but I think that one's a important one. It's been long requested. So yeah, there's the roadmap. That's a lot of stuff on there. What I really like about this roadmap, and I think is actually really good, is that this roadmap seems attainable. Like every item on this is there's nothing on here that just seems so far-fetched or so out of reach. I think this is in contrast to the last roadmap that we got, that on that last roadmap had goblin camps and new character models and the whole exploration update, and then there was just combat rework, UI overhaul. It was just like the list felt like it just was a whole bunch of things that were really big items, and then as each of those items were getting completed, it just felt like another disappointment after another disappointment, because there just wasn't enough time, there just wasn't enough resources to pour into each of these updates. Whereas these ones here feel like they are in sizable chunks that are doable. Some of them are a little bit, let's say, ambitious, like the action rework, but they were clearly vague in the description of what that meant. Obviously for the reason of they don't want to commit to any particular thing because it does seem like a very big undertaking. But most of the other items, like placing older items on walls, seems feasible because they already have the system in place for placing items on walls. It's now just a matter of going through the items and getting them also able to be placed. And you know, things like the old monthly skins, the new decorations seem like feasible, especially as they are coming out as batches, as opposed to like, let's make massive amounts of new decorational items. But let's say, you know, there's these 4 new decorational items this month and so on. You ready for wall signs or a fence sign? Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be very cool. Okay, so I'm really happy with this roadmap. There's some items on here that are really long requested, and the new player retention changes I think are well needed, and it feels as though things are going in the right direction with it. So extremely happy. It also shows that the development of this game is still going strong, and that the devs are working really hard to do the best they can to make the game as good as possible. Hopefully all the new player retention changes might alleviate the issues that are experienced by new players when they come into the game, and there's a lot of these hurdles and the learning curve is super steep. So I hope that these changes help in that regard, because this game is such a gem of a game. It is a shame that not that many people have even heard of it, let alone those who try it tend not to stick around through that learning curve to see what is there on the other side. But those who do tend to love this game, tend to just fall in love. Okay, I'm going to switch to another task, and that is I'm going to be working on skilling up my carpentry. So let's just wait for these couple actions to go. But yeah, I'm excited for this roadmap. I'm definitely excited. I'm really excited also for these goblin camps. And Creamy Bowl, thanks for the follow. And Parser, it's my fault that you're still in this game. I'll take the blame or the credit, whichever way you look at it. Okay, so those are slowly but surely getting done. So the next thing I want to do is work on my carpentry. So let's go get some more food. And I've decided that to work on my carpentry, I'm going to improve range poles. Range poles are really nice because their weight is only 0.1. And so each time I improve with a log, it only takes 0.02 of the log, I think. 0.02 of the weight. This allows me to use highly casted logs, and they last quite a bit. I'm actually going to switch logs, though. I was using this log here to get these up to 60. Oh, there's one that's not 60. Let's get this last one to 60. More advertising and sales and experience weekends can help. Yeah. Those, though, can get people in the door, right? So those are good for getting people to download Worm, load it up, and walk in, do the tutorial and that. But there definitely needs to be something that makes it so that those people, a higher percentage of people who enter into the game stick with it for longer than 1 or 2 sessions. Yeah, the tutorial sucks, exactly. Like that experience at the beginning, and then like the tutorial's not great, and then the learning curve coming out, and like Tox just here. I'm not sure if you're still in the chat. Toxilicus, new player, stopped by my stream last week. Never heard of Worm, or maybe heard of it. Came to check it out. Asked a bunch of questions. I gave my best explanation of the game, and I tried not to sugarcoat anything too much. But then they ended up downloading the game and said they're gonna hop in, and came back to this week's stream and was like, oh, I don't know. I can't even make a mallet, let alone do anything. So, so yeah, like there's that. Even for somebody who's willing to put in that much effort to get this far and stop by streams and ask questions and so on and so forth, even if those people can't either figure it out or can't get through the first stages of the game, like and just imagine all the people that did that but never said anything to anybody, who just couldn't figure it out and then just turned it off and left. It's probably a lot of people who were in that situation. So yeah, I'm happy that something is, there is some thought going to be put into this to try to get it to be better in that regard. Okay, so I'm going to take this one here, which is my best casted log. It's also 100 quality. Don't need it to be 100 quality, but it's a really good cast on it. It's also 24 weight. So let me put that in that slot there. I am also... Did I refresh already? Yeah, I did refresh. Let us do a little bit of a sack. Let me see if I can find a very useless but a rare item that I don't want. No. I should keep all those rare. Okay, basil. Yeah. A rare basil. I'm just going to sacrifice that to the gods. And for those people who don't know, who might be new to the game, if you sacrifice a rare item, any rare item will do, to the deity of your deity. So you have to be a follower of a god. If you sacrifice a rare item to the follower of your god, as long as you have 10 favor or more, it'll give you a refresh, meaning your food bar, your water bar will all go up to 100. You will also get 100 nutrition. You just won't fill your calories, carbs, fats, and proteins. So if you have the ability to do that beforehand, I highly recommend to do that first. Okay, so let's get to this process here. I'm gonna also turn on my sleep bonus. However, no coffee. No coffee. Okay, and I'll start off just by doing one action at a time. I'm gonna try to keep this up on this one range pole that's at the bottom here. Yeah, just like this. Diggy clay. The current tutorial is so different than what you went through. You remember the second 2 new pre-work skills before leaving? Okay, I see. Interesting. I never thought to do that. I was like, I also went through a different tutorial a long time ago, and I wanted to get out of that tutorial so quick so I can experience the game because I was so excited. Maybe at the end of the tutorial, there was deed recruitment ad signs for new player friendly deeds. I liked it on my own. Oh, I see. You liked it when you were on your own, but first time playing, I was invited to a deed, died 3 times getting there, but then was welcomed and taught the basics and still play for over 13 years. Yes, there's something to be said about the community in this game and how there are these deeds that take in new players and teach them the ropes and answer questions and show them how to do things. And that might be a thing that helps retain that individual who ends up in that situation. Because you form friendships that way, and a lot of the reason why people come back is because of the people in this game. Yeah, you think mentoring is important, yeah. And there have been a lot of suggestions related to adding a mentoring system. Yeah, we have CA help, but I find lots of people don't like asking questions in public. That is true. That there is like that barrier. The CA help is really good for new players, and I used it often as a new player. But yeah, I can see how others might not want to ask a question in public. Like, I wonder if there is a way to incentivize mentoring. But then on the other hand, I don't know how much incentivizing mentoring is needed. because there are quite a few people who naturally will do the mentoring anyway. And if you start incentivizing it, you might find people doing the mentoring not for the right reasons, but just for the incentives. So there is that as well. And I think that there's quite a few people who are willing to mentor naturally anyway. So, but maybe there should be a system that hooks up players to people who are willing to mentor. Like, and make it apparently clear to a new player that there is this system that you can get hooked up with of other player who would be willing to help you out. So maybe if there's more of an explicit system, that might work. I don't agree, though, that we should be giving these mentors something in return for mentoring, because then you're going to find people doing it for the wrong reasons. Yeah. Yeah, so let me chat a little bit about the setup for my imping here and my decisions for why I'm doing it this way and not another way. And I'm not saying this is the best way or the fastest way, it's just the way I chose to do it. So first I chose to imp range poles, partially because range poles are only carpentry only skill. It's not like it's fine carpentry or another kind of carpentry where it's a sub skill. Improving your sub skills do improve carpentry. So, like, for example, if you look under carpentry, there's bowery, fletching, fine carpentry, toy making, shipbuilding. So at first I thought, maybe I'll just improve all those sub skills. And I started on toy making and I went from 15 to 50 in a sitting. And in that time, I think my carpentry went up by 0.3 or something like that. So there's definitely this thing where the parent skill does not get nearly as much skill as the sub skill. And I think it has to do with Circle of Cunning only applying to the skill at hand. So Circle of Cunning being the spell that you cast on items to improve the amount that you get skill. I have on most of my items, I don't know if you guys can see that, but I have 98 Circle of Cunning on my mallet, 100. Actually, some of these might have decayed a little bit, so let's actually look at I wonder what the best way of doing this. Let me just queue up a few here. Okay, so my mallet, where's my mallet? The mallet I'm using is 98 still. Okay, so that's pretty good. My carving knife, where is that? Is 91 so 100 circle cutting there. My pelt is 97 103. And my file. Boy. Where's my file? Let's queue this up. Oh boy. Okay, files at the top is 91 102. Okay, so these are really good casts, especially on the Circle of Cunning side. And then my log that I have here is 104 WA 97 Circle of Cunning. So mostly almost 100 on everything, or close to, like, just under 100. What that does is 100 cast will double the skill gain. Straight up double. Whatever you would have gotten, it doubles it, but only for the skill that's at hand. So if you're doing fine carpentry, you'll double your fine carpentry gains, but not your carpentry gains, or not your any of the other skills. So like my hammer skill, my characteristic skills, I won't get doubled because of Circle of Cunning. So I chose range poles rather, because they are only carpentry. So that'll double my carpentry gains. When let me just read what Validate's saying about the mentor system. So Asheron's Call had a mentor. Asheron's Call, Laugh Out Loud, had a mentor. The players attached to the mentor gains experience based on the lower players. Huge pyramid thing. It was a fun idea. Power level the lower players, help gain your own skills, even though area was too low to gain experience. You don't see that for Worm though, yeah. And what do you mean, but not on a certain pickaxe? But not on a certain pickaxe. I might have said something, but I forget the context now. Oh yeah, that I blew up, right? Goodness. Don't remind me, Taiki. That was a horrible, horrible experience. I've blown up many a pickaxe, but it was that particular one was just, it was just so frustrating. It's less frustrating if it blows up within the first bunch of casts, but if you've been casting on it all day and you've just finished wasting all of your favor, like you just poured all of your favor into it, and then it blows up. And it was rare on top of that. Just so frustrating. Yeah. Okay, so I'm deciding also to do one action at a time. And I might switch that up. I might queue up a bunch too, just to see the difference in skill gain. But I think that whether you queue up and do long actions or do individual short actions, overall the skill gain that you get per time is the same. The difference will be that the items will improve faster. So that's the difference. Just because there's shorter times on each action. But to me that doesn't matter too much because I could just make more range pulls if I wanted to. And I have enough range pulls here to last me, I think. I might switch to queuing up in a second. I'm not sure exactly. But I really don't think it's going to make too much difference in terms of skill gain per hour, or let's say, you know, per unit time. Now, another thing I was contemplating trying is a little bit of sweet spot imping, just to compare. Like if you look over here, you can see carpentry. The gains I'm getting are approximately 0.0029, 0.0027, 0.002. Let's see. Here's one that's pretty low, 0.0017. Okay, so that's about the skill gain that I would get there. Yeah, 10 to 5 below my skill, right? So my skill is at 86-ish. So I was thinking of imping these to about 80-ish. Yeah, and we'll see what happens there. Yeah, 20 plus below your skill, it takes a random suck for ticks, 100%, right? So the first thing I did is without sleep bonus, I improved these to 60-ish, as you can see. Okay, I did that without sleep bonus. Didn't take long because my skill's 85-ish, so it's like, didn't take long to get to 60. But I stopped there because that's where I want to start using my sleep bonus. And, you know, because below, as you said, below 20, below my skill, things go a lot less well. I get less ticks. There are strategies you can employ to maximize my skill gain per hour for sure, like queuing up actions and making sure that your latter actions are the highest COC and most likely to succeed. Yes. So if you are using the queuing up actions, the later actions become longer, and then you want to be using the tool that has the highest COC on the longer actions, because then you'll get the biggest percentage increase. Like, or you'll get, yeah, the biggest percentage increase on the higher COC. The longer actions give you higher skill gain. I'm not doing that partially because all my Circle of Cunnings are pretty much the same-ish. There's not one that's that much higher than the other. My lowest Circle of Cunning is 98 and my highest is 104, so it's a little bit different. I might do some queuing. The benefit of queuing, though, is that you improve the items slower. So you can see I've already gotten 2 of these items to 75. I would get a lot more time in, which means more skill in. And if I, let's say, keep doing this all the way to getting all these to 80 versus queuing up and getting them all to 80, I'll get a lot more time in, which means a lot more skill. My file's 89 quality, my pelt's 100. Oh yeah, that's true. I have a chance to successfully input my pelt. You're right. And my file, I should probably improve that. I probably could easily get that to 95 or so. Should do that. I can't do that for my carving knife, which is already 90 something. Yeah, I can't do that for my carving knife. I don't have the weaponsmithing skill, and I can't do that for my mallet yet because I don't have the carpentry skill yet. But that's the hope, is getting those things up there. You're right, the pelt is 100 quality, so it's probably a higher chance of success there. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's a nice explanation for people. Yeah. And I might be able to win a 99 quality carving knife into existence for me. What? Oh, will. Oh, I see. So by popping them together. What's your weaponsmithing, Nin? Oh, you have 99 bladesmithing. Ooh. Boy. Why? Why? Why indeed? Is that just for the carving knives? That must have taken forever. You can combine carving knives like you can mallets. Yeah, I know. I do know that. In fact, I did make a whole whack of carving knives to try to get sweet spot imping quality carving knives for weaponsmithing. And my bladesmithing is not good, but I was still able to get some. In fact, I think I made this 90 quality carving knife this way. I had to make a lot of them to get a 90 though. Yeah. No, okay, let's try a couple. Let's try a little bit of queuing up. Okay, so the way I would queue up is I'm going to queue up my file, then I'm going to go over here and do an imp action on that one, and then a file again on this one. And if I'm not really worried about the order of things, I can probably just queue up a whole bunch of these things. And then just wait until my actions all finish. You'll notice the longer the action timer, the bigger the skill tick is going to be. But of course, it took longer to get that skill tick. And I think the time and the skill tick are proportional. So if I double this timer, I'm going to double the skill gain. What this does is it makes it so that each imp action takes longer. And so this group of items will take longer to imp, which means that overall you get more skill gain for imping them all up. Because in this game, it seems as though it's designed in a way where productivity and skill gain kinda are at odds with each other. Either you want really good production or you want really good skill gain, and you can't usually have both. Except for in rare instances, I guess. So I'll end with a bunch of pelts here. We'll just do a bunch of pelt actions at the end. Okay, and already I've gotten 0.13 skill. I'm about to hit 86. Getting really close to the 86 mark. Right, here's somebody who wants to buy a hatchet, but hasn't put any conditions. So that's, you can almost tell that that's a relatively new player wanting to buy a hatchet. Yeah, they possibly aren't even sure what it is exactly that they want. Huh. I also kind of want to show you guys something that I did with the... Now, I've shown this a couple times on stream. And it's the macros that I use in order to improve. And when I say macros, I don't mean like the things that you're not allowed to use in this game. I mean... So a macro can mean a bunch of different things, but there are certain types of macros that are allowed in this game, and there's certain types that are not. So I'm not advocating for the use of any macros other than the kinds that are within the rules of Wurm. And those are the types where you program it so that a single button press sends multiple actions all at the same time, with no delay in between the sending of the signals. So I press the button and it just sends all of the signals that that button's supposed to press all at the same time. Yeah, so you can do this to fill a queue. Exactly. You can go as far as... So I have 6 actions. So I can send 6 actions all at the same time to the server with no delay and no looping. So I can't say send these 6 actions and then wait 10 seconds and send those same 6 actions again. Can't do that. But I can press a button, it can send 6 actions, it will conduct the 6 actions and then end, at which point I can press the button again to send 6 more actions. Now, there is a weird kind of way of setting this up so that you can press a single button. Okay, there's a couple ways of setting this up, but I'm going to describe one way. I don't use this way because of things that I might have time to discuss afterwards, but I don't use this way for reasons. But that is, you can set up a button that when you press it, what it does is it selects the first item on your hotbar, on your tool belt, so let's say my mallet, and then it tries to improve the item that's on your cursor. Then it switches to the second item on your tool belt and then tries to improve, switches to the third item, tries to improve, fourth item tries to improve, fifth item tries to improve. That will send 5 actions, right? Because selecting an item on your hotbar doesn't count as an action because it doesn't fill a slot on your tool, on your queue. Okay, so select the first item, try to improve. Select the second item, try to improve. Third item. So you press one button, it does all that. And of course, what's going to end up happening is you just press that one button and it will find the right tool and improve. Okay, so it all of a sudden turns improving into a single button press. You just, when your action's done, you just press the button again. When the action's done, you press the button again, so on. Okay, so that's a really good option for those people who, so some people have, wrist problems where lots of button pressing and clicking is a problem. Okay, this can really help the improving. That helped you so much when you saw me talking about it quite some time ago. I had no idea I could do that without breaking the rules. Yeah, totally. It's really handy. Now, I'm going to warn you, though, is that if you use that strategy, you will be reducing your chances of getting a rare out of that improving action. Okay, you're going to be reducing it by as much as, approximately 20%. Well, you're going to reduce your chances by 80%. You'll only have 20% of the chance that you would have had otherwise of getting a rare. And the reason is because sending an action that is not successful consumes the rare window. So if a rare window opens and then I press that hotkey, it's going to try the mallet, but the mallet's not going to work because it was actually asking for a file. That attempt of using the mallet is going to consume the rare window. Okay, so that'll happen every time unless it just so happens that the rare window opened, you press the button, and it actually asked for the first tool in your queue. Okay, so just be warned that this does reduce your chances of obtaining a rare item. So because of that, I switched to this new keybind system, like this new macro system. It's a little bit more manual and a lot harder to keep going with it. But it's one where I press a single button, and what it does is it will select one of the tools. So let's say I press the first button, it'll select the first tool. It'll try to improve, it'll improve, and then it'll repair. So in that order, like select the item, improve, repair. Hey, Dreamt, what's going on? Welcome on in. Yeah, we're just talking improving. Okay, so let me just pause my sleep bonus here for a second, and I'll show you how the keybind is set up. You guys can see this, I think, yeah. It might be a little bit small, but... Okay, so it looks like this, okay? So it'll press 1, it'll release 1. And what that does is it's going to select the first item on that's my keybind for selecting the first item on my tool belt. Then it's going to press G and release G, and that's my improve hotkey. Then it's going to press T and release T, and this does this with no delays. So the standard delay is 50 milliseconds. I've unchecked that. There's no delays in between each of these key presses, and that's the button that I will press anytime that it needs a mallet. So this one here needs a mallet. I'll press that keybind and it'll just do that. Select the mallet, improve, repair. Now what's nice about this is that repair is another one of those actions that can consume the rare window. But if the rare window opens and I instantly just improve, repair, right? Like right next to each other with no delay in between, then the repair will have no chance of being the one that uses the rare window. It'll always be the improve that uses the rare window. Okay, so this will hopefully, in theory, prevent the rare window from being consumed by the repair action, that is. Okay, that's the hope anyway. So that's the way I've been imping lately. So it's either that way, or what I'll do is I'll manually select with the buttons, let's say mallet, and I'll press G to improve. Carving knife, G. Mallet, G. Log, G. But the problem here is the repairs, right? Now that all these actions go, any one of these that damage, I'm now going to have to go through them and repair, which could also consume the rare roll. Right, so that's my rationale for using this method, the single action. Okay, now the last thing I want to test here is the carpet, like trying a sweet spot imp and just keeping track of the numbers. So here I'm seeing carpentry is 0.0025. So we saw a bunch of them that were in that range. 0.002, that one is somewhere in that range, 002 to 0025. Now the item, oh, you know what I realized? Oh yeah, okay, I have 2 mallets, good. Whew. I have 2 mallets that are in the 92 range, which is above the threshold for sweet spot imping for me. Okay, so again, let me actually, I probably should keep my sleep bonus on for just a little bit longer. But let's actually switch over. Okay, so I'm gonna go to this mallet here that I can't be imped by me because it's too high level, but because it's in the sweet spot. Oh, it actually worked. Okay, let's take a look. It's in the sweet spot range for me, and you'll notice that the carpentry skill gains are going to be bigger than the 0.2 that I was getting before. You see that? So now they're at 0.0038. That one was 0.005. See that? 0.0062. Okay, so before I was getting 0.0025, 0.002 something. Okay, now I just got a 0.0062. That's like more than double. In fact, it actually is exactly double, I think. And that's because I'm imping something that's way above my skill. By way above my skill, there's definitely a cutoff that I can tell you exactly how you know what that is. Now, my issue with this is that because the item is so high, it does seem like I'm getting less ticks than before, right? Like if you keep track of how many ticks I get. And this is due to the fact that my tools are not high quality, right? Like I'm gonna fail a lot more of these actions because, especially my file action, because my file is less than 90 quality, I'm gonna fail that. And whoa, look at that, 0.008 on that action. Okay, so I'm definitely getting more skill per tick when I get a tick. It's just my feeling is I'm not getting as many ticks. So there's a trade-off for doing this. Overall, though, you do get more skill this way. And it works much better at lower skill / quality when your tools way overmatch your target item quality. Yes. So let's say I'm starting at a brand new skill. Let's say I decided I want to do Bowery, for example. And my Bowery skill is only 3. And I have these 90 plus quality items, tools, right? Or even 80 plus quality tools. Now all I need to do is improve like 20, 30 quality bows. And I'm going to get the sweet spot imping. Yeah. Can you burn range poles to reduce their quality and then imp them all up again? Been years since I tried that on something I forget. Yeah, you totally can. So that's, I mean, burning to reduce quality, that works on anything that is not metal. I guess leather doesn't either, right? Leather doesn't burn for some reason, but cloth items do. So you can do this to the cotton rugs. I do it with the net traps, or is it fish keep nets? I can't remember. It's one or the other. One of those for rope making. It's either net traps or fish keep nets can go into the forge and you can burn down their quality. It also works for all of the wooden items for carpentry. And that's what lava's for. Sure, if you have lava or access to lava, you can put the leather items on lava. Probably also the metal items. But yeah, this sweet spot imping is doing fairly good. And already I've gotten a quarter point in carpentry. We haven't been doing this for very long, actually. I still have 5 hours, 39 minutes on my sleep bonus. Yeah, and so I'll do this. I'll sit here and do this. Usually I'll be watching a stream or watching something on YouTube or an episode of something at the same time. And it passes the time, and before I know it, I'll be at 90 carpentry. It does take time. It's a grind for sure. But yeah, it's actually not so bad. It's actually not so bad. You know, I think before I do the big push grind for like all the way into the 90s and beyond, I think I gotta spend some time improving my tools. How's my log doing? I haven't even used one weight yet on it. And I think a lot of it's coming from this mallet. So I'm gonna go back to the let's go back to the range poles. I don't want to use my log up. At the moment, I don't have my priest. I don't have premium on my priest, so I can't make more logs. So once the logs are gone. Yeah, and the whole purpose of doing these range poles is because they're really low weight. So they're going to use very little of the wood. All right, Taiki, 5 a.m. Wow, that's an early D&D game. So you need to hit the hay early. Yeah, I also have D&D tomorrow in the morning with my cousins, but it's not that early. 5 a.m. is really early. Yeah, I think we're gonna meet around 9. Yeah, and it'll be our first big adventure. Like we did one last week, and it was sort of like just an intro. It's been a long time since I played, and one of my cousins never played before, so it was just sort of like a one-off adventure just to get our bearings in the game and try to figure out the system. We're using Roll20, which is a online platform for playing the game. Yeah, because you're trying to take over a pirate ship. Ah, nice. Well, good luck. Yeah, you use Roll20. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. We were trying to but it was a lot about just like learning how to use the system properly, and yeah, it worked out really good. Either of us use a Fantasy Grounds for D&D sessions? What's that? Fantasy Grounds. Yeah, I'm using Roll20, which is a... What I really like about it is that it fully integrates your character sheet with the game. So let's say I want to attack with my short sword. On my character sheet, I have an area that has all my weapons that I'm carrying. And it draws from my stats, my character stats. Like, let's say it knows that the short sword is a finesse weapon, so that it'll look at my dexterity or strength to look to see which one's better, and then it's going to pull the bonus from that. So it'll automatically know that my attack roll is plus whatever due to that, and it'll grab all the bonuses from everywhere that it can on the character sheet. And then all I do is I press the short sword, I click on the short sword, and it will roll the attack roll. The attack roll rolls, and then if it hits, then I have a button now to press for the damage. And the damage modifiers are all calculated by all my stats, and I just click on that button, it rolls the dice, and it adds the modifier. It's like automatic, like everything's automated. Yeah, it's so cool having it automated. I know, it's like, it's just awesome. So I really like how that's all. You like Roll20, you find Fantasy Grounds a higher end but more expensive. Oh, okay. This is the first time I've ever tried anything like this. So you use D&D Beyond character sheets with integrated into Roll20. Okay. Our DM just purchased something that allows us to use what he's calling the Character Mancer, which allows you to create characters more like it leads you through creating the character as opposed to you having to manually enter it in. I was playing around with it a little bit earlier because we have to redo all our characters. Our one-off characters, we can use like the premise of those characters, but we have to like remake them because we had set our level at a certain point, I think we were level 3, just to like do that one-off adventure, just to get our feet wet and figure out the systems. But now we're gonna start for real, like a real more long-term adventure, and our DM asked us to start from level 1, so we have to sort of like rejig everything to be level 1. You don't like most of the Roll20 sheets? I just punch in my rolls. Also don't play 5th edition though. More modifiers all the time. Yeah, well, it's been so long since I played, and last time I played it was 2nd edition. Yeah, I played 2nd edition when I was playing last. And back then it was all manual, like you're literally writing with a pencil on your character sheet all the information. And we got to the point where we didn't even need the templated sheets. We knew what to write. We knew what we needed, so we wrote it all on just blank sheets. And we'd pull out the maps and the little characters to represent, the little like caricatures or like little things to denote where everybody is on the map. Yeah, but this was back a long time ago. Yeah, that was the last time you played too. So when I relearned recently, now it's all digital, so much easier. Yeah, it is quite a bit easier, definitely. And my cousin set it all up so that there was audio, right? So music was playing, and he had planned out all the music for each of the scenes. So as this new scene came up and we'd see the new map and all the thing, and like a new music would be playing. Yeah, it was really good. I really liked it. Yeah, thematic. Yeah, totally. And the NPC cards would come up so a new character would be introduced, and there was like a card that would come up that would show a picture of the character, and that way that you can remember the names of all the people that you're meeting and put a face to the name kind of thing. I like that. The grids on the screen, so you know your movement 100%. That was really good. I liked how you can like see how far away you are from some target just to see if you're within range, or if you're able to move that far and then attack, let's say. Yeah, the rulers are there. Exactly. Yeah, it's really good. I had a lot of fun, and I look forward to doing it again tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think that we're like we're at that point where we're doing long epic sessions though. I think it's just going to be a short one, like a short sessions as we try to just get into it still. We're definitely casual at the moment in terms of like our commitment to it. You almost got divorced buying D&D minis over 5,000 worth. What? That's a lot. You still have them all? That, and then Flames of War, World War II mini ads, then add on Warhammer Fantasy, total in 1 month 10K. Oh, I do not blame her one bit. Validate. I do not blame her. I'm still banned from buying more 13 years later. Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of money for just minis. Like little characters. Yeah, cut off, man. Cut off. Honestly. Yes. Okay. Like I remember getting a lot of these little figurines that were like clay. Not clay, but fired, like it felt kind of pottery, kind of ceramic maybe. And we would paint them. We'd paint them, so we got to customize how the color of our little character. And there was a bunch to choose from, and they were very inexpensive. Like these were not like high quality; they were just like little clay, blank, not painted figurines, and we would spend our time painting them and use them. I feel like that's good enough, That's good enough. All right. That's right. Takey, you have to get up early. You have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you next time. Yeah, invest in a 3D printer. Nowadays, that's the way to do it. Yeah. I mean, you're still paying for the... What do they call it? Filament? Or the... Whatever it is that's making the filament, yeah. And hey, Sky. Welcome on in. Yeah, you're still paying for the filament. And of course, you're paying for the 3D printer as well. So there's that. There's that upfront cost. I'm talking like these little clay figurines were like, I want to say back when we were buying them in the 90s was probably like 50 cents each. Like these were not top quality. They didn't look perfect or anything like that. They were just, all we needed was a little figurine that would go on the map that would signify your character versus another character. So we would paint them differently. That's all that's really needed. It doesn't need to look... The thing about D&D is that 98% of it is in your imagination. Right? If somebody didn't have their figurine, we would just use like a bottle cap or something. You know, it didn't have to be anything special because 99% of the game is happening in your imagination. It is nice to have like a little character for your guy and to pull out the little orcs or whatever else it is and have all the little guys all there. That's kind of cool. But like I know those people who are into Warhammer. I've heard of people who are into Warhammer who go really hard on the characters, like the little figurines. I never got into Warhammer. And for me, Dungeons and Dragons was a game that I felt was mostly in my head. Like I was mostly imagining everything. And so the maps and the little characters were mostly only so that we kind of knew the position of everybody. But for the rest of it, it's all in my imagination. Yeah. D&D is such a unique and fun game. Like especially if you have a dungeon master who can paint the scene, who does voices for characters, and who, you know, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Heroes Forge, I think, makes very custom minis, right? Yeah, the toxic goo that the other kind of printer use. I mean, I have heard that some of the filaments can be pretty bad. And I know a couple people who have a 3D printer and love it, like swear by it, who make tons of stuff from it, but for some reason I'm not that drawn to 3D printers. I always find that the things that get made by the 3D printers, either they break really easily, or they're just not like, sure they function, but they're not, I don't know, the plastic seems very light, so it's very not dense. And I know that there's different kinds of filaments that produce different kinds of quality, but of course, the ones that are higher quality cost more, and I wonder at what point does it make it sense? Like, does it make sense to use the 3D printer and use the expensive filament versus buying the actual thing? And then I would get the argument that sometimes you just can't buy the thing that you need. Like you're trying to fix something and it's because a plastic piece snapped, and you can just look up a blueprint online for that piece and just print off a piece for it. I understand that application, but how often are we in that situation? That's why I like Fantasy Grounds. They have a line of sight maps with fog of war and can play with anyone long distance if friends on the road trip, etc. Yeah, I feel like the same goes for Roll20 though. With fog of war and can play with anyone long distance if friends on road trip, etc. Yeah, with Roll20 you can It even has integrated voice, like voice chat and camera. And in terms of the fog of war, I don't know about that. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden they said, like, my cousin pulled out a fog of war thing. It seems like something that could easily have been put in there. Maybe not. But line of sight, I think, is there. Yeah, and then the 3D printers are a lot of maintenance work. There is that as well. Right, if it stops working and then you have to like figure out how to fix it. It's hard to know. It's hard to know if it's worth it. I think for those people who love to tinker and who love to... You're doing it because you love the hobby of it. You weren't impressed with the Roll20 interface. Fantasy Grounds markets itself as more premium product, so that might be the thing for me. Maybe. I mean, for us casual people, if I'm not really... We're trying this out. We're just sort of playing around. We haven't really gotten too invested in it. I found Roll20 to be quite good in terms of how it's integrated. Like, its usability is really nice. You can import all sorts of different assets into there to make your adventure have lots of different ways of looking. So for every scene, the dungeon master had an image that went in there. So you can see sort of like what the area looks like. And then there was music going on in the background, so that was all queued up, and there were all the items that we would get, like there'd be a little card that shows the item, like that would just pop up. I really like that. You're being gifted a 3D resin printer. It's going to be fun. Resin versus filament depends on what you need. It's all work. Right. Yeah, I'm not 100% that well versed in this stuff, so I don't know the difference really. Oh no, do you have the extractor fans and lab equipment required to deal with the fumes and stuff? Okay, so is the resin stuff the more toxic stuff? I'm not sure. You learned a lot in 3 days. Okay. Resin is the definition of toxic. Okay. So, not so dirt, don't breathe that stuff in. We're approaching 0.4 skill in carpentry so far, so it's not doing so bad. It's at this point, 0.4 is about how much I got while getting my toy making from 15 to 50. In that time, I got about 0.3 something skill for my carpentry. So already, I've only imped 3 of these. Not even to 80 from 60, and I've gotten 0.4. You will build a new filter box for fumes, spare PC case fans, shoebox filters. Oh boy, I'm getting a little tired. I might need to take just a quick bathroom break and get some more water. You can get these gardening kits that work great. Okay. Gardening kits to not quite a gardening kit that helps with fumes, toxic fumes. Nope, don't know what you're talking about. For smelly plants. Those kinds of gardening kits. Got it. But is that really a concern though for people who are growing, let's say, pot? Is it a concern, the smell? I suppose if you're trying to hide the fact that you're doing that sort of thing, but I guess it also depends on where you live, right? Because where I live, I mean, I'm sure it's not good if you have an industrial grow up happening in your house, but for the odd plant or 2 or 3 or 4, it's usually no issue. The indoor exposure would be heavy. Are we talking about the resin or the pot? I'm lost now. My things I made was great for soldering fumes removal. Okay. Okay. Just remember, safety first. Yeah. Totally. Now, is it that the resin 3D printers are the end result is a better quality item? Like more dense plastic or gloves, goggles, fume removals, towels. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the answer is yes. So right. Yeah, because all the filament ones I've ever gotten are very like and higher resolution too. Okay, because yeah, they're always not perfect. There's like edges to be filed off, and it's still not perfect, and then the piece is so light and the opposite of dense. What's the opposite of dense? Okay, it's slow. It can create 0.05 millimeter layers with detail. Interesting. That's very high resolution. Boy, I'm struggling with what is the opposite of dense. Is there even an English word for the opposite of dense? I don't even know. Up to 8-second exposure with a low quality screen. I'm not sure what that translates to in terms of how long it would take to, let's say, print something. Like, let's say I wanted to print something that was like, just a small little item, like this size, a small little figurine, let's say a D&D figurine that's like, maybe 2-3 inches tall. And like, how long would that take to print with a resin? Most of the time you want to make your 3D printed models with honeycomb in them to save on material. You can make them fully solid, but then the print job takes forever and you use more material. Right, that makes sense. Resin use LCD monochrome screen to project UV lights to the resin to create each layer. Interesting. That's very interesting. Nope. I think we need low density. I'm not sure there's a word. Being dense could mean anything, any density. Right. Kind of, but usually when you say it's extremely dense or it is very dense, you're usually meaning high density. I guess, yeah, low density, I guess you could say. I just really wish there was a word. Like, there should be a word for the opposite of dense. Less dense, low density. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so you can't use honeycomb on the resin models. Oh. Where an FDM printer melts a ribbon of filament and lays out the layer. Right, that's the kind I've seen, that one. Right, but it's not necessarily hollow. It can be a low density material like foam, for example. Or your pillow is low density. It's not hollow. It doesn't have an open cavity inside. I don't know. It's just a weird wondering about the English language, why there isn't a word to mean the opposite of really dense. Okay, resin can do a whole layer in one exposure cycle. Okay. Both are fast in their own way. Right, okay, so both are about the same speed. They each have their own strengths. Interesting. I mean, I would think I would be more interested in these sorts of things because I am a tinkerer. I like tinkering with things, and I also like building things. I did go through an engineering program where there was a lot of building things. And we used a CAD machine, which I thought was great. I loved being able to use the CAD machine, which is almost like a humongoid 3D printer for cutting away at a piece of metal. So you can make, and it was specifically for cutting metals that we were using this CAD machine for. You like filament because you're restricted on space, so the gardening equipment would be too sprawly. Right. FDM would be stronger, but not by much. I see. Yeah, I mean, I guess like the 3D printers that I've seen, they take time, right? Like, so my brother-in-law has a 3D printer, and we were over his house, and my son was really interested and was asking lots of questions about it. And so he said, "Hey, you want me to print you something then?" And he pulled up like a bunch of different figurines, and he had my son choose one of the figurines. And then they set it out to print, and it was like a little figurine, like again, like kind of like that same size of like 3 inches or so. And it had a little flat base, so that it could, like, it's kind of like a little character player for a board game or something. So it has a flat, rounded piece at the bottom, and the character was sitting on top of it. I think it took about a half an hour to print it. They're slow with more details. Okay, yeah. Had to look it up, and it looks like it's just light for the opposite. But yeah, weird. There's not a word for it. I know. Almost felt like I was like searching for the word. I'm like, I think there's a word. Wait, maybe there's not a word. Yeah, it took me a second there. Yeah, layer by layer. Yeah, that's what it was doing. It was doing layer by layer. So it was the type of 3D printer that was on a platform where there's like a thing on an arm, and it's going like this. It's like spilling out the plastic onto the first layer, and then the whole board moves down a little bit, and then it's spilling out onto the second layer, and so on like this. So it was doing that. Thin layers versus very dense. Yeah, sparse and thin also. Okay. Sparse would be used for the density of objects. So, for example, you can have a sparse forest, which means that the density of the trees is low. But I don't think you can say, like, I have a sparse material to mean that that material has low density. And I think thin is similar in the sense that you would say that that forest has been thinned out, meaning a bunch of the trees have been removed, so the density of the trees is lower. But again, I don't feel like you can use the word thin in the context of a material being of low density. Anyway, we're spending too much time on that. I think that this is not something that needs so much energy spent on. There's some neat things that you've seen that you can do with resin printers. Pre-UV hardening treatment. Pre-UV hardening treatment. Such as? What kinds of things can you do a resin printer? What do you mean by pre-UV hardening treatment? I'm not sure. I'm not so well versed in this sort of stuff. And already I'm like on the approach of 0.5 skill, which is really like, this is going pretty good with the range pulls. It was going a little bit faster on my mallet, but I'm afraid that the mallet is imping. That mallet is going to use up this log way too quick. For resin printing, you print, then resin, then harden in a UV treatment to fully harden the print. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. And Squirtles, welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. There was something. I'm going to switch topics here away from 3D printers and back onto Worm, because there was this just lurking because somebody recommended me the game. Oh, okay. So you're new to this game. Never seen it before. You're still mining. Nice. Okay. If you have any questions about the game, you're wondering about something, there are lots of people in the chat right now who are veterans and know a lot, and I can help you out with any questions you might have. I also recommend this game, especially if you're the type of player who likes crafting, building, mining underground, chopping trees, gathering resources, crafting with those resources, selling those resources to other people, or selling your wares to other people, building structures, decorating, hunting, all the things. There's fishing, there's a whole bunch of things, exploring. Yeah, the list goes on. There's a very open-ended, very sandboxy game where there's no direction intended for you to go. You can go in whatever direction you like, you can do whatever you like, and there's lots of different things to do. Yeah, 10 out of 10 would recommend, 100%. It's a gem of a game. On the flip side, though, just to be brutally honest and fair in this recommendation, it is a hard to learn game. There are a lot of frustrating points as a new player when you're just trying to learn the systems, because some things are not conventional. So the way you think it should work is maybe not the way it ends up working. One thing you should know, though, is the design of the game is such that it does the best it can, because what it attempts to do is extremely complicated, and the main idea of this game is, yeah, slow pace is an understatement and is the biggest unselling point. However, I would also say slow paced is a selling point from a certain perspective. And Spaghetti Dreamt says, yeah, I know, Dreamt, that you have this love-hate relationship with this game. There's definitely something to love here. And then there's definitely some things that are, let's just say, feeling a little bit backwards. Okay, you'll be lurking and watching. All right, sounds good. Yeah, you can. I was about to go on to a conversation topic that came up not that long ago. It was sort of mulling about in my head. I was watching Catspur's stream, and she was playing Worm, and a suggestion had come up in the chat about, I think somebody came in and said, I wish there was an auction house in this game, similar in style to the auction house that's in World of Warcraft. Because I think the person was arguing that they would find it much easier to be able to find the things that they want to buy or sell the things that they want to sell if there was like just an automated, I'm just going to put my item up for auction, and then anybody who wants to buy it can see it and then just buy it off the auction house. I've heard this being a request. A lot of people request this feature of auction house. Seems like a common thing, and I think it's just because auction houses are common in most MMO type games. Now, I I'm gonna sort of take the side of this argument that I think that there shouldn't be an auction house in this game. I can see the appeal. Don't get me wrong, I can see the appeal because for all those reasons, I will be able to sell my items easier. People will be able to see the items that are being sold by everybody easier. Currently, the way that the game works is that if you want to buy an item, there's only a few places that you can advertise that you're selling it. One of them is in this trade chat over here. You can say, I'm selling such and such. Or you can go over to the forums and make a post there saying, I'm selling such and such. Or you can go over to the Discord. All of this has to sort of be done kind of manually in this way where if somebody wants to buy that thing, they will have to reach out to you. You will have to chat with them and make arrangements manually. There's no like in-game sort of like feature that will allow you to post an item and then somebody can buy it and instantly it arrives there. You would have to, as a seller, go over to a mailbox, put it into the mailbox and send it to that person. And then there's a way to put a cash on delivery sort of charge on that. Yeah, and Sky Gallant says, auction houses ruin the idea of being a trader traveling around and selling things. That is true. And Draka says, people can set up a place with lots of merchants. There are some places people do that too. Yeah, 100%. People do this all the time, merchants. So you can, there are in-game merchants. Actually, I have one standing right here. This is my merchant. You can, if you look at what's on there, these are items that I'm using. I'm kind of using this merchant to store items that I don't want to decay. Some of it's already a little decayed, but that happened before I put them on the merchant. But I can set a price on these items and somebody can come over here and pay that price and the merchant will give them the item. But it's not like automated, you know? It's not like I can open up an auction house that every item on sale is available. I've even seen the suggestion of like, I open up a window and every item on every trader in the server is shown and I can purchase them and it will mail to me, let's say. Okay, so validate. I don't know if these people are actually advocating for the actual auction portion of the auction house, like where people put bids and people can outbid. I don't think that they were mentioning it for that reason, although that might be an interesting feature to add. But I think that they were really talking about just for buying and selling. And like to the level that people use the auction house in World of Warcraft. I don't know if you've ever played World of Warcraft. It is sort of like a semi-auction, but the way that it usually works is most items you put a buyout price on them. People could bid on it, but usually items end up getting bought out. There are the more rare items would be auctioned, let's say, where there's no buyout and it's just people bid and bid and bid, and when the auction ends, whoever has the highest bid wins. I do like the idea of maybe a market stall that allows bidding. I do like that idea. But I think that like whenever I hear this suggestion, I kind of get the sense that it's mostly from the perspective of, I just want a button I can press down here that opens up an auction. I can see what everybody's selling and I can just buy, or I can put my items up into the auction house so other people can see and buy, and it would make buying and selling easier. So that's usually the argument that I'm seeing. So I'm gonna give the opposite perspective of why I think such a system would be detrimental to the game. Now, I wouldn't say it's detrimental to the point where it's like game breaking. It won't break the game, but it will fundamentally change the way that people interact with the game in a way that will you will lose something that's actually really special about this game. When I first logged into the game, the first thing I saw was a market, because I spawned in at on Deliverance. The starter town was Green Dog, and at the time, merchants were allowed to be placed on the starter town. So what people would do is, at each of the starter towns, they would place all these merchants, because they knew that new players coming in would see all the merchants and go, oh, like, this is awesome. There's like a merchant that's selling all these items, and you now have like a captive audience of these new players funneling into the merchants. So this sort of sparked my interest about merchants, and soon after they made it so merchants can no longer be placed on starter deeds. So what this did was it created incentive for people to create markets, deeds that were devoted to putting a merchant stall, putting many merchant stalls, inviting people to bring their merchants and their wares to that market. And there was a period of time where going to the market in the game was a big ordeal. Like, you would go to the market to go search the the merchants, to see what was on sale, what people have been stocking, and looking for deals and doing all this. And that was an amazing part of the game, particularly for me. I loved having my own merchant at the plaza, at the market, and then also searching everybody else's merchants and looking for that sweet deal on that item that I can, it was a lot of fun. I think those markets are kind of the past. We don't see them that often anymore. I see them here and there, but not to the level of, you would go to the market and there would be multiple people there looking at the merchants as well, because it's like a central hub for people to go, and it's one of the things to do in the game, right? You're also working on a public one. Nice. Yeah, I mean, what I would like to see is the return of the market instead of an auction house. Now, an auction house will push it even farther away from these markets, because it'll make it so that all the buying and selling can be done from the comfort of your own home. It's extremely impersonal. Most of the time, you don't even know who bought the thing from you, right? And maybe the same might be said about markets themselves. Like, you go to your merchant and a whole bunch of items have been bought, but you don't know who bought them. But what's really cool is that a lot of the times back in the day, people would they would either put their signature on the coin that they're giving you, or they would rename the coin with their deed name or something like that. So you get some kind of message from the person who bought the items off of you. And that was always really nice to see. Like, it was a very personal touch. Now, currently, the way that most things get sold in this game is either through the trade chat or on the forums. And once again, it also comes along with this personal interaction, right? Person puts a message on the forum saying, I want to sell this item, or puts a message in here saying, I want to sell an item. And so if I'm interested in that item, I'll send that person a message, make contact with that person, chat with them a little bit about it, maybe haggle with them a little bit about it. And then some items need to be delivered. Like if I'm buying a boat, let's say, you can't mail a boat, so you'd have to go and actually meet that person in real life. And sure, that process is tedious, right? That process takes time and effort. But then again, it also makes that purchase that much more special, that it took effort to get that purchase. You had to interact with other people, and now you might make that bond with that person because you traveled all the way there, or they traveled all the way to your deed. You now know where they live, or they know where you live, and it's sort of like you get that personal connection, where an auction house would completely remove that. Like, you would lose that interaction between individuals in the community. Moving away from those markets, you're going to lose that process of constructing this public market with other people, I lived on a public market. I lived at Puzzle Plaza for probably almost a year during its construction, but also while it was already functional. And living on a market back when markets were the way that people bought stuff meant that I met so many people. All the people coming to refill their merchants, all the people coming to buy stuff. There were people who would come almost daily to just browse the market and just to have a little chat with those people in local. Like there's definitely something about that I think if the development of the game is going to go towards trying to improve the economy, I think that if they went in the direction of creating a button that opens up an auction house, you're going to be removing all of those things that are special about that experience that people remember when thinking about this game and the economy in this game. You're going to remove that personal interaction between people. So it makes it hard for those who sell horses offline using merchants like you do. True. And you know, Katz has her market over here with the horses as well, and she has it all self-serve set up. But that also means people come here all the time to buy horses. And even though they can come while we're offline, oftentimes we interact with those people. We see them in local, they're coming in, they're asking where can we drop off our creature cages, and there's like, you know, they'll ask like where are the draft horses, and we'd point them in the right direction. You know, there's that person's experience of buying horses is one where they think to themselves, okay, we got to buy some horses. Let's go visit the horse market that is run by Catspur over there. They get in their boat, they load up all their stuff, they sail over to the horse market, they browse the horses, they look at them all, they see the names, then they're go over and get the key, and they're unlocking the pen so that they can get the horse. And it's like that whole experience is a thing, right? Like, it's like this game is a lot about that thing is a part of why people love playing this game. It's a player made interaction, right? The developers did not create that thing that made it so that people are going to go buy horses from each other from the market or whatever. It's like the players created that. And there's nothing else like that, I think. Like in another game like World of Warcraft, let's say, where the developers create the auction house and are controlling the whole interaction process between buyer and seller, I think that removes something from this naturally emerging community that happens in Worm. It's really hard to put into words, but it's like all of a sudden you will lose those interactions where people are venturing out to go to that other person's deed so they can pick up the thing that they're going to buy from them because it can't be mailed, or yeah. So yeah, I'm not in favor of the auction house. I think we would lose something in the game that you might not even notice it's gone until you think in hindsight about all those memories you had about, you know, about all those purchases that you had made at the market or through the trade chat by interacting with other people, you know. You would like a market board that lists all merchants and items available in the deed? That would be nice. Okay, so I see what you're saying. So like you won't be able to buy from that board, but you can see that at this market over here, there's this mallet that you would really like to buy. So it might encourage you to go out and visit it. I'd agree with that. Totally would agree with that. Also, there's people that uses merchants as storage. Someone might put something on it and didn't raise the price to save it, and somebody could buy it, and that wouldn't be good either to have a site of all merchants. That's true, but my hope is that people who are putting stuff on their merchants are thinking about the price that they're setting things at. You know, I think a good solution to that might be to, by default, set the price of items to be high. I know currently the price of the item is tied to the get price of the item, which is tied to the amount of favor you would get if you sacrificed it, sort of thing. I wonder if they can untie those two things and just arbitrarily set the price to be high by default, and then the person who's selling it can lower it. I don't know if that sounds like a lot of work that they would have to do that, though. Is that when you're saying it would be like what happened to WoW when they introduced Dungeon Finder? It removes the real world player friction and interaction. Yes, exactly that. Like, sure, it made it easier to find a group, but boy, did you not remember who those people were or even care. And all that time that you spent looking for a group, and you're sitting there with two members and you're like finding that third, and during that time you're getting to know these people, you're bonding, and then you go through this dungeon with those people, and like chances are the next time you are looking for a group, you might look to see if those people are there. You know, you're making friends, putting lots of people on your friends list, because then you have a higher chance of logging in and just asking those people if they want to group with you. Yeah, all that's gone now, and all you need to do is click a button and it'll automatically put you with randos that you have no vested interest in who they are or ever seeing them ever again, because you'll just press the Dungeon Finder button again and you'll be grouped up with other people. Yeah, a market board would be super cool. Yeah, you got to this market, check the board to see if there's anything shiny you want to see. Yeah, that would be cool. I'd like that. Yeah, a market board at that deed that shows you all of the things that are on the merchants, and it will tell you like which merchant to go to find that item that you want. Yeah, I agree with that totally. And with nostalgia, everything seems better, but back in the day, some stuff was not as charming as we remember it today. That's true, but specifically with the WoW Dungeon Finder, when WoW Classic came out, it didn't have a Dungeon Finder, and then people were relegated back to doing that thing where they're trying to find people. I still think that even though you're gonna form less groups, like you're gonna spend more time looking for groups and less time actually dungeon grinding, you're going to be spending more time getting to know people, which I think in the long run is a more valuable thing in a video game that's an MMO. I mean, Worm as it is has already gotten to this point where it's very isolated. People are on their deeds, doing their thing. Some people don't ever want to interact with people outside, but I think that what makes Worm special is that there's a lot of interaction between the people who do interact. There's a lot of that interaction, and sometimes it's the thing that people stick around in a game like this for, is the social interaction and that. WoW Dungeon Finder and WoW Flying killed lots of stuff. Yeah, the flying. Especially after, like, you know, let's like with WoW, it was like they forced you to walk on the Burning Crusade content and get really far on foot before they got you a flying mount, right? And then you get a flying mount and you can fly everywhere, and that felt like it opened up everything for you. But then do you remember what happened when the next update, like the next expansion came out? All of a sudden you were forbidden to use flying. And you had to get far in that one again before you could purchase the flying license for that area. It felt very contrived, is what I'm trying to say. It felt very odd. I remember the looking for group from EverQuest allowed me to meet several people I wouldn't have. Yeah, it was painful sometimes. Yeah, 100%. Especially in EverQuest. EverQuest was like the epitome of you meet people and you want to make sure that you get these people on your friends list, that you're able to, because that way the next time you log on, you're like, hey, remember me? We were in a group yesterday. You want to go do that again? Like you now have a in to get another group. So you're like, it sort of incentivizes you to going and trying to make those connections with other people. And then because you've made these connections with other people, you go on adventures with them, multiple adventures, and you create those memories with those people. Yeah. EQ2 did that better. You explored the land to find the Griffin Towers for fast travel across the map. Okay. Yeah, flying in WoW was super cool when it first came out. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, when it first came out, because you had just finished having to explore the entire place on foot or with your land mount or whatever. And now all of a sudden you are flying around all those places that you walked. That was pretty cool. But yeah, it did break a lot of things in the sense that all of a sudden you now are never going to explore on foot lots of different areas that you might not have made it to yet. New EQ progression server in May. We'll probably be right back in it again. So that's one of their official ones, and you have to have a subscription, right? Like a $15 a month subscription. Yeah. What is a progression server? Okay, interesting. These are servers that the official game launches, that they launch the game just like as it was back in the day. You remove all the expansions and you get the initial vanilla, but it's been updated, like a lot of quality of life improvements to the original thing, and a lot of like, there's a lot of updates to the original, but the game, it tries to keep the essence of the original game on these servers, right? So you log in and you're like in those the original starting towns, and you only have like the original box game, and then they will progress the servers. So at some point Canark will come out, and then at some point later Velius will come out. So all the expansions will come out one after the other, and then they'll have a plan for like how far down the expansion line they'll go, usually every 2-3 months. Yeah, like some progression servers will say that they'll only go as far as Velius, let's say. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, that's where Blizzard got the classic idea from, probably. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's exactly like Blizzard Classic. It's exactly like that. Classic WoW. You've been playing EQ again, FV server, and trying Mischief server. Having fun. I've never played above level 65 since starting in 2001. Wait, what's FV server? So is this... So these are the official EverQuest servers? Like the full game? I actually don't know the names of the servers. Or is this one of the progression servers? Verona Vi is the old roleplay server. Oh, okay. Yeah. EQ is genius with the servers. Yeah, Verona Vi. I can't spell it. Free trade server free. Okay. I played EQ first time like 2 years ago. Oh, okay. Yeah. I played EQ a long time ago. I started playing EQ right as Velius came out. Like right after Velius came out, I started. And we made it all the way to Velius. We were playing through the time that Lucklin, Planes of Power, Gates of Discord, those ones are coming out, Dungeons of Norath. So I played through all of those expansions. I never was one of those. I never got to the point where I was like in a big raiding guild or whatever. Like we were in some guilds, we got together with other guilds and we did some of the raids, but we never did any of the big, far deep in raids. Mischief has a random loot table too. Oh, interesting. Oh, but it is progression. Okay. Mischief has the same rule set as Fronavi. All loot is tradable. Okay, so there's nothing that's no drop. Mish paid 1 random loot table, so better chances getting better loot. Okay. It's a paid one, I see. Interesting. I recently, a couple times actually, in the relatively recent past, I loaded up Project 99, P99 servers and played a bit there. So it's different than the official ones because Project 99 seems to want to make it as it was back then. They do a little bit of upgrading from the original box, but boy, is it like really like old the way that the UI is. And I know that the official EverQuest ones updated the UI and you're using all the updated sort of like a lot of the quality of life stuff that got added in over the years is in those progression servers. Project 99 still feels like rough around the edges for sure. But there definitely is something about EverQuest that's really there. Like, I feel like no other game got it quite like EverQuest 1 got it. Where you feel the extreme need to group up with other people. You like random loot table, as all the guides are useless for speed running the game. You like random loot table. Oh, I see. Okay. So like you can get any item off of anything, is that what it is? Like any... How does it work though? Is it any mob can drop anything, or is it more like any special mob can drop anything? Especially with all the GM events they had back in the 1990s, 99 to early 2000s. Okay, so they separated the loot into tiers. Any named can drop any other named. Okay, and then there's tiers, right? Where it's like each named is sort of like grouped into a tier. And those loot tables are randomized. Interesting. Right. So to get that particular item, you don't now have to go to that particular named. You can go to any name that is in that tier, and there's a chance it will drop that item or any other of the nice items. Soul B loot is mixed in with lower gut loot, but raid bosses, Nagi, Vox, yeah, okay, are all mixed together. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay, so let me see if I remember this right. The FBS, the flowing black sash that comes from lower guck, You can just get that from any named in all of Lower Guck or Soul B or any other group that's any other dungeon that's sort of like in that same tier. You can get the FBS. Oh, yeah, around that level, right? Yeah, okay. Interesting. Right. So then it makes it so that you don't have to worry about going to that particular one spot to get that one particular item. You can just go to any area that's of that level and just keep grinding away and hope that that particular item drops. There's a chance. Yeah, there was definitely some frustrations with the way that the loot worked, but at the same time, it also created scarcity. Like if I wanted that flowing black sash, I'm in Lower Guck for days and still might not come out with it. I remember camping that thing so much, so that's why I'm using that as the example. But that example can be applied to any item because there's so many items in that game. Oh, okay, so there's like an increased loot drop. Yeah, that's interesting. So I kind of wanted to discuss this other thing too, like this. I wonder if I should show this. Has anybody here heard of the game Quinn? It just got announced a few weeks ago. Quinn. It's a new MMO just announced by a developer that isn't known. Like they haven't released. This is the first thing that they're releasing, which has people suspicious about it, right? Especially with how like cats. Good morning. You've slept, right? This is your morning, right? You just woke up. Yay! Your sleep schedule is back on track. See? Nice. See, and you're still able to catch my stream. And you haven't gone to sleep yet. Well, Cats was like that, dreamt for, and she's actively been trying to switch her sleep schedule back to sort of a regular sleep at night, be awake in the morning kind of schedule. So yeah, that's good to hear. Yeah, you love the nights. I probably would too if I had the opportunity to. But yeah, anyway, Quinnfall. I wanted to discuss Quinnfall. Cats, you just came in, and I know I asked you this on your stream earlier, or yesterday. For me, it's earlier today. Grez, you're here. Welcome on in. Yeah, open world PvP. Is it open world PvP though? Full loot, is it open full loot PvP? I didn't hear about that. Quinnfall. 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 Yeah, just like that. Or is it one N? I can't remember. Yeah. They released like a 15-minute, they're calling it a trailer, but I would almost say it's more like a showcase. The Quinnfall. Yeah, maybe that's it. I can't remember exactly. I just saw it. I think it was 2 days ago was the first time I saw anything about it. And I watched that 15-minute video, and I also watched another reaction video. Who was it? Kira TV. I like his opinion. Kira TV, that guy, he's like I have a mixed feeling about him. One thing I like about him is that he's extremely, extremely critical. And that's also the thing I don't like about him, that he's extremely critical. But because he's extremely critical, it's like I get that perspective. Because personally, I'm naturally not a critical person, so sometimes I need to hear the critical arguments just to know that that's one way of looking at it. So I liked his take on it, because if anybody's going to say this is not okay, so Kira TV, that's where you saw it too. I think it came to your YouTube feed. Yeah. And Asmongold also did a video on it. I didn't watch his, but I just saw that he did one on Quinnfall. And Kira TV almost was like, I almost sensed that he wanted to find something wrong with it. Like he was really looking for wanting it to be not. I don't know about that though. Like I hear this all the time. It's like the same thing with Worm. Like people will say, "Oh, Worm, look at the graphics. It looks like it came out of 2000." I think people don't remember what graphics looked like in the year 2000. I really don't. Like if you looked at EverQuest graphics when it just came out, it was nothing like this. Nothing like this. Now, I'm not saying Worm graphics are great or anything like that. There's definitely way better graphical games out there. But I am 100% sure that if this game came out in the year 2000 looking like this, right? Like if Worm looked like this in the year 2000, people would be heralding it as like next generation graphics compared to what we had. Yeah, and by low poly we mean like low poly. Like think of the original EverQuest character models where the front of their face was flat and yeah, and that's another thing. It's like Casper's saying, it's like it's an MMO, first of all. Okay. In addition, it does seem like it has building in the same style as Worm does. Like building and decorating in the same style Worm has. Okay. And actually the building's even more than Worm. It's almost like Worm meets Valheim. So all the walls can be arranged however you want. You can rotate them, but then once you place them, you have to construct them piece by piece in the same way as Worm. Seemed like that way anyway. There's animal keeping, there's farming, there's mining and chopping trees and crafting with all the resources, and all of that's there. They even showed swimming underwater and treasure finding underwater. Right, it sounds like the best of both worlds. Yeah, like it also hinted and felt like they're going for a slow style game where things take long and gathering the resources takes long, and which then makes those resources valuable. I mean, it was hinting at this. I might be reading a little bit between the lines here, but it did feel like that's what they were kind of trying to describe. Yeah, graphics really don't make the game. You play Worm, EverQuest 1 and 2, and Actions Call more time in these games versus all the hundreds or thousands of other games you have. Yeah, graphics definitely don't make the game. But at the same time, I wouldn't call the graphics bad. Let's take a peek at. We won't watch the whole thing, but we were just looking at the roadmap before. But let me turn off my sleep bonus for this. I'm just gonna take a pause from that for a second. We'll just scrub through the video a little bit. Yeah, there's Asmongold did it. Okay, so I don't want like a reaction video. Let's just do the original. Yeah, see, they're calling it a trailer, but it's 15 minutes. Hold on. Just gonna pause this for a second. I gotta go pause music. Let's make this bigger a little bit. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna scrub through some of this. So like, I'll tell you, the combat for an MMO looks pretty good. So as usual, you'll be hopeful, but not let myself get too hyped. I desperately want to do good MMO. Yeah, I agree. It's hard to tell at this point for this game how excited we should be about it. As long as hold on, as long as mobs don't come bashing down your house, you're fine with the long and tedious. Yeah, and you can find old worm art. Yeah, I totally. We all kind of remember what the worm looked like, and that was even after 2000, because worm didn't really start until in the early 2000s. The combat looks kind of great. I think Kira was talking about how the combat looks sluggish, slow, or even in slow-mo, but I kind of like the slow combat because it offers more gameplay mechanics and decision making. When the combat's too fast, it becomes button mashing. I just know to press 2, 3, then 4, then 2, then 3, then 4, and just keep button mashing that combo over and over again. Right, this is and Gaffer, you're definitely hitting some points that I have about this as well. Unity is, I'm concerned. However, I know Pantheon Rise of Fallen is being developed in Unity, and that's a large-scale MMO. Also seen the Forest sequel is also being developed in Unity. This image, this little sequence here, wait, where was it? Yeah, this one. That looks pretty cool, right? Like, this looks like a raid encounter where there's all these people and they're shooting at this big boss thing in the middle. That looks pretty cool. I mean, at least, who knows at what stage this is in. And, you know, with these days, we all have to be like, especially with that game, what was it called? The Day Before. We're all on guard for these trailers that have been just set up to look like the game is awesome, but it's actually not really a game. The other thing is, I read that this company is actually an AI company. Their primary is, they have 3 sort of strands, but they're like AI, video games, and one other thing I can't remember, cryptocurrency, I think, right? So you put those 3 things together and it's like red flags maybe, right? Because nowadays with AI, could you imagine, like, what is AI going to do to the gaming industry when it comes to like creating 3D model art? When AI will be able to just pump out 3D model art like this, you know? But that might be good for an MMO company to have AI specialization that is able to create these assets at a quick, fast pace, let's say. Get the AI to do a lot of the work. And when I say cryptocurrency, I actually don't remember if that was the third one that they were in. I'd be very concerned if the third one was cryptocurrency. And Mr. Ghostragger, welcome on in. Welcome on in. And Unity Engine is, I'm skeptical, but I've been hearing good things about Pantheon in terms of the large scaleness. They did a huge thing where they created a whole architecture for their network from scratch. And oh, by the way, with the Day Before, I saw a really good overview of why it's so messed up and scammy. I've seen videos going over it before, but this one was super clear. I'll share it in Discord for me so I can check it out. Okay. Maybe, but maybe not. And then you think it's a real potential for AI for MMOs. It's possibly creating unique individual experiences for players, even a large shared world. Yeah, I think that I agree. I think there's huge potential, and AI is getting to that point where we're on the verge of seeing it in the application of AI. We're about to see a lot of that soon. Cryptocurrency equals free investors. AI equals free workforce. Video games. Thumbs up. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like the company seems, there's very little known about this company. Right. They're very like this release trailer is like caught everybody off guard. Nobody saw it coming. Nobody knew this company existed, and then all of a sudden, all eyes are on this company. So as the weeks move forward, we're probably going to get more and more info about it as people dig deep into what's going on here. I do hope that this is real because it looks amazing. And so like raid encounters, combat look pretty sleek. It's hard to say what it's going to look like exactly when you're actually playing it, but it does look slower combat than, let's say, Black Desert. But I think it also then offers you more opportunity to, let's say, block that incoming attack that you're seeing and dodge out of the way and then swing your sword and then once you swing your sword, you're sort of stuck. It looks like you're kind of stuck in an animation until that sword swing is done before you can choose your next attack, which I really like that. I like that because you have to not make mistakes. You have to think clearly and carefully about what your next move is going to be so that, there's more strategy involved. Okay, let's scrub a little bit farther because they do show a bunch of these scenes. Like look at this place. Like building this all up, all the art that needed to go into this, and look how humongous it looks. It looks pretty darn good to you, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you really like the thoughts Kira shared about AI. That kind of MMO using AI would be great. Yeah. Considering it's an MMO especially, yeah. So like the amount of assets you could create with AI would, if you got it all.
Shores, mountains, and even underground.
Like that place, that looks so cool. It's like I want to go explore that place. you know? Like there was that comment. Oh, who was it? I don't want to put you on the spot there, but was it? Yeah, validate. You were saying it like looks like Morrowind graphics. I still feel like let's look. What does Morrowind look like? Let's see. Morrowind gameplay. Right. And this is like, let's just like look up. Let's play vanilla. Let's just see like.
Second, because weapon skill the character that I'm.
Okay, he's talking a lot. Boy, I just want to like see an outside picture, like look at this. Like, I don't know. I don't see it being quite the same. I want to see like, why is this all indoors? Morrowinds is not only indoors, is it? He spends all this whole video inside this one room. All right, well, let's see if we can find it outside. I mean, Morrowind does look like an older game, but like, look at that. Boy, I don't remember Morrowind very well, but is this what it is? The whole game is like this? Okay, yeah. Not the same. It's not the same at all. Yeah, and Cats, before you were saying MMOs always have to have worse graphics. Why do people expect the same high level graphics as single player games? Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yeah, you need so many more people interacting in this world. You definitely can't have the same level of graphics as a single player game. Yeah. This is the intro character creation stuff. Oh, okay, for Morrowind. Let's like move down the line here. Right? I mean, I know I'm not talking about the theme, but let's take another image of inside. Okay. Here's a person in this game. Let's go back to that other person in this game. Okay, so here's a person in Morrowind. Here's a person in this game. And I don't know about the theme. Like the themes are like medieval, right? Medieval. See the riding the horse?
Improving your riding mount will grant you much useful speed. To obtain new mounts, you can tame wild animals, breed existing ones, or buy from stables.
You get warband vibes. Look at this
The
thing.
story of Quinnfall allows you to use items that originate from different ages or ancient times.
Ancient times.
Travel in time.
And even travel in time. Like, what is that about? Like, what? There's something. Okay, the horse leg animation looks a bit odd. Let's take a look at that closer.
You can establish your home, breed existing ones, or buy from stables.
Yeah, I see. It looks more like they're floating a little bit. Like they're moving slowly and kind of have a floaty. Yeah.
Quinnfall's seas are as lively as its lands. You can build a ship yourself.
You can build a ship yourself. Love it.
Or with your friends. To
Boats,
sail out to
exactly.
sea, where adventure is waiting for you. Sailing allows you to explore new islands and areas, while you must struggle against winds, weather conditions, and giant waves that come your way. Nature is not the only thing you must battle, as you can encounter pirates, other players, and even mystical sea monsters.
Right? Right, exactly. This is the sentiment of almost everybody. I'm really hoping it's actually real. Right?
Foundation of the plan.
Like, there was another segment that I really liked. Like, he was riding an elephant. Now these orcs kind of, or whatever they are, bandits or whatever, they look like they're dying too easy. But again, this is in alpha state. This is an alpha, so it's a little early to tell. They have full swimming. Like New World didn't even have swimming. Couldn't we just go to the moon and make the footage? Yeah. I'm missing where there was a whole segment. It must be coming, no? No, it's not coming. Let's see if I can find that segment that it was like right before the boat, I think. It had to do with like building your homestead.
caravan and merchant mounts can also be tamed and upgraded. Will
Okay.
grant you
No, it was like
you can visit
no, I don't know where it is
on
now.
a vast 2016 square kilometer land.
2016 square kilometer land, which is actually quite large. 2016 square kilometers. So 2016 square kilometers. If I square root that, it gives you how many kilometers wide and tall. So like almost 45 kilometers wide and 45 kilometers tall. Yeah. So, okay. I'll tell you my concerns about this. So the first concern is what Gaffer brought up, which is Unity. It's hard to know whether or not a game of this scale will be okay in Unity. I don't think anything of this scale has ever been tried in Unity. I know Pantheon is something like it in terms of scale, but looking at the challenges they're facing, it would have to be a team of really passionate, hardworking people who are solving lots of problems with the way that Unity is. So it's hard to know whether that's going to be something to worry about. The other thing is that they set the release date for 2023. And that seems a little implausible, right? Like that they're in alpha and it's already 2023 and they're talking about releasing the thing in 2023. Right? So that's hard to know whether that's a realistic time frame. No doubt that date will probably get pushed back like every game seems to be these days. Probably an early access nonsense. Maybe might be releasing early access. Maybe, but I would say that they'd be taking a huge risk as an MMO releasing in early access. It'd be really hard to know whether or not that's something that, yeah. There's so much footage. There's so many places. It makes me feel like it's got to be legit, right? But then if you couple that with the fact that this company is like their expertise is in AI, it might make it then easy to fabricate so many of these things. So there's that also counter argument that they could have made it look so legit by just using some kind of AI art that they've developed that's specifically designed to make 3D environments like this. Yeah, right. So it's hard. I wonder if we'd be going down this line of thinking if the day before didn't happen, right? Because the day before opened our eyes to the possibility that, like, wait a minute, these people could be raising money for a video game potentially that doesn't actually exist. Yeah, for the city and the water and castle, from what you wait, hold on. Like I said earlier, there's a copy pasting all over the place for this city and the water and the castle from what you saw. Right. Yes, from the city, from this city. Yeah, there is a lot of copy pasting. Like this like structure, you see it there and there and there and there. Like all that same structure is repeated over and over. And same with this one. Whoops. That tower and that tower and that tower there are the same. There is a lot of copy pasting, but to be fair, that kind of thing happens in almost every MMO. The huge cityscape on the water was devoid of people. Yeah, so this one was completely devoid of people. But again, that could be this is alpha state. Again, like I'm counter arguing in both directions, right? So it could easily be fabricated, but it also could be that it's an early sort of state. But the other thing is, like, again, back to the possibility that this is fabricated, is like most games don't make it look so pretty way before the actual game is sort of like laid out properly. Like, the most important part about the development is the planning and the making sure that all the game is working, rather than constructing these massive, like, either they spent a ton of time constructing this massive city here with a whole plan in advance of exactly what's going to happen in each little segment of the city, or they just made it look like it's this massive city for fun. Like, this piece here is matching this piece here. Like, it's a lot of copy and pasting, like was said. These wings here can be seen over here again, and here as well. And so it could be that they're just sort of like staging it. I want it to be true, but they're saying all the right things, and they're laying out what people want. It makes you wonder why games haven't, if they know what we want as players, why hasn't there been a game that delivers on it? And it might just be that it's too hard to deliver on it, and it's much easier to fabricate a trailer that raises you a lot of money. The water in the city could be just a backdrop, yeah. And in a big city, it would just be LOD to not load people from a distance, potentially. My guess, though, is that there isn't people. Otherwise, they would have probably shown somebody walking through this. There is that other scene where the character is walking through the city here. And there are people. Again, it might be an early iteration of...
Those who find themselves in Quinnfall will not encounter a classic MMORPG experience. In Quinnfall, you can visit shops and taverns run by other players, play board games or mini games with others, and even make your own music.
Like, all of the things he's saying is like, yes, yes, and oh, yes, yes, I want that. Playing mini games with other players, so good. I would love this if this was a thing. I own a tavern. People can come to my tavern and we can play mini games that look like pretty intricate. Like, this like looks like a Magic the Gathering kind of. I'm not sure actually what kind of game it is, but it's something like that kind of game. That would be so cool. All right, no, it's not so dirt. You have a good night. It's a 15-minute video where they're saying everything they have, but not really showing any of that. Yeah, right. So having the same building elements in a city merely because of the pieces they have in their level editor. The level design has a set of assets to build from. Yeah, it's possible that's the, like, the way that they're building this thing is that way, where they have pieces and they're just putting them together. My hope is that if it is real, that they're contemplating how, like, that they're thinking about the bigger picture of how everything fits together, you know? Right, Ultima Online had several mini games already back in 1999, so nothing too progressive there. It's a shame more MMOs don't create stuff like this. Is exactly it. It's like this is such an old idea. Why isn't it in there? Like, it took Worm forever to get checkers into the game and chess, and we were talking earlier, Katz, about how we hope that they decide to keep going with that, because boy, MMOs need mini games like this, I think. Yeah, that's a music mashup interface. A friend of mine has one of those mashup systems as a standalone game. What's the music mashup interface? And hey, Duke, RuneScape even had a dedicated games room for mini games. Yeah, yeah. I feel like more MMOs need that because there's a lot of downtime and it's a social thing. Like you gather together and like in Worm, we would gather together before chess or checkers or anything like that. We'd gather together and we'd like literally, there's nothing to do. We'd go ride cows and race cows and that sort of stuff. But like MMOs need things for people to do that are fun. That a mini game like this would be like different. It's like just something different to do. Was it right here?
Faster and trade efficiently. Each mount provides different advantages in different areas. In a 2016 square kilometer land, improving your riding mount will grant you much useful speed.
Yeah. You're pretty sure they're going to keep making more board games than Worm? Yeah, yeah. That would be awesome if they did. Anyway, it caught my interest. I was like, this is really interesting. I don't know why I can't seem to find the spot where they talk about the farming and the building your own house and decorating your own house and all that bit. I don't know. This might be a different trailer than the one that was reviewed on Kira, because I don't think his had any of this thing at the end with the dragon. I don't want to see that segment because that one was actually the one that I'm just going to go into the.
Oh, look.
See if we can find it. So after this, it was after this. You see, it already feels like a different because it's not as long. Here's where he's walking through the town. Right. Okay. So this is different, right? This part's different.
Any way you want.
Character creation.
Details you can change in the face alone.
Okay, and it's in the next segment.
You are able to create a unique character with details like skin color.
Damn, bro, what a way to look up.
Eyes and body shape, while tattoos and accessories.
Okay, let's go over to here. Yeah, here.
According to landforms in secret areas, dungeons,
Okay.
open fields, and underwater to find valuable items. You can plant seeds according to landforms and climate.
You can plant seeds according to landforms and climate, meaning different climates allow different plants to grow.
And harvest them for farming. If you don't have enough time, you can employ workers or real players and take time off to discover Quinnfall.
You can literally
All
be a
professions
field
are
working
related to one another.
peasant.
Cooking
Perfect.
allows one to create meals and desserts that give special powers in different fields.
Meals and desserts that give special powers.
With chemistry, you can obtain formulas and create powerful potions that heal your character or your friends.
Oh,
Fishing?
I'm
You
sold.
can fish
Where
in
do I
lakes,
pre-order?
rivers, and seas for various species. Some animals in different biomes can be tamed for the production of certain materials with the husbandry profession.
This is where it gave me the
Also
worm.
extract different
the worm
resources
vibe.
from trees, plants, and ores in various areas. This allows you to level up your.
I wonder if they're going to talk about like more the nuts and bolts of like.
The character creation options make the characters look a little too modern with the makeup. I hope for immersion's sake they tone down the look to be more
the fuck is the
medieval.
game? Is it sandbox full loop PvP? Like, is it theme park? Like, what is the game from like
See this thing. I actually want to criticize Kira here for like trying to put the game in a box. I know that that's how it is usually done, right? But my hope is that games eventually transcend those boxes that we put them into. You know, the ideas that they're presenting in this trailer feels like it's trying to transcend Like it's not like a theme park. It's has sandbox elements, but also it seems like it has a lot of other elements from all sorts of other genres of games. But yeah, but this segment here gave me real big worm vibes, where you're chopping the trees, you're breeding the animals for they even talked about different traits that you're breeding for harvesting resources from those animals and the farming. Just
put some words on it. Obviously, they're giving us features here, but I mean, like, what is the core focus? They say not a traditional MMO, which, what does that mean?
Profession level.
Here, the person's foraging.
It looks like a sandbox, but to what extent?
Okay, so this is the only disappointing part that I looked at this mining and I was like, node mining. I'm not that interested in node mining. I'd rather being able to dig into mines and actually do proper vein mining. But can't have it everything. But yeah. So yeah, anyway, that was like, I was just super interested and really hoping that it's real. But at the same time, I can't get my hopes up too much, because we all know that it's very possible that it's not. It's very possible. It does seem like the thing that it is a lucrative business to try to like make up a game that you're making and make it look real. And then you could get investors in on it, right? Like making a trailer like that might attract a lot of eyes and a lot of money. There's always that possibility. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested if that game was real. that would be great. Yeah, and same there. Node mining is pretty meh. Yeah. It does seem like the standard though. Like World of Warcraft had the node mining. A lot of other games had that. I mean, that game seems like it has so many features that they're trying to chuck it all in there. I was saying earlier on the stream, I wish more games made terraforming like a fundamental pillar of the game, you know? There's not enough games out there with terraforming. You know, I'm really interested to see Unreal Engine 5, because one of the features in Unreal Engine 5 is that the ability to like, it's not like voxel, but like you can like dig out chunks and make things really like realistic when it comes to digging and tunneling and that sort of stuff. I'm curious to and hoping to see a development of a game that makes use of that in a way where digging and mining tunnels to mine ores actually is like you're digging and tunneling in a real kind of way, in a realistic kind of way. That would be really cool to see in a game. But yeah. So that's Quinnfall. Very interesting. I'll keep my hopes up and my ear to the ground about it. 2023 doesn't seem... I can't... It's just, that release date of 2023 is just another red flag. You know? Yeah, it's extremely ambitious to make an MMO, period, let alone to announce the MMO in the exact same year that you're going to release it. How many years have you been working on this thing? That's what I want to know. In secret. Yeah, it's hard to know. It's hard to know. Oh, so cats, I forgot to mention, I at the beginning of the stream, I was so all of these braziers are finished. And I think in this little area here, there's, I want to say 35 pillars. And I think 5 of them have been placed in the city for a total of 40 pillars completed. So just at the beginning of the stream, I started the construction of the remaining pillars, braziers. And so we need, these are the remaining ones. This is the 20 marble ones and 8 more. For there will be a total of 48 stone, 20 marble. And what I've been doing leading up to the stream is I've made all the mats for them. So all the mats are done, and they're all like high-ish quality. So all the marble bricks are like in the 60s. I have enough marble bricks to complete the 20 marble ones. I have enough stone bricks. There's 400 stone bricks right here at 75 quality to complete the 8. And then over in the bin that I have over here, I have all the mortar that needs to go in. Okay, so all the mats are ready to go. It's now just a matter of putting it all in. Yeah, so I have 1,000 mortar sitting here at 60 quality. Okay, so that stuff, probably another week, I'd say, and then all the braziers are done. And as the bridges are getting finished, then we can start putting the marble braziers on the bridges. Yeah, fiber in the city, yeah. So that's, things are moving. Today you're gonna make the buildings on the 4th section so I can get at least the rest of the bridges done. Nice. And how's the sandstone bricks? Like, how's our mats doing in general? It's like, if we're low on one thing or another, I can focus my attention on that thing. So my sense, my thinking was potentially the sandstone bricks were going to be the first thing to run out as you were making those bridges. Gonna go eat a little bit more here. And Duke, you remember playing this, dragging corpses to a town thingy to get silver coins? Yep, that's the game. Yeah, I love this game. This is one of my favorite games of all time, and in fact, it probably is my favorite game of all time. So we've got plenty of sandstone shards, but the bricks ran out already days ago, merely because the bridges use such a massive amount. Oh, okay. So we need more bricks, yeah. So I've been making more as I go along. I premiumed my ult to make them while I build with staff. Oh, okay. So I'll help with that because I know we have tons of shards. I remember there was that one guy, I can't remember who it was, but came over and dropped off like tons of shards. And then we mined out that sandstone as well, so we got more shards from that. But I definitely can work on making some bricks this week. I know that the braziers are kind of like the types, like those things, a lot of them are going to go up at the top of the towers, and that's not going to get done for some time. So I could take a break from the braziers and focus on the bricks. Also, we have a sandstone vein in your stable tunnels if we need more for whatever reason. Okay. I do remember though that like somebody came by and dropped off a gnar full of sandstone. Am I remembering correctly about that? There was like a ton of sandstone shards that the person dropped off. Yeah, and we'll see how far I get along with this carpentry grind. I really do kind of want to, like, I want to set a goal here to grind a skill all the way up to, so that I could like to be used to finish off the build, the castle. And so I decided I'm gonna start with carpentry. It feels like pretty good. I haven't been spending the whole. It's not like I got this 0.7 by spending the whole stream doing this. I think I didn't start until about 2 hours ago, and we've been breaking. We watched the Quinn fall, and then we stopped for something else. I can't remember. So from my perspective, this is actually going pretty quick. 0.7 skill is quite a lot in the short time that we've been doing this. Yeah, my sleep bonus could tell you this because I didn't have a full sleep bonus bar. It was 5 hours some odd when I started. Probably close to a full one though. 5 hours 50 minutes maybe. So it's an hour and a bit off the sleep bonus bar, but then of course the CCFP slows that down. So we might have been doing an hour and a half or an hour and 40 minutes or something like that. I don't remember that case. What I do remember is the dude on Eastern Cadence who said, "Come get as much as you want," and he had BSBs after BSBs that I could take from. Okay. Okay. Yeah, well, like I'm good to make bricks if needed. If we need mortar as well, I can do that instead. I as a byproduct of making the mortar for the braziers, all the low quality mortar, which would be just as good to put into buildings. Let's see, I have like 1,600 more mortar here. That was just the low quality mortar that was tossing in here, and I have a bunch more mats to make more mortar. And probably even more clay over here. Oh no, I ran out of clay in the 60 quality bin. Okay, but enough materials to make 4,000 more mortar. Yeah, not to worry, having your alt on the side making bricks while the other one build seems to be working out quite nicely. Okay. They stay almost at the same pace. Sounds good. Yeah, well, just looking for something to do, like in the meantime, like in that will push things forward. Hey, Zool. So fast. I know. You mean the skill moving? I'm pretty happy with how it's moving right now, honestly. I know it could be moving faster. I did a little test on improving my mallet, which is 92 quality. You don't know whatever Cass was talking about? You just rejoined now? You only caught the last statement. So what Katz was just saying was that currently her character is she has one character creating bricks and the other one's putting those bricks into a bridge, and that those two kind of going at the same pace. So it was sort of in response to me asking whether or not I should be making bricks for the bridges. But yeah, it's always like I know we need a lot. I know we need a lot of materials. Maybe then my focus should be on mortar then, right? Because mortar is another thing that's needed. I know we have more mortar than bricks, but that mortar, I still don't think we have enough mortar for the whole thing, right? It's also possible Bun's on doing mortar as well. But I can't imagine that we'll ever have enough mortar. Yeah, mortar will be running out soon. Yeah. Because didn't Bunloose drop off like... I don't know how much mortar he dropped off, but I think it was a lot. Honestly, the best mindset for Worm, if you need something like mortar, would be just to spend the whole day making mortar. Yeah, totally. That's usually how I go. Like, for example, yesterday, all I did was I mined out tons of gold so that I could make the brazier bowls for the tons of marble braziers. So I think I took out 2,500 gold, and then I took that back home and I turned those into the brazier bowls. I need 300 mortar, makes 30,000. I think Bun won't be making any more. He let his premium run out and felt like he's done his share of the work, which I absolutely agree with. He totally has been like a workhorse. Overly, 100% overly generous with the time. I totally agree. He did not have to put in as much effort as he did. He put in so much with both the bricks and the mortar. 100%. So yeah, okay, that's good. So yeah, I think then that's what I'll focus on is making more mortar. Because that is another thing that's going to run out. And I think I kind of remember you saying that we're good with bricks. And does that mean that we're good in the sense that we have enough for now, or we're good as in we have enough, period, and we will need more? Or that we will need more. Because if we do need more, I think I have more bricks. I have enough extra bricks if needed. Oh, and is my enchant grass back? Yeah. I'm going to come over and enchant. I think for stone bricks, we're good. Like, good. Like, no more bricks needed for the whole build. That would be crazy if that's the case. You miss enchant? Not sure about it's going to cover everything. Okay. So, I think I have... It's hard to calculate. Yeah, totally. It's hard to calculate because we're halfway through the build. Yeah, if we need more, I have more extra ones. I see a shiny. Not for any of the current missions. Oh. Are there any that have horses in them that need it? This one. I did not. I will do that now. Let's enchant that. Yes, the horse market is coming along. It's all getting stocked up. I think all the spots are... I'm guessing this is the breeding, right? This is the breeding, and then these are the ones that are for sale. These ones and the ones on the other side. Okay. The tunnel. I'm gonna have to... Oh, okay, you opened us up. Nice. I haven't seen this yet. Okay. Very cool. Okay, so yeah, before we had the problem where we couldn't get in here. So now we have a tunnel entrance. I'm just gonna swim over and grab that. Oh, I just canceled the thing. I'm just gonna grab this thing. What the heck? I went into first person. Okay. Why can't I pick that up? I leave the cave. Oh, that has 71 damage on it. Why am I in first person when I go into the cave in the water? That's weird. Okay, and all of this is reinforced now. Okay, cool, cool. And this, I'm guessing, is just an out for potential in the future. Okay, that's for the bridge. Was this for something? Oh, it's a quality 6 forge with 16 damage on it. Okay. Oh, this gold vein, I'm guessing needs to be popped out. This is all nicely all done up now with the reinforced floors. That little mined out spot is just a remnant of whatever Ivy was doing back in the day. Okay. It seems like a potential place where you could build a ramp up to the top. Let me just turn off my sleep bonus for a second. Whoops. I just want to... Only 1,800. And Dude Jensen. Dude Jensen, thanks for that sub. Welcome on in. And what are we going to pay them with? I'm not sure what the plan is for that. And yeah, I got the exact numbers. Yeah, that's prospecting 90. I think. Prospecting 90. Yeah, that was one that I really wanted to get. And it didn't take long at all. I think it was 4 sessions from 60. So I was at 60 for a really long time. Not 60. Was I at 60? Hold on. Where is prospecting here? Prospecting is its own one because mining is here. It's not a sub. Prospecting, yeah, 90. Right, 60. What is the 60 milestone? You get to see the quality, right? Yeah, you get to see the quality at 60. So I had it at 60 for a while, and so to go from 60 to 90, I did that in four sessions. They weren't short sessions though; they were pretty long. But yeah, 4 sessions nonetheless. Okay, very cool, very cool. And I like the shape of this. It wasn't like that before, was it? Or was it? Was the shape of this like that? Ooh. 60 is the ranges of the qualities, yeah. Quantities, ranges of the quantities. I thought 60 was when you get to see the exact quality. I think. You haven't polished the angles yet, though? Okay, the shape was something Antirg and Ivy did back then. Okay. 80? Hold on. We'll settle this. Prospecting. Okay. Ah, Dude Jensen, you are absolutely right. 60 is the estimate of the remaining of the amount of ore in the vein. Okay, so you need 60 in order for it to tell you like it's about to deplete or that. Okay. And 80 is the exact quality. Interesting. And 90 is the exact hit. Okay. Right, 80. Okay. You thought you were getting rusty. Phew, I know. Nope, I'm the one that's rusty. Yeah, so the goal is merely to get it supported. There were so many tiles that had caved in. Right. Totally. Yes. And good morning to you too, Jensen. This little bit here is kind of interesting. How did this happen? How did that happen? Right. Yeah, okay, I see. This is the ceiling for here, and it's like I see. That's pretty interesting looking. I like that. Yeah, you just mind around the Orvate so we can get past. I know, yeah, but it actually created, because of the slanted ceiling, it created this effect that it's like almost like in, I don't know, like how the ceilings in here are flat and then to slanted. It's just that if this piece was gone, then it would make complete sense. But for some reason, my brain was like, what is going on here? But it makes sense. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Now, here's the thing. It's I got to figure out where is it that my tunnel ends up lining up with. I think it's somewhere over here. I think I counted it out one time, a long time ago. There's a cave bug on me. And I think it ended up being somewhere over here I would be popping out. Although I'd have to recount it out again. But it was past, it's past Antier's deed, because my deed's like... Yeah, I'd have to count it out again, exactly where I would end up. Whoops. Yeah, until it's poofed, yeah. So that's an easy one to poof. I can actually probably do that one at some point soon. I should have known to go in there because I knew there was a gold vein in there, but I ended up going over to my gold vein and mining on that for the brazier gold. Yeah, the item linking mechanic was a massive win for the devs. 100%. I love it. I love this item linking feature. That's such a huge... It's a huge update. Okay, let's see. How far did I actually get on these braziers? It looks like 5 of them have all the mortar in, and this one here is partway there. And for some reason, this one has some mortar in it too, so I was kind of like mix matching between those two. Okay, still got a long way to go on these. There's another gold vein in your deed. Okay, right. Well, that one that's in the tunnel is in the way, so it has to go. So may as well do that one first. And exact quality isn't that interesting. Yeah, I do like that, getting the exact quality. It actually didn't take as long as you would expect a 90 skill to take. But of course, we all know prospecting goes quick. It's a boring grind because you're not gaining any other skill but prospecting, right? It's not like you're gaining any of this characteristic stats, and you're also not gathering any resources. The only skill you're improving is that prospecting skill, and it's just you're not really doing much else other than just prospecting. So you're getting nothing else out of it. But it does go fast to 90 compared to most skills. Still gets really slow when you're getting up there, though. So but totally worth it to know the exact quality and particularly the exact number of actions left in the vein. That's huge information, especially when you want to break lots of veins. Yeah. Okay. Well, it is like 1:30 here. And I do have to get up relatively early for a D&D game that I have with my cousins. So I think I might be wrapping up the stream here. We did make quite a bit of progress on those braziers. So what I did there, I actually made them on stream. I inserted all the gold bowls, and we started on the mortar and got through 4 of those. And then we switched over to doing some carpentry imping. I'm probably going to spend the time to finish off these to 80 and then probably burn them all down and then redo that all over again. And in the hopes of pushing my carpentry up into the 90s and beyond. And we'll keep that grind going slowly but surely. Now they need to add the color to want to sell, PC, want to buy, etc. Yeah, that does seem like something they could do. Just to color context it, make it easier to tell what they're doing, what they're wanting. Yeah. Thanks for the stream, Griff. I'm so delighted I got a chance to catch me this morning. Me too. I'm glad that you were able to catch a little bit of the ending. And Dizzy Lurker, allow you to end the stream. Nods. Yeah, then you can ignore the PCs really easier. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And you're very welcome, Sky Gallant. It is my pleasure. It is absolutely my pleasure to stream. Mr. Ghost Rider, you as well. And you also have a good weekend. In Canada, it is a long weekend for us. It's their Family Day weekend. This is the most recent addition to the long weekends that are added in Canada. I wonder if the States has a similar one. Yeah, but it means I have Monday off. And on Monday, we're, as usual, we have like tons of plans for weekends like this. Right now, we have our cousins, my sister-in-law and her kids. So the kids' cousins are over. And then we're going to probably visit friends on Monday. This is going to be a pretty nice weekend. You as well, Zulatech. You take care. And yeah, 3-day weekend. Yes. Get a little bit of recharge time from work. Lots of time for worming. Yeah, I hope. I hope I get a little bit of time for worming, but it's going to be a lot of family time too. Yeah, I'm helping my dad and my brother move a whole bunch of stuff tomorrow as well. It's like it's just going to be like a bunch of stuff I got to do. And a bunch of people I'm going to see, and yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, you got a 3-day weekend too? Okay, that's pretty cool. Like, is it a statutory holiday in the States? I don't know if they do the same kind of thing. Oh yeah, okay, President's Day on Monday, but not everybody's off. Okay. Okay. Yeah, in Canada they made this one like everybody's off. They called it Family Day. And it's yeah, George Washington's birthday. Okay. So I wonder if the Canada just said, the States have a holiday, we'll just put our holiday in the same kind of spot. Here's another one of my like awesome maps of a road in a steppe. All right. Okay, so here's where I'm going to sign off. You guys have a great rest of your day, evening, night, morning, whatever it is for you. Yeah, gorgeous, I know. It's like my other one. I don't know if Zulatech, if you saw my other one, this is my finger painting. I'll go over here and show you. I have a bed over there I can go to sleep in. I always do this. I always like dilly-daddly on the way out of the stream because I want to stream more. Really is the reason. But I got to show you my finger painting. Here's where we'll end it. Here is my map. It's very accurate. Yeah. It's my very first map. It's 3 quality. I had like no skill to start, and this is how it turned out. And it looks like I just smudged a whole bunch of stuff all over it. Yeah, exactly. Which is kind of cool because it means that there's a lot of room for improvement as my skill goes up. Yep. But you can hang them on walls. The new feature is the wall hanging feature. That's pretty cool. All right. Here's where we're going to end off. You guys have a great rest of your whatever it is for you. And yeah, I'll see you all next week. My hope is to stream on Friday again. I'm pretty sure that that's going to happen. And yeah, I think more of Worm. Yeah, I'm feeling Worm right now. So it'll probably keep it up. So yeah, until next time. You guys keep on worming, and I'll see you all on the next episode. Have a good one, everybody.